Chapter 800. To open a lion's mouth, 20% is 20%, but we can't count those Class 8 puppets. Ningqi laughed. He only intended to place these bronze puppets in the war god temple as a way to protect the sect. He gave Old Man Jean 20% to study. In the future, if he could create his own puppets, Old Man Jean would be able to provide him with an endless supply of bronze puppets. When fighting with others, he wouldn't need to waste the lives of his own disciples. He could just let the puppets take the lead. All right, seeing that Ningqi was so straightforward, Old Man Jin's face immediately revealed a happy smile. He stored the bronze puppets into his universe ring. After Old Man Jin left with the people from the Heavenly Mystery Institution, Ningqi planned to leave as well. However, the third Duke flew over to Ningqi with a smile. "Little brother, please wait a moment." The third prince smiled. "Oh, it's the third Duke. What's the matter?" Ningqi smiled as he glanced at the other party's attributes. "Little brother, where did you get these bronze puppets from? Can you sell a few to the Divine Kingdom of the East?" The third prince said expectantly. The Divine Kingdom of the Eastern Land had been very unlucky recently. The Heaven and Earth Pavilion just had to appear at the border of this place. This battle with the Heaven and Earth Pavilion had already caused quite a number of geniuses from the Divine Kingdom of the Eastern Land to die. If this continued, it was likely that the Divine Kingdom of the Eastern Land would not have any geniuses to use in the future. There would be a gap between the Dozun and Doshin classes. Over 10,000 Dowangs had died during this period of time. Who could guarantee that there would not be 100 Do-Huangs among these 10,000 Dowangs? 10 Dozuns? Or even a Do-Shang or Do-Di? If such a batch of bronze puppets could be sent to the battlefield, they would be able to reduce the number of geniuses lost, which would be of great help to the Divine Kingdom of the East. After all, a war was different from an ordinary fight. It was impossible for a Do-Shang or Do-Di to personally participate. They could only appear at certain crucial moments. Otherwise, if a few Do-Di were to be accidentally killed, there would be no need to fight the war. They could just admit defeat and surrender. The Divine Kingdom of the East could not even afford the death of a Do-Shang. "Oh, the third Marquis wants to buy these bronze puppets?" Ningqi's eyes lit up. "Little brother, name your price." When the third Duke saw Ningqi's eyes lit up, he knew that there was hope. "I can, but the price of these ancient puppets is a little high." Ningqi hesitated. "Kid, stop hemming and hawing. Name a price. What can the Divine Kingdom of the East not afford?" One of the nobles beside the third prince could not help but scold him. "This is—" Ningqi looked at that guy with a faint smile. A hint of arrogance appeared on that fellow's face. "I am the God-bestowed general of the Divine Kingdom of the East." Ningqi smiled and said, "So it's Shin-bestowed General. It's an honor to meet you for a long time. Since General has spoken, then I won't beat around the bush. 1 5th-tier ancient puppet, 100 low-grade refining godstones, 100 low-grade refining godstones, 100 low-grade refining godstones, 1,000 low-grade refining godstones, 100 low-grade refining godstones, 100 low-grade refining godstones, and 50,000 low-grade refining godstones." The god refining stone that Ningqi was talking about was naturally based on the size of the dry bones Forbidden Land. One piece was equivalent to 100 dragon-slaying coins, and the price he offered was 100% profit. For example, if a 5th-grade ancient puppet was sold for 5,000 dragon-slaying coins in the dragon-slaying mall, he would sell it for 10,000, earning 5,000. He earned even more from Tier 8 ancient puppets. Selling one earned him 5 million dragon-slaying coins. "What? Kid, you're asking for too much." The Shun-bestowed general's face revealed a trace of anger. If the third prince had not been present, he would have slapped Ningqi. The other nobles also secretly calculated the price and inhaled a breath of cold air. They looked at Ning Chi with unfriendly eyes. The third Duke laughed dryly and said, "Little brother, this price is a little high. The divine kingdom of the East does not have a lot of refining godstones. Although we have been looking for refining godstone mines and have found a few, these are necessary for a Do Zun to condense his spirit. Why don't I buy them with spirit crystals?" "Duke, it's because the Shun Bestowed General said that there is nothing in the divine kingdom of the East that we cannot afford. That's why I am offering a price. As for spirit crystals, what use do I have?" Ning Chi smiled faintly. When the third Duke heard this, he viciously glared at the Shun Bestowed General. That old thing immediately looked at Ning Chi in exasperation. "Your price is too ridiculous. You have no sincerity at all. Remember, you are looking for me to buy things. Naturally, I will set the price. As for whether it is ridiculous or not, hee. How much effort does it take to nurture a Dozun? I'm afraid there are less than 100 Dozuns in the entire divine kingdom of the East. This is the result of tens of thousands of years of hard work. If a few of them die, how much will the loss be? And what if a few of them have the qualifications to become saints? There is no need for me to explain this. I think everyone understands the logic behind this. If you buy a rank 8 puppet from me, you will only need to spend 50,000 refining godstones, and you will have an immortal Dozun. Even if it is broken, you will not feel the heartache. Just look for the heavenly secret institute to repair it. If you buy 100 of them, the number of Dozuns in the divine kingdom of the East will double. Who can compete with you on the battlefield?" Ning Chi talked nonstop about the benefits, causing the third Duke to fall into deep thought. "How about it? If you don't want to buy, I will leave," Ning Chi said faintly. "Buy." The third Duke gritted his teeth. "Third Duke, please reconsider." The Shin, CI General, and the rest quickly tried to persuade him. Ning Chi could tell at a glance that these old things were probably playing a game of black face and white face. Their goal was to lower the price. "There's no need to persuade me. During this period of time, many of our descendants have died on the battlefield. If we continue to fight like this when our lifespans are exhausted, our families will be disbanded." The third Duke laughed bitterly. The Shin, CI General, and the rest immediately stopped talking. "Little brother, I'll buy 100 level 5 puppets for now. As for level 6 puppets, I'll buy 5 level 6 puppets, 3 level 7 puppets, and 1 level 8 puppet. If it's really as strong as you say, I'll buy more." The third Duke smiled at Ning Chi. Ning Chi glanced at the third Duke with a faint smile. He was afraid that the third Duke wanted to buy the puppets for his own blacksmiths to study the forging method of the puppets. Unfortunately, this was wishful thinking. Some of the most important parts of the ancient puppets could not be found in Dongshan. "Third Duke, when your refining divine stones are in place, we will exchange the items. I will take my leave first." Ning Chi cupped his hands together, smiled, and turned to leave. If this business was successful, Ning Chi would earn more than 3 million Dragon Slayer coins. It was just enough for him to refine his spirit to the limit of a 2-star Dozun, 200 feet. "Third Duke, it is not worth it to spend so many refining divine stones." The Shen Ci General frowned when he saw Ning Chi leave. "It is just a mere refining divine stones. Forget about 100,000 refining divine stones. We can even take out 1 million. However, if we lose this battle, do you think these mines will still belong to the divine kingdom of the East?" "Shinsei General, I heard that there is a blacksmith in your residence who is quite accomplished in the art of forging weapons. Tell him to prepare." The third Duke smiled faintly and turned to leave. The remaining people suddenly realized that the third Duke was planning to steal the forging method of the ancient puppets. If the divine kingdom of the East obtained this method and continuously forged ancient puppets, they would not only win this battle, but their status in the future would also not be weaker than the 9 great clans. Chapter 801. Harboring malicious intentions, the 9 great clans and 36 top sects had sent a total of 40 to 50 doshungs. Since the Do, Zun, and Doshung spirits were very strong, 80% of the doshungs had gone to the various important passes. Sacrificial God Hall. Tuoba Xiaoxiao and 7 to 8 doshungs had gathered and were arranging where these geniuses would go. There are 7 battle generals from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion who are continuously attacking the Hongate Pass. Their leader is Battle Commander Ao Ri from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. I heard that this person had the opportunity to break through to the Do D class back then. However, he was seriously injured and his cultivation fell to the 1-star Doshun class. Since then, he has not made any progress. Even though this is the case, 5 1-star Doshungs are needed in order to fight him to a draw. Recently, another batch of geniuses from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion has surged in. There are not enough Do Zun class experts. We must arrange for 5 people to head over. Tuoba Xiaoxiao spoke in a faint voice. 100 Dawn Land smiled. Do you have a candidate in mind? Tuoba Xiaoxiao's eyes swept over everyone when he heard this. Finally, he pointed out Tuoba Ziyu and a few other ultimate Zun geniuses. All of you should quickly report to the Hongate Pass and listen to the orders of the Doshung in charge. Tuoba Xiaoxiao coldly commanded. Understood. Tuoba Ziyu cupped his hands together and left with the other ultimate Zun geniuses. In less than half a day, the geniuses in the Sacrificial God Hall had been arranged to participate in the battle at the various passes. Sherwin and the other 2 had also gone to the Blue Mountain Pass. Finally, Ningqi discovered that he was the only Dozun left. There were dozens of Dozongs sitting behind him with confused expressions. They were geniuses from top-tier sections. Originally, they thought that they would be doing some logistics. They had not expected that they would have to participate in the battle. Tuoba Xiaoxiao laughed faintly and looked at Ningqi. The Jade Sun Pass is currently the safest place among the dozens of passes. Since you have a deep relationship with Elder Jean, I will give him some face. You can lead the group of little fellows behind you and go. This old thing harbors ill intentions. Ningqi coldly thought in his heart. He stood up and nodded without any expression. He cupped his hands to the other Doshungs before turning around and leaving. The group of Dozongs hurriedly broke through the air and followed close behind when they saw this. Ning Beixian, if you had not killed Tuoba Etian from the 9th house and a Doshung of my Tuoba clan, I might have let you off this time around. Unfortunately, even the ancestor wants you dead after obtaining this news. Don't blame me when you reach the underworld. Tuoba Xiaoxiao stared coldly at Ningqi's back and thought to himself. 100 Dawn Land frowned slightly. He glanced at Huang Heng, who had a faint smile on his face, and Tuoba Xiaoxiao, who had a solemn expression. He felt that something was wrong. However, Tuoba Xiaoxiao did not lie. The Jade Sun Pass was indeed the safest pass. I did not think that we would be arranged to go together with senior apprentice Brother Ning this time. It seems that we will be able to sit back and relax for this task. That's right. With senior Ning's strength, no Dozun is a match for him. I heard that there is only a battle general called Tianqi attacking at the Jade Sun Pass. He is being forcefully blocked by the 4 Dozuns that the Eastern Land Divine Kingdom has sent out. Including senior Ning, our side has an overwhelming advantage. Will a Doshung attack? TSK, how is that possible? The Pavilion of Heaven and Earth has sent out a total of 5 battle generals this time. All of them are fighting with our Doshung ancestor at the various important passes. If any one of them leaves, they would face a crushing defeat. How would they be able to run to the Jade Sun Pass? Oh, what you say makes sense. Dozens of Dozongs followed behind Ningqi and whispered to each other. Their eyes were filled with respect and worship as they looked at Ningqi. After flying for around 8,000 kilometers, Ningqi finally saw a small town in front of him. There was an endless mountain range on both sides of the small town. On the stone wall of one of the mountains, there were 3 large words carved. Jade Sun Pass. We have arrived. Ningqi landed in the small town. The Dozongs behind him also landed and observed their surroundings curiously. The townspeople of the small town did not know the background of Ningqi and his group. Their eyes were filled with fear. Who are you? A middle-aged man led a group of soldiers. They parted the townspeople and walked in. We have come from the sacrificial god hall to provide reinforcements. Ningqi said faintly. So it is the Heaven's Pride that has arrived. I have been impolite. A wild joy appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he hurriedly cupped his hands together and said. The soldiers behind him and the townspeople nearby also cupped their hands together and bowed. Their eyes were curiously observing Ningqi. I heard that there are 4 Dozuns guarding this place. Where are they? Ningqi asked curiously. Could the other party be so arrogant as to send a 3-star Dozong to receive him? The middle-aged man's face immediately revealed a bitter expression when he heard this. Elder, one of the 4 great generals has already died, and another is seriously injured. The other 2 are being chased by the Tianqi battle general. Now, the other party's battle soldiers will occasionally come to harass us. If I had not seen everyone coming, I would still be guarding the front lines. I'm afraid that our Jade Sun Pass will fall soon. Oh, bring us to the front lines. Ningqi said faintly. Yes. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded and led the way. On the way to the front lines, Ningqi learned that the middle-aged man was a resident of Jade Sun Pass. Before the pavilion of heaven and earth invaded, he was the mayor of Jade Sun Town. His name was Li Yuyang. Soon, everyone arrived at the pass. Is this the ability of the heavenly demon? Ha ha ha! I did not expect the legendary heavenly demon to be such trash. A 3-star Dozong was laughing arrogantly at the bottom of the pass. There was a corpse under his feet. Quickly surrender, and we will spare your lives. Otherwise, we will massacre the entire town when the Tianqi battle general kills your trash Dozun. Another Dozong laughed wildly. At this moment, there were dozens of Dozongs standing together at the bottom of the pass. They did not put up any defenses. It seemed that they did not think that anyone in Jade Sun Pass could harm them. Senior Ning, this group of people is too arrogant. Let us go and fight with them. A Dozong behind Ningqi furiously stepped forward and requested to fight. The other Dozongs exchanged glances when they saw this and requested to fight in unison. Oh, more reinforcements. The group of Dozongs from the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth revealed disdainful smiles when they heard the request to fight from Jade Sun Pass. There's no need. Originally, the group of Dozongs thought that Ningqi would happily send them out to fight. In the end, Ningqi merely waved his hand indifferently, after which his Titan spirit agglomerated outside his body. In the blink of an eye, he had suppressed the Dozongs at the bottom of Jade Sun Pass and captured them. Their faces still carried a trace of bewilderment. Ningqi smiled faintly and said, "Tell me where your Tianqi battle general went, and I will not kill you." You are a Dozun? Impossible. Where did your heavenly demon get such a spirit? Wait, hiss. Chapter 802. The strong are respected. Haha. This group of people were shocked by senior apprentice Brother Ning's spiritual soul. Previously, they were arrogant and insufferably arrogant, but now they are scared to such an extent. The heaven's chosen Dozongs who had come with Ningqi all revealed gloating expressions. The original townspeople of Jade Sun Pass and Li Yuyang were in disbelief. They looked at Ningqi in shock. Then they were overjoyed. They had never imagined that the elite sent by the higher-ups would be so strong. You are Ning Beixian. Clearly, the group of Dozongs from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion had recognized Ningqi. This was why they were so afraid. Ever since Zhongli Huatian had been beaten by Ningqi from the peak of the Dozun class to the Dozong class, the name Ning Beixian had spread throughout the entire Great Net Empire. Even a 3-year-old child had heard of this name and knew of this demon from beyond the sky. Oh, you know me? Ning Qi chuckled. Sovereign Tongxian wants to capture you personally. You won't be able to run wild for long. If you know what's good for you, you'd better let us go. The eyes of a Do Zong moved as he spoke in a deep voice. Pooh! Ning Qi slammed his head into his chest. He looked at the other Do Zongs and said, "What other nonsense do you have to say? Like him?" "No, no." The Do Zongs of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion repeatedly shook their heads. Their eyes revealed a trace of fear. Which direction did the Apocalypse War General go? Speak. Ning Qi said lightly, "We don't know either." They really did not know. Ning Qi faintly swept his eyes over this group of Do Zongs before instructing the people beside him. "Capture them and keep strict watch." Yes, that Do Zun in the Jade Sun Pass who had been seriously injured by Tian Qi did not even have the time to last until Ning Qi went to take a look at him before he died. Subsequently, the Jade Sun Pass descended into a period of peace. After a total of 3 days or so, someone suddenly anxiously ran into his small courtyard while Ning Qi was adjusting his breathing and meditating. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, the Apocalyptic War General has returned. The 2 generals who originally guarded this place are fighting with him outside the pass. It looks like they won't be able to hold on for much longer. The newcomer was the genius disciple of the Heaven Saber sect, Fong Dongming. He had been acting as Ning Qi's messenger to the outside world during this period of time. All of Ning Qi's orders were conveyed through him. He was a conscientious man with no ulterior motives. Let's go take a look. Ning Qi smiled and stood up. Battle General Tianqi revealed a cold smile in front of the Jade Sun Pass. He was like a cat playing with mice as he exchanged blows with the 2 extremely miserable Do Zuns in front of him. Those 2 were 4-star Do Zuns. They were considered experts that rarely appeared in the Dongxin region. However, they were being continuously forced back by the Tianqi battle general. They had the intention to flee into the Jade Sun Pass, but each time they did so, the Tianqi battle general would attack and force them to once again leave the Jade Sun Pass. The 2 generals are completely no match for Battle General Tianqi. Is the Do Zun of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion this strong? Li Yuyang's face revealed a worried expression. The expressions of the genius disciples from the nearby sects were ugly when they saw Battle General Tianqi suppress the 2 Do Zuns from the Dongxian region. However, they quietly sighed in relief when they saw Ning Qi. With Senior Ning around, the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's battle generals were nothing, right? Tianqi, if you want to kill or torture us, just do it to your heart's content. You have been toying with us all along the way. Just what is the meaning of this? Finally, one of the Do Zuns could not help but let out a furious roar. The other Do Zun also cried out at Tianqi when he saw this. We are all Do Zuns, and all of us have a backbone. You treat Do Zuns like ants. Be careful that you will also become an ant one day. Tianqi's body paused when he heard this. He stood in the empty air and looked at the 2 Do Zuns who were panting heavily. He smiled and said, "You have to endure such humiliation because your skills are inferior. In this world, the strong are respected and the weak are prey to the strong. Do you not understand this simple logic? How did you train to the Do Zun class? Humph! If it was not for Di Zun Tongxian's order, this battle general would have already broken through your Jade Sun Pass." At the same time, Tianqi quietly snorted coldly in his heart. "In that case, show us your true strength. Let us see just how strong a battle general of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion is." The 2 Do Zuns exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes revealed a determined expression. The 2 of them were originally experts from the divine kingdom of the Eastern Land. They did not cherish their lives as much as those people from the sections. They were already prepared to die on the battlefield one day. Something is wrong. Where are the fighting soldiers that I have brought with me? Battle General Tianqi randomly swept his gaze below. However, he discovered that the fighting soldiers under him had already disappeared. The Heaven and Earth Pavilion had battle commanders, battle generals, and fighting soldiers. Do Zuns could be generals, while Do Zongs could be soldiers. They were different from ordinary soldiers. These Do Zongs were carefully selected in order to enter the Heaven and Earth Pavilion to become fighting soldiers. Their fighting strength was comparable to an ordinary Heaven's Pride. Even if the other party had sent an elite Do Zun, it was impossible for none of them to escape, right? When he thought of this, Battle General Tianqi suddenly cried out at the two Do Zuns, "Did you use a trick to capture my people? Ha ha! Your people have disappeared? Then they must have been captured by us." The two Do Zuns revealed carefree smiles on their faces when they heard this. Even though they knew nothing about this matter, they were satisfied as long as they saw the change in Tianqi's expression. "You are seeking death." Battle General Tianqi was immediately furious. He had also tossed the order from his superior to temporarily not act rashly to the back of his mind. This is bad. The two Do Zuns were shocked. They saw a large spirit wolf that was over 200 feet long suddenly appear in front of Battle General Tianqi. It bit at them. If they were to be bitten, it would be useless even if their cultivation was many times greater. The two generals are in danger. Li Yuyang's face revealed a trace of shock. He subconsciously looked at Ning Qi, only to discover that Ning Qi had already disappeared from his original spot. "Looks like we're going to die here today. Hopefully, there will be a day when the cultivators of our Dongxian land can also agglomerate such a spirit." The two Do Zuns had accepted the fact that they were facing death. They fearlessly looked at the large wolf that was charging at them. In the face of such a powerful spirit, they had already determined that this was the path they should take after becoming a Do Zun. Before this, they had been walking the wrong path. All the cultivators of Dongxian had been walking the wrong path. Creak! The large wolf suddenly emitted a miserable howl. The two Do Zuns were stunned as they watched this scene in front of them. They saw an incomparably large arm extend out from behind the two of them and tightly grab the neck of the large wolf. The large spirit wolf, which had been majestic earlier, was currently struggling with all its might. Its mouth emitted a miserable howl. Soon after, the Titan spirit, which was around 180 feet tall, completely appeared in front of the two of them. With a gentle tug, it tore the large spirit wolf into pieces. This scene caused the two of them to suffocate. Chapter 803. Tuoba Xiuxiao's backup plan. Why are you here? The Tianqi battle general looked at Ning Qi with a face of disbelief. His shoulders trembled uncontrollably. He still remembered the scene in the ancient, desolate land. Ning Qi was like an ancient demon god who had suppressed the ultimate pride of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Zhongli Huatian with a wave of his hand. Even Zhongli Huatian's cultivation level had fallen. Who is he? The two Do Zuns, who thought that they would definitely die, looked at Ning Qi with surprise. A rich doubt rose in their hearts. He should not be someone from the Dongxian land in order to possess such a terrifying spirit, right? Why can't I be here? Ning Qi looked at the Tianqi battle general and asked with a faint smile. Horror flashed across the Tianqi battle general's eyes. A large spirit wolf suddenly agglomerated and pounced toward Ning Qi. His actual body did not hesitate to turn around and flee. The Titan spirit smashed the large spirit wolf into pieces with a punch, after which it let out a low roar and took a step forward. The Tianqi battle general had yet to flee 1,000 feet before he was grabbed back by the Titan spirit. Li Yuyang and the group of Heaven's Prides involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when they saw this scene. The Heaven and Earth Pavilion's battle general was suppressed just like this? Li Yuyang muttered in disbelief. The faces of those Heaven's Prides revealed a proud expression. That is only natural. Who cares what kind of battle general he is? He is just an ant in front of Senior Ning. Even the ultimate pride of the 9 great clans are no match for Senior Ning. A mere heaven and earth pavilion's battle general is nothing. Hiss! The soldiers of the Jade Sun Pass inhaled a breath of cool air when they heard this. They naturally knew what the words ultimate pride represented. They were all heaven's prides who had the potential to become saints. Weren't the various great Do Di who dominated a region also considered ultimate pride when they were in the Do Zun class? The higher-ups had actually dispatched such a person to the Jade Sun Pass? The heavens are protecting our Jade Sun Pass. Li Yuyang let out a sigh. If the Jade Sun Pass was broken through today, he would not be able to escape the blame. Say, Elder, you are? The 2 Do Zuns finally reacted. They cupped their hands toward Ning Chi in fear. The Apocalypse-era battle general that had toyed with them like mice actually fled upon seeing this person, unable to even block a single move. This was just too terrifying. Generals, I'm Ning Beixian. I've been sent here to support you. Apart from Tian Chi, the Heaven and Earth Pavilion only has 30 soldiers here, right? Ning Chi looked at the two and smiled faintly. So it's an honorable prodigy. The 2 Do Zuns came to a sudden understanding. They were already aware that due to the invasion of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, the various large clans in the Eastern Xianland had dispatched their heaven prides to support the Eastern Land Divine Kingdom. Ning Chi's strength could only be explained by being an ultimate heaven pride. The 2 of them rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, the higher-ups had sent a supreme genius this time. If it was an ordinary genius, they might not be a match for the Apocalypse battle general, and they would definitely die today. However, were the supreme prodigies of the 9 superclans already this powerful? His divine soul was nearly 180 zhang long. The 2 of them could not understand this point. Young Master Beixian, there is indeed only General Tianqi here with over 30 soldiers. Could it be that those soldiers have already been suppressed by you? Aye. Ning Chi nodded faintly. He raised his eyes to look at the Apocalypse battle general. We have met many times. You have once chased after me with the intent to kill. However, today is the first time we have faced each other head-on, right? Aye. The Apocalypse battle general was unable to move in the hands of Tai Tan's divine soul. All he could do was nod his head with a gloomy face. He said, Ning Beixian, although you have injured the direct descendant of the pavilion chief, according to what I know, a couple of Di Zun wish to accept you as a disciple. For example, Di Zun Tong Xian. I can recommend you. With your talent, it is really a waste to stay here. Why don't you follow me to the Great Net Empire? At that time, your position will definitely not be weaker than Zhongli Huatian's. How dare you? You actually dare to openly sow discord. The 2 Do Zuns were shocked as they furiously cried out at the Apocalypse battle general. If a supreme genius like Ning Chi was lured to the Withered Bones Forbidden Land and joined the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, the loss to the Eastern Xianland would be even greater than losing 10 Jade Sun passes. The Apocalypse battle general ignored these 2 Do Zuns. His eyes contained some anticipation as he looked at Ning Chi. Ha! Zhongli Huatian wishes to kill me even in his dreams. How dare you say that I will go to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion? The corner of Ning Chi's mouth curled up slightly as he revealed a mocking expression. Brother Beixian, you have misunderstood. Zhongli Huatian's authority in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion is actually not as great as you think. Above him, there are still some before the Apocalypse battle general could finish speaking. His eyes suddenly looked behind Ning Chi as a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Ning Chi reacted immediately. He suddenly turned his head and saw Yin Xiaoyan looking at him with a smile. The 2 Do Zuns had not even noticed how Yin Xiaoyan had appeared beside them before this. Tuoba Chi Xiao, you old bastard! Ning Chi finally knew what Tuoba Chi Xiao's backup plan was. This old fellow had actually sent news of his arrival to Yin Xiaoyan. Mr. Beixian, long time no see. Yin Xiaoyan smiled. Ning Chi put on a fake smile as he said, Senior Een, did you come specially for me today? Or are you just passing by? What do you think? Een Xiaoyan smiled slightly. Senior Een, quickly suppress this brat. He is someone that Mr. Zhongli must kill. The Apocalypse Battle General shouted at Een Xiaoyan in ecstasy. Didn't you just say that you would introduce me to Sovereign Tongxian? Ning Qi looked at the Apocalypse Battle General. I was lying to you. So what if you know now? The Apocalypse Battle General laughed sinisterly. He was only using this expedient tactic to preserve his life. Shut up. You're noisy. Een Xiaoyan coldly swept his gaze over the Apocalypse Battle General. The Apocalypse Battle General was slightly startled. He suddenly recalled that Sovereign Tongxian did not have a good relationship with Zhongli Huatian. Een Xiaoyan naturally did not have a good impression of a lackey under Zhongli Huatian, so he quickly shut his mouth. Een Xiaoyan smiled and said to Ning Qi, Mr. Beixian, the imperial concubine is very satisfied with the effects of the beauty-calming pills. She put in a good word for me in front of the Sovereign Tongxian. I have to thank you, Mr. Ning Qi smiled. In that case, how about we pretend that we never met today? Are you going to bring this person back? Een Xiaoyan shook his head and smiled. Even so, Sovereign Tongxian wants to see you. Mr. Beixian, you should come with me. However, I can guarantee that your life will not be in danger. Een Xiaoyan sized up Ning Qi's tightened divine soul as he spoke. A trace of imperceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. With such a divine soul, it was no wonder that Zhongli Huatian was no match for him. At this moment, the two Dozuns also guessed Een Xiaoyan's identity. A trace of shock appeared on their faces. Sovereign Tongxian only had one existence with the surname Een, and that was the Battle Saint Een Xiaoyan. A battle saint. Why would a battle saint come to a remote place like Jade Sun Pass? Chapter 804. The might of the nine divine bells above the Jade Sun Pass. Everyone felt that something was amiss. However, they could not hear the conversation between Een Xiaoyan and Ning Qi, so they did not know Een Xiaoyan's identity. Li Yuyang revealed a worried expression. How did that senior appear? Did anyone see it clearly? The prodigies shook their heads, indicating that they did not see it clearly. Could it be a senior sent by the higher-ups? Look, he did not attack Senior Ning. A prodigy said uncertainly, It's possible, but Feng Dongming looked worriedly at Een Xiaoyan. He felt that something was amiss. Ning Qi looked at Een Xiaoyan and smiled bitterly. Senior Een, you know that I will not go with you to Emperor Tongxian. Een Xiaoyan said helplessly, Then I will have to do it myself. The two of you retreat to the Jade Sun Pass first to avoid being implicated. Ning Qi looked at the two Dozuns. A hint of hesitation appeared on the two's faces. Een Xiaoyan is a Dosheng. You will not be of any help to me if you stay here. Go. Ning Qi transmitted. Yes. Take care, young master. The two Dozuns nodded helplessly and flew back to the Jade Sun Pass. Een Xiaoyan did not stop them. He looked at Ning Qi after they returned to the Jade Sun Pass and smiled. Are you really going to attack me? Although your spirit is very strong, and even I can feel an oppressive aura, I have been a saint for over 2,000 years. I can kill thousands of people like Zhongli Huatian without panting. Young Master Beixian, why don't you reconsider? Ning Qi had already checked Een Xiaoyan's attributes. He knew that Een Xiaoyan was a 3-star Dosheng, stronger than Tuoba Qi Xiao, Huang Heng, and the others. He was not someone that Tuoba Etian could compare to. Senior, I still want to try. Ning Qi smiled. All right, I will let you make the first move. Een Xiaoyan smiled. Senior Een. The Tianqi general could not help but call out. Ning Qi's mind moved, and the Titan spirit's hand gently squeezed. A series of crackling sounds came from the Tianqi general's body. His face instantly turned extremely pale because all the bones in his body had been shattered. Ning Beixian, The Apocalypse Battle General let out a roar of despair. This sort of injury would take several decades to recover. Even if he did recover in the future, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. If you interrupt again, I don't mind killing you. Ning Qi looked coldly at the Apocalypse War General. The Apocalypse General only felt a chill run down his spine from Ning Qi's gaze. He hurriedly shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. However, his venomous gaze was undisguised as he stared at Ning Qi. In his eyes, Ning Qi would definitely be suppressed by Yin Xiaoyan today. Just you wait. One day, you will regret what you have done to me today. Tian Qi Battle General viciously thought. Senior Yin, pay attention. Ning Qi smiled, and a large bell suddenly appeared in front of him. The 9-spirited divine bell. Ever since Ning Qi obtained it, he had never used it. That was because Little Six had warned him in advance. Every time he used the divine bell of 9-spirited necklace, that stubborn donkey would sense it a little more. When the number of times reached a certain level, the stubborn little donkey would be able to rely on this sense to break the void and grab the divine bell of 9-spirited necklace. At that time, perhaps Ning Qi wouldn't be able to escape. Do weapon? Yin Xiaoyan was slightly startled. In the next moment, Ning Qi suddenly punched the divine bell of 9-spirited necklace. Silver Do Qi flowed through Ning Qi's fist and poured into the divine bell of 9-spirited necklace. The complicated vein patterns on its surface began to emit specks of silver light. However, Ning Qi had only refined 1% of the divine bell of 9-spirited necklace, so only 1% of the vein patterns were activated and glowing. Buzz, an incomparably deep bell sound, instantly rang out. The Apocalypse General, who was closest to the divine bell of 9-spirited necklace, was the first to hear the sound. His expression immediately became incomparably sluggish, as if he was a walking corpse. A visible sound wave directly spread out from the divine bell of 9-spirited necklace. However, its main target was naturally Yin Xiaoyan. What kind of Do weapon is this? Yin Xiaoyan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A premonition of extreme danger gushed out from the depths of his heart. Break! Yin Xiaoyan softly cried out after calming down. He struck out with his palm. An incomparably sharp palm technique directly attacked the divine bell of 9-spirited necklace. Ning Qi immediately heaved a sigh of relief when his attack collided with the sound wave. That was because Yin Xiaoyan's attack had been directly dissipated by the sound wave. Yin Xiaoyan's expression gradually became sluggish when the sound wave swept over his body. He just stood in the empty space without any movement, as if he had fallen into an illusion. Ning Qi immediately kept the divine bell of 9-spirited necklace into his spatial bag. On an extremely distant continent, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. A doubtful expression flashed across the eyes as if they had sensed something. After a day and night, the pair of eyes slowly closed. What's wrong? Why aren't they moving? The 2 dozuns on the Jade Sun Pass revealed a doubtful expression. They could not understand the current situation. Ning Qi kept the Titan spirit and personally carried the Apocalypse General back to the Jade Sun Pass. He told everyone, retreat, abandon this place. Remember to bring the group of battle soldiers. These captives can be exchanged for refining godstones. Young Master Beixian, what exactly is going on? Are we really going to abandon the Jade Sun Pass? Li Yuyang could not help but open his mouth to ask. I estimate that Doxing will wake up in another 2 to 4 hours. With the current strength of the Jade Sun Pass, do you have the confidence to face the fury of a Doxing? Ning Qi faintly replied. After saying that, he ignored the crowd and flew directly toward the divine kingdom of the East's imperial capital. The group of elites who had come with him hurriedly brought the group of captives and followed closely behind. They would not feel anything even if the divine kingdom of the East fell, let alone the Jade Sun Pass. Therefore, when Ning Qi said to retreat, they did not hesitate at all. Dousheng. That is actually a dousheng. Li Yuyang's face revealed a shocked expression. He is indeed a dousheng. The two Dozuns exchanged glances with each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The two of them did not have any clue as to how Ning Qi was able to turn a dousheng into such a dull manner. Their hearts guessed that it was likely related to the large bell that Ning Qi had taken out earlier. It really is a dousheng. Quick! Inform everyone to abandon the Jade Sun Pass. Li Yuyang roared. The capital, the sacrificial god hall. Tuoba Xiaoxiao and the other doushengs coldly looked at Ning Qi's group. The apocalypse general and the dozens of battle soldiers were guarded by a few Dozuns by the side. Who allowed you to abandon the Jade Sun Pass? Do you know that this is a great crime? Chapter 805. Chapter 805. Old dog Tuoba Xiaoxiao, you colluded with the Heaven and Earth Pavilion and sold out my whereabouts. I still need to settle this score with you, but you're accusing me first? Ning Qi stared coldly at Tuoba Xiaoxiao without any fear in his eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? Tuoba Xiaoxiao was enraged. Ning Beixian, do you know what you're saying? Are you accusing a dousheng of colluding with the Heaven and Earth Pavilion? Bai Xiaohe frowned. This brat is just spouting nonsense and trying to frame us. Huang Heng laughed darkly. The group of Dozong prodigies kneeling behind Ning Qi trembled in fear. They had not expected Ning Qi to dare to fight a one-star dousheng. Ning Qi's position in their hearts was rising like a rocket. Nonsense. How did Yin Xiaoyan, who is under Di Xian Tong's command, know that I was at the Jade Sun Pass? If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been captured and sent to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Ning Qi laughed coldly. What? Yin Xiaoyan went to the Jade Sun Pass? A few doushengs, including Bai Xiaohe, revealed doubtful expressions. Logically speaking, the Jade Sun Pass did not have much strategic value. The Heaven and Earth Pavilion was already giving them face by sending a battle general there. It was impossible for them to send another dousheng over. Yin Xiaoyan was ranked top 3 among the doushengs here. Such a being should be at a more important juncture. Why would he go to the Jade Sun Pass? Could it be that someone had leaked his whereabouts and Yin Xiaoyan had gone to suppress him? What a joke. If I, Tuoba Qixiao, want to deal with you, it's just a matter of lifting a finger. As for Yin Xiaoyan going to the Jade Sun Pass, I deeply doubt it. If he really went there with your cultivation, how did you escape? This is just an excuse for you to give up on the Jade Sun Pass. Tuoba Xiaoxiao laughed in anger. That's right. Ning Beixian, how did you escape from a 3-star dousheng and bring back so many captives? This doesn't make sense. If you can't give us an explanation today, we will hold you accountable. Framing a dousheng is a serious crime. Even Elder Jean can't help you. Yeah. Other than 100 Dawn River, the other few doushengs all felt that Tuoba Qixiao's words were extremely reasonable. Tuoba Xiaoxiao stared coldly at Ning Qi, but his heart was already in turmoil. He couldn't understand how Ning Qi had managed to escape from Yin Xiaoyan. Furthermore, he didn't seem to be injured at all. Even if he were to face Yin Xiaoyan head-on, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Hurry up and tell me how you escaped from Yin Xiaoyan. You can't tell me, can you? Huang Heng sneered at Ning Qi. Ning Qi chuckled and glanced at them. What does it have to do with all of you how I escaped from Yin Xiaoyan? Thousands of people here saw it with their own eyes. Tuoba Xiaoxiao's suspicion of colluding with the enemy cannot be cleared. Yes, we saw it. Fang Dongming suddenly gathered his courage and said. After speaking, he regretted being so rash. These people in front of him were all doushengs who were rarely seen, especially Tuoba Xiaoxiao. If he offended him, he might even have nightmares in his sleep. You all saw it. Why don't you tell me what happened? Tuoba Xiaoxiao looked at Fang Dongming coldly and scanned the others. They all shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know anything. Fang Dongming was a little angry when he saw this. At this moment, 100 Donlan spoke. "Tell us what happened." When Fong Dongming heard this, he organized his thoughts and explained the situation. After he finished, Tuoba Xiuxiao smiled. "From the beginning to the end, did you hear that guy admit that he was Yin Xiaoyan, a Dousheng?" Tuoba Xiuxiao sneered. Fong Dongming felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. His body instantly trembled. That's right, he didn't even hear the other party admit that he was Yin Xiaoyan. Seeing Fong Dongming's ugly expression, Tuoba Xiuxiao was confident of his victory. He immediately yelled at Ning Qi, "You gave up Jade Sun Pass without permission and framed me. Ning Beixian, do you know your crimes?" His voice reverberated across the entire place with the help of his Do Qi. Fong Dongming and the others were sent flying by the sound wave. Ning Qi also involuntarily took dozens of steps back before he could counteract the sound wave. However, he had already suffered some internal injuries. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "You think you are worthy of being called a sage? You are just an old dog." Ning Qi grinned widely. "Shut up. A Dousheng cannot be humiliated." When the other Doushengs heard this, they all felt that they had been humiliated by Ning Qi. After all, Ning Qi's attitude toward them had been somewhat disrespectful. When he described Tuoba Xiuxiao as an old dog they could no longer hold in, they all scolded him and were about to suppress him. "What, did that brat offend you again?" Old man Jean walked in unhurriedly and stood beside Ning Qi. He lifted his eyes and swept a glance at Tuoba Xiuxiao and the others. Tuoba Xiuxiao and the others were originally filled with anger. However, when they saw old man Jean, their anger was instantly extinguished. They stood up and cupped their hands in greeting. "No wonder he is so fearless," the group of Doushengs quietly exclaimed in their hearts. The moment old man Jean appeared, they knew that Ning Qi had not immediately come to the sacrificial god hall after returning to the capital. Instead, he had informed old man Jean. With old man Jean around, it would likely be somewhat difficult for them to convict Ning Qi of his crimes. "Elder Jean, not only did this brat abandon the Jade Sun Pass without permission, he even framed me and called me an old dog. Today, I will not rest until this brat is dead." Tuoba Xiuxiao gritted his teeth as he looked at Ning Qi and said, "Oh." Although old man Jin's expression did not change, he laughed bitterly in his heart. He transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. "Little brat, you dare to scold a Dousheng?" "Elder Jean, this person colluded with the enemy and revealed my whereabouts to Yin Xiaoyan. If I did not have some tricks up my sleeves, I would not have been able to return this time around." "What? You have evidence?" "This brat can make him say it personally." "All right, I will help you settle this matter. However, just these few people are not enough. I will also call Tuoba Xinlong and the rest over." Old man Jin's lips moved slightly. At the same time, a few figures broke through the air and flew toward the sacrificial god hall from various places. After informing Tuoba Xinlong and the rest, old man Jin looked at Tuoba Xiuxiao and smiled faintly. "Little brat, he said that you colluded with the enemy. Do you admit to this?" "Framing. This is a complete framing." Tuoba Xiuxiao was extremely agitated. The group of Doushengs did not doubt his words when they saw this. They believed that Ning Qi was indeed framing him. Otherwise, Tuoba Xiuxiao would not be so agitated. However, this little brat said that he can make you admit it personally. You should prepare yourself. I will also call your ancestor back. The truth will naturally be clear when they arrive." Old man Jean laughed faintly. "What? He wants me to personally say it?" An undetectable fear immediately flashed across Tuoba Xiuxiao's eyes. The agitation on his face had also greatly diminished. Chapter 806. This bottle of medicine was called Truth Serum. "Are you afraid?" Ning Qi looked at Tuoba Xiuxiao indifferently. "Who's afraid?" Then let the various old ancestors be the judge. Tuoba Xiaoxiao was stubborn. He did not believe that Ning Qi had any means to make him admit that he was the one who leaked the news. A few beams of light flew over from afar. Tuoba Xinlong arrived first, followed by the Zhuge clans and Fang clans Dodi. They entered the hall and looked at old man Jean doubtfully. Elder Jean, why did you summon us back in such a hurry? Tuoba Xinlong paused for a moment when his gaze swept past Ning Qi. Finally, he looked at old man Jean and asked, Old ancestor, this brat has wronged me. Tuoba Xiaoxiao said to Tuoba Xinlong with an aggrieved expression. Then he explained everything that had happened. Of course, when he talked about Ning Qi abandoning Jade Sun Pass without permission and retreating with his men, he deliberately emphasized his tone. Abandoned the entire pass by himself. The few Dodi frowned slightly. They looked at Ning Qi with unfriendly gazes. Ning Qi's actions could easily affect the morale of the army during a battle with the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Elder Jean, why did you summon us back for this? Let them be punished as they should be. Tuoba Xinlong said indifferently, Are you all playing dumb? How did Yin Xiaoyan know about this brat's whereabouts? Why didn't you bring this up? If the person who came was really Yin Xiaoyan, given the strength of Jade Sun Pass, why didn't we retreat and wait for the other party to slaughter us? Old man Jin's expression turned cold. From the start to the end, there was no evidence that the person who came was Yin Xiaoyan. This fellow is a battle general of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, right? Just ask him. Tuoba Xinlong looked at Battle General Tianqi. Battle General Tianqi had already woken up from the illusion. He had no idea how Ning Qi had escaped Yin Xiaoyan's suppression and brought them back to the divine kingdom of the East capital. He only wanted to protect his own life. Hence, when Tuoba Xinlong looked at him, he revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Do as I say and you won't die. This was the content of Tuoba Xinlong's voice transmission. The Apocalypse Battle General said decisively, That's not Yin Xiaoyan at all. He's just an ordinary battle general. This kid is fleeing out of fear. Nonsense. How could an ordinary battle general be a match for senior apprentice Brother Ning? How could he run away in fear? Feng Dongming couldn't help but ask, You have no right to speak here. Tuoba Xinlong waved his hand furiously, and Feng Dongming felt himself being hit by a huge force. He flew backward and landed heavily on the ground, unconscious. Those Dozongs were so frightened that they trembled. They did not dare to say anything else. Otherwise, it was likely that their fates would be exactly the same as Feng Dongming. If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you fighting? Old man Jean raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. He gently slapped his palm in Feng Dongming's direction. Feng Dongming's originally incomparably pale face instantly turned rosy. Tuoba Xinlong laughed faintly and said, The facts have already proven that Ning Beixian is fleeing out of fear and is now framing an elder of my Tuoba clan. Elder Jean, although you are an elder and have more experience than us, and you were already a Dodi when we were still Dozuns, this does not mean that this brat can do whatever he wants in the divine kingdom of the Eastern lands. According to military rules, he should be executed. Facts? What a joke. Ning Qi laughed coldly. Are the words of your Tuoba clan the truth? Oh, if what my Tuoba clan says isn't the truth, then what is it? Tuoba Xinlong looked indifferently at Ning Qi. Naturally, it's bullshit. Ning Qi laughed coldly. This brat is quite bold. The other Do-Di involuntarily raised the corner of their mouths when they saw this. Tuoba Xinlong frowned slightly and glanced at old man Jean. Senior Jean, if he continues to spout nonsense, I might have to capture him and bring him back to the Tuoba clan to punish him properly. Do you dare? Old man Jean raised his eyebrows. Why wouldn't I dare? Tuoba Xinlong said indifferently. In an instant, the atmosphere in the large hall froze. A great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Let them speak the truth themselves. Brat, don't you have a way to make people speak the truth? Quickly use it, just like that time at the Divine Dragon Marquis residence. Old man Jean glanced at Ning Chi. So this old man already knew about that matter. No wonder he believed me the moment I said it. Ning Chi came to a sudden realization. Subsequently, he revealed a cold smile and directly walked toward the apocalyptic battle general. A bottle of truth serum appeared in his hand. Other than Ning Chi, no one else in the eastern Xianland could find a second bottle of this magic serum that could make people reveal all the secrets in their hearts. What are you doing? The apocalyptic battle general was somewhat afraid. Everyone, this bottle of medicine is called truth serum, as long as one consumes it. Even if his mother wore any color underwear in the past, he will confess the truth. There will not be any lies mixed in. Ning Chi forcefully fed the truth serum to the apocalyptic battle general as he explained to everyone. Tuoba Xiaoxiao was startled. Could it be that Ning Chi was also going to let him consume this thing later? Tuoba Xinlong frowned and said, Truth serum? I have never heard of it. You will speak the truth after being persuaded. But I will lie after being persuaded. What proof do you have? Ha ha, isn't it simple to know the truth? Everyone can send a few people out to try. However, before that, let's listen to what this person has to say. Ning Chi laughed coldly and looked at the stunned apocalyptic battle general. Who was the one who wanted to suppress me at Jade Sun Pass? In Xiaoyan. The apocalyptic battle general answered with a stunned expression. The group of Do Di immediately revealed a strange expression when they heard this. It's fake. He is lying. Tuoba Xiaoxiao could not help but say. Shut up first and observe the situation. Tuoba Xinlong transmitted his voice to Tuoba Xiaoxiao. Yes. Tuoba Xiaoxiao jumped in fright and immediately shut his mouth. Ning Chi ignored him and continued to ask, Why are you lying? Tuoba Xinlong's expression immediately changed. Indeed, the apocalyptic battle general opened his mouth and said, Earlier, a Do Di transmitted his voice and told me to lie. He said that he could guarantee my life. A Do Di? Ning Chi said with a half-smile, Who is it? I do not know. The apocalyptic battle general answered. Ning Chi was somewhat disappointed. He clearly discovered that Tuoba Xinlong's expression had relaxed significantly. Tell us all the secrets of your heaven and earth pavilion. The Zhuge clan's Do Di suddenly stepped forward and shouted. Yes. Following which, the apocalyptic battle general told them everything he knew about the heaven and earth pavilion, including the private lives of some Dizun. Oh, there are a few things that are similar to what I know. It looks like the effect of this truth serum is, as you said. The Zhuge clan's Do Di nodded. The other Do Di also nodded and said to Tuoba Xinlong, This medicine is useful. Ha ha! In that case, it is time for Tuoba Xiaoxiao to consume it. Old man Jean laughed loudly. Chapter 807. Dang chop, no. We still do not know what effect this medicine has and whether it will cause harm to one's mind. A Do Sheng of my Tuoba clan would definitely not consume such a medicine of unknown origin. Tuoba Xinlong refused. Ning Chi sneered, Whether it works or not, you'll know after you try it. If it really works, I'm willing to contribute a bottle after this matter is over. In the future, if you capture some important captives and want to interrogate them, it'll be much easier than searching their souls. That makes sense. Agreed. Seconded. Other than Tuoba Xinlong, the other Do Di nodded their heads in agreement. Tuoba Xinlong's expression was very unsightly, but he still requested Ning Chi to do dozens of experiments. The final results showed that the truth serum did not cause any harm to the human body. The words of the person who consumed the truth serum were all true, without a single lie. Tuoba Xinlong couldn't find an answer, and could only watch helplessly as old man Jean personally stepped forward and poured over 1,000 drops of truth serum into Tuoba Xiaoxiao's mouth. At this time, an extremely secretive aura flew out from Tuoba Shinlong's hand towards Tuoba Xiuxiao's head. This was his secret technique that could control a person's every word and action. He planned to use this method to prevent Tuoba Xiuxiao from speaking the truth under the effect of the truth serum. Unfortunately, Old Man Jean was even more astute and experienced than him. He had long since guarded against Tuoba Shinlong's tricks. That aura flew into the air and was shattered by Old Man Jin's palm strike. There's a mosquito. Old Man Jin smiled and glanced at Tuoba Shinlong. Tuoba Shinlong's face was somewhat ashen. At this moment, the medicinal effect of the truth serum had already begun to take effect. Tuoba Xiuxiao, a dignified Dosheng, gradually became dull. This scene caused the faces of the 100 Dawn River and the other Doshengs to reveal shocked expressions. He was extremely fearful of the truth serum in Ningqi's hands. This kind of medicine, which did not appear to possess any Doqi aura, was actually able to affect a Dosheng? Tuoba Xiuxiao, how did Yin Xiaoyan learn of Ningqi's whereabouts? Speak! Old Man Jin shouted. Tuoba Xiuxiao revealed a look of struggle on his face. Then he said, I was the one who leaked the information. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall was instantly in an uproar. The Tuoba clan's Dosheng class elder has really colluded with the enemy. Not only do we have to face the experts of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, but we also have to be wary of people stabbing us in the back. There's no way to fight this battle. The Dozongs who had followed Ningqi to the Jade Sun Pass all grumbled softly in indignation after learning the truth. Fang Dongming had woken up at some point and was standing behind Ningqi with a cold smile on his face. The few Doshengs from the 100 Xiao land exchanged glances with one another. They smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Actually, the 100 Xiao land had already guessed the truth of the matter. Tuoba Xiuxiao, you are really muddle-headed. How could you do such a thing? 100 Day Land sighed in his heart. Why did you leak Ningqi's whereabouts to Yin Xiaoyan? Do you have a deep grudge against him? Old Man Jin asked. This is because he killed an Dosheng from my Tuoba clan. Tuoba Xiuxiao continued. Tuoba Shinlong's expression immediately became a little uneasy. If Old Man Jin continued to ask, he would probably have to step up as well. What? He killed a Dosheng from the Tuoba clan? This kid killed a saint? Why didn't we know? All the Doshengs and Do emperors present were extremely shocked. The way they looked at Ningqi was instantly different. In the tens of thousands of years of history in Dongxian, no ultimate prodigy had ever killed a saint by himself. The few times they had killed a saint, it was with the combined efforts of dozens of ultimate prodigies. Ningqi's talent had actually reached such a level? This kid will definitely become a Do emperor in the future. The Do emperor of the Zhuge clan could not help but sigh. Originally, the way he looked at Ningqi still contained a trace of looking at an ant. However, now that he knew that Ningqi had killed a Dosheng from the Tuoba clan with his 2-star Do Zun cultivation, the way he looked at Ningqi had become somewhat equal. It was as though he was looking at someone of the same generation. He deserves to be ranked first on the Earth list. The Do Emperor of the 100 Xiao clan said faintly. Long ago, the 100 Xiao clan had already started an intense discussion. One party believed that Ningqi could be ranked first on the Earth list, while the other party believed that Tengu Khan of the ancient Heaven Dragon clan was stronger and that he was the true number 1 on the Earth list. However, with the news today, Ningqi's position as number 1 on the Earth list was already stable. Damn brat! Why didn't you tell me about this? Old Man Jin looked at Ningqi with dissatisfaction. Elder Jin, I feel that there is no need to mention such a small matter. Ningqi said faintly. A small matter? Killing a saint is actually a small matter in his eyes. Don't tell me that he wants to kill a D emperor. Everyone could not help but silently criticize in their hearts. Elder Jin, the matter is already very clear. From the looks of it, Tuoba Xiuxiao acted on his own after learning of this matter and did such a muddle-headed thing. In the future, I will definitely properly discipline the people in the clan. However, this kid killed a Do Shang from my Tuoba clan. He must give me an explanation. As Tuoba Shinlong spoke, he suddenly attacked. His palm slammed onto Tuoba Xiaoxiao's head and immediately scattered the effect of the truth serum. Tuoba Xiaoxiao woke up. He still remembered what he had said, and his face instantly became incomparably pale. Elder Jean, I'm afraid that the mastermind behind this matter is Tuoba Shinlong. Ning Qi transmitted his voice to Old Man Jean. I know. However, it is more or less enough to investigate Tuoba Xiaoxiao. Even if Tuoba Shinlong is exposed, there is nothing we can do to him. Old Man Jean transmitted his voice. Ning Qi nodded slightly when he heard this. Explanation? This little brat can't possibly kill a Do Shang from your Tuoba clan for no reason, right? Old Man Jean coldly laughed. Ning Qi cooperatively explained the entire sequence of events. When he learned that the 9th branch of the Tuoba clan had repeatedly sent people to kill Ning Qi because Tuoba Qingfeng had died in Ning Qi's hands during the official competition, all the Do Di revealed a strange expression after learning that even Tuoba Etian had died in Ning Qi's hands. The matter is already clear. Your Tuoba clan cannot afford to lose. Don't come out. Old Man Jean coldly laughed. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If this is really the case, I will not pursue this matter any further. Tuoba Shinlong coldly snorted and was about to leave this place with Tuoba Xiaoxiao. You are leaving just like this? Ning Qi smiled. What do you want? Tuoba Shinlong coldly looked at Ning Qi. If not for Old Man Jean being present, he would have already turned Ning Qi into minced meat. Tuoba Xiaoxiao leaked information to the enemy and nearly caused my death. According to the military rules, how should he be dealt with? Ning Qi coldly laughed. Behead him. Old Man Jean cooperated and said, Old ancestor, save me. Tuoba Xiaoxiao knelt in front of Tuoba Shinlong with a plop. He did not want to die, just like this. Brat, don't go overboard. It will be easier for us to meet again in the future. Tuoba Shinlong's voice sounded beside Ning Qi's ear. Chapter 808. Three-Eyed People. 100,000 god refining stones is fine, but Tuoba Qixiao's cultivation cannot be crippled. Then kill him. Anyway, with my methods, a mere 100,000 god refining stones is nothing in my eyes. You. Tuoba Shinlong's face revealed a trace of anger. He glanced at Tuoba Xiaoxiao. If Tuoba Xiaoxiao wasn't his direct descendant, Tuoba Shinlong would have slapped him to death. Unfortunately, Tuoba Qixiao was one of the few direct descendants he had. If Tuoba Qixiao were to die here today, then not only would Tuoba Qixiao's reputation be ruined, his other descendants would be bitterly disappointed, and it would be extremely disadvantageous to Qin Shi's plan to control the Tuoba clan in the future. Ever since the Tuoba clan disciples came back from the Withered Bones Forbidden Zone with the news that the smelting godstone could condense the divine soul, the Tuoba clan had been collecting smelting godstones from all over the place. They had also found a few veins. As for him, he was one of the 3 great Do Di of the Tuoba clan. Although his cultivation was the lowest, 100,000 refining godstones was not a large sum to him. After thinking for a while, Tuoba Shinlong felt Old Man Jin's ferocious gaze. With a livid expression, he took out a universe ring and tossed it to Ning Qi. The speed of the universe ring was as fast as lightning. If Old Man Jin had not caught it, the ring would have blown Ning Qi's head into pieces. Refining godstone? I want 10%. After Old Man Jin caught the universe ring, he immediately understood that Ning Qi and Tuoba Shinlong had probably reached some kind of deal. Senior Jin, I'll give you 20%. Ning Qi took the interspatial ring with a smile. Bright and spacious. Old Man Jin liked Ning Qi more and more. Actually, ever since he knew that ancient puppets needed smelting godstones to activate, he had already started collecting smelting godstones before the 9 great clans under Ning Qi's reminder. He had also found some smelting godstone mines. But who would complain about having too much money? Moreover, being a refiner was a profession that burned through money. Oh, it looks like he has spent money to avert disaster. Impressive, he is the only one among the Dozuns who could force Tuoba Shinlong into such a state. A faint smile hung on the lips of the group of Dodi. Seeing this, Tuoba Yueshao immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment he was astonished to see Tuoba Shinlong smacking his dantian with his palm. With a piu sound, his dantian instantly shattered, and his cultivation was completely crippled. Patriarch, Tuoba Xiuxiao roared in despair. Don't talk. Tuoba Shinlong directly picked up Tuoba Xing and left the great hall. He soared into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Tuoba Chuexiao's cultivation base was crippled. The 100 Don River and the other Doshungs immediately revealed expressions of sympathy. The eyes that they used to look at Ning Qi were already a little afraid. Including Tuoba Ing Xiao, the Tuoba clan had already lost 2 Doshungs to this fellow. Fang Dongming and the other Dozongs revealed flushed red faces. The scene today had really shocked them. Senior Ning had actually forced the Tuoba clan's Dodi to personally cripple the cultivation of a Doshung. This was even more frightening than killing a saint. Senior Jean, the matter has come to an end. We will take our leave first. The Dodi from the other 8 great clans took their leave. All right, go ahead. Old man Jean waved his hand. After the Dodi left, the 100 Don River and the other Doshungs also took their leave. Let's go and split the loot. Old man Jean looked at Ning Qi sneakily. Jade Sun Pass. Yin Xiaoyan woke up from the illusion. His spirit immediately swept toward the Jade Sun Pass. After discovering that there was no one inside, Yin Xiaoyan could not help but let out a bitter laugh. This fellow's means even I fell for it. I must report this matter to Dizun. That big bell should be the fuse between him and Zhongli Huatian. In the next moment, Yin Xiaoyan disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Di Zun Tongxian. Even you can't deal with that big bell of his? Di Zun Tongxian frowned slightly. Indeed, Yin Xiaoyan nodded. After a pause, he said in a low voice, Di Zun, why don't you personally capture this fellow? If you obtain that big bell, perhaps your strength will greatly increase. Personally? I'm afraid I'll die before I can even get close to the divine nation of the East's imperial capital. Di Zun Tongxian sneered. What? Yin Xiaoyan was shocked to hear this. I have a feeling that the Dragon Clan here will not just stand by and watch. They haven't shown up yet because they're probably waiting for the pavilion master. Di Zun Tongxian said faintly. Yin Xiaoyan immediately felt a chill run down his spine. If Di Zun Tongxian's guess was right, didn't that mean that he had been moving around under the noses of those terrifying existences? I'm just guessing. As for that fellow, just keep a close eye on him. It's almost time for the pavilion master to come out of seclusion. When he appears, it will be the time for us to conquer Dongxian. Di Zun Tongxian said faintly. Yes. Yin Xiaoyan nodded. Ning Qi gave 20% of the refining godstones that Tuoba Shinlong had given him to old man Jean. He then brought Ning Qi to the training field of the imperial capital with a smile on his face. This place had become a temporary research site for the Celestial Mystery Institute's blacksmiths. The thousands of bronze puppets that Ning Qi had given to old man Jean were currently standing in the training field. There were many fellows with different identities nearby who were observing these ancient puppets purposefully and aimlessly. We've already found a way to repair them. Although the materials are different and the combat power of these ancient puppets will drop by about 10% after the repair, it's still better than being scrap metal. I estimate that it'll take another 10 days. Old man Jean said with a smile. Many talented blacksmiths were continuously tinkering with the bronze puppets. Ning Qi could feel the might of the Heavenly Mystery Institute from the bustling scene. Sure enough, Everyone has their own specialties. Ning Chi could not help but sigh in his heart. Look, you'll be able to get this batch of ancient puppets back in 10 days. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise to me? Old Man Jean rubbed his hands together and smiled. His unscrupulous manner sometimes made Ning Chi forget that he was still a 2-star Emperor of Dou. Senior, let's go somewhere quiet. Ning Chi nodded with a smile. Old Man Jin's face lit up with wild joy. He brought Ning Chi back to the courtyard where he lived and waved his men away. He even set up a restrictive spell to prevent spirit peeping. Ning Chi still had more than 500,000 dragon slayer coins left. Adding to the defeat reparations from Toba Shinlong, he would still have plenty left after condensing his spirit to the extreme. Old Man Jean had also taken care of him so many times. Ning Chi planned to choose a stronger ancient bloodline for Old Man Jean. Senior Jean, what do you think of the ancient three-eyed race bloodline? Ning Chi's eyes brightened as he browsed through the bloodlines in the dragon slaying mall. He smiled at Old Man Jean. What, ancient three-eyed race? Brat, you aren't lying to me, are you? Old Man Jean revealed a shocked expression. According to ancient records, there was an ancient race that was born with 3 eyes. The third eye between their brows could see through all illusions. Regardless of whether it was martial techniques, cultivation methods, or Dou weapons, they could understand them at a glance. This made them one of the most knowledgeable races among the many ancient races. Chapter 809. Old Man Jean has broken through. Of course I won't lie to you. Ning Chi rolled his eyes. Brat, if you can really give me a 3-eyed race bloodline, the Divine Mystery Institution will be your home in the future. Old Man Jean grabbed Ning Chi's collar excitedly. Then I won't have to spend money to buy dragon-slaying bullets in the future. Ning Chi's eyes brightened. I'll give it to you at cost price. Old Man Jean was obviously not stunned by the words 3-eyed race. All right. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. He reached out and patted Old Man Jin's forehead. The 3-eyed race's primary bloodline, which Ning Chi had spent 300,000 dragon-slaying coins to buy, was injected into Old Man Jin's body. His expression suddenly became sluggish, and he stood there motionless. Ning Chi saw that in Old Man Jin's eyes, lines of runes that looked like random codes kept sweeping across. Suddenly, Old Man Jin's 2-star Emperor Dou aura surged out uncontrollably and directly shot up into the sky, overturning the roof. Enemy attack! The blacksmiths of the Divine Mystery Institution immediately rushed over. As this place was in the Imperial Palace, it was surrounded by a large group of guards in almost 10 breaths' time. What's wrong with Senior Jean? The third Duke also appeared here, accompanied by General Shinsi and the others. He looked at Old Man Jean with an extremely puzzled expression. Brother Ning, what's wrong with my master? Manjulu rushed in and wanted to slap Old Man Jean, but was stopped by Ning Chi. Senior Jean is about to break through. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Really? Manjulu's eyes revealed an ecstatic look. At the realm of Emperor Dou, it was extremely difficult to break through each star. Some people, after breaking through to the 1-star Emperor Dou, would use up all their talent and would linger in the realm for the rest of their lives, unable to advance even an inch for thousands of years. There were many such examples. For example, Old Man Jean was already a 2-star Emperor Dou 1,000 years ago. He's about to break through? A few Dou emperors broke through the air and came over. Seeing Old Man Jin's fluctuating aura, their eyes revealed a look of jealousy. As for Ning Chi, who was standing in front of Old Man Jean, he was automatically ignored. No one would associate what was happening to Old Man Jin's body with Ning Chi. More and more people gathered. No one had ever seen how a Dou broke through. Even the king of the Eastern Divine Kingdom, who was in seclusion due to his serious injuries, specially ordered someone to pass down an imperial edict. telling everyone to pay attention to protect Old Man Jean and not let anyone disturb his breakthrough. 2 hours passed. The aura on Old Jin's body gradually stabilized. It was around 3 times thicker than before. Those few Do-Di involuntarily sighed when they saw this. They knew that Old Jin's realm was gradually stabilizing. Soon, he would become a 3-star Do-Di. Another 2 hours passed. Suddenly, a black slit appeared between Old Man Jin's brows. This slit became more and more obvious, and in front of everyone's dazed eyes, it suddenly opened. It was a pair of eyes, a pair of extremely terrifying eyes. Within the blood-red pupils, there were endless revolving runes. If one looked into it, they would feel as if their soul would be sucked into it. Hiss! The few Do-Di sucked in a breath of cold air. Even they had been mesmerized by this, for a full 5 breaths. 5 breaths was enough for an enemy of the same rank to kill them 100 times. Thinking of this, these few Do-Di felt some lingering fear in their hearts. At the same time, they were even more curious and shocked about the change that had occurred to Old Man Jin's body. Could it be that he has activated the ancient demon race bloodline in his body? This guess rose in the hearts of the few Do-Di at the same time. Only this guess was more consistent with the current situation. After this I opened, Old Man Jin's original 2 eyes gradually returned to calmness. The aura on his body suddenly soared once again, after which, like flowing water, it instantly entered Old Man Jin's body. 3-star Do-Di. Congratulations to Elder Jean for advancing to a 3-star Do-Di. Those few Do-Di hurriedly flew forward and congratulated him with cupped hands. Congratulations, Master. Manjulu was wild with joy. Everyone nearby reacted and hurriedly congratulated him in unison. In an instant, the entire palace could hear the congratulatory voices. Elder Jean, how do you feel? Ningqi smiled. Old Man Jean used his 3 eyes to look at Ningqi. A moment later, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He cupped his hands at Ningqi and said, I have never felt so good. It is as if I have returned to my younger days. Not only that, look. A spirit began to condense behind Old Man Jean. At this moment, although his spirit was the same as before, somewhat like a transformer, there was an additional eye in the middle of his brows that was exactly the same as the one on his forehead. The entire spirit's aura was different. Grade 7 spirit. Ningqi nodded with satisfaction. As expected, the transformation of the spirit could also be achieved through the transformation of the bloodline. Grade 7? Ha, good, good. Old Man Jean laughed wildly. Grade 7 spirit? Not only did Elder Jin's cultivation soar, but he also activated the ancient demon race bloodline in his body. Even the grade of his spirit has changed. From the looks of it, the bloodline is also very important to the spirit. Those disciples in the clan who have activated the ancient demon race bloodline must be recruited and trained well. The few Do-Di all thought of this key point and looked at each other. Elder Jean, it turns out that you have the ancient demon race bloodline. It is really a great opportunity to be able to activate it at the Do-Di realm. The Do-Di of the Zhuge clan said with some jealousy. Ha. You are too kind. All right, it is over. You can all go. Old Man Jean smiled and waved his hand. The eye on his forehead also closed. Elder Jean, I wonder if your bloodline... One of the Do-Di still wanted to inquire about the information, but was stared at by Old Man Jean. He hurriedly turned around and left. Brat, why can't I see through you? Old Man Jean looked at Ningqi from head to toe with a meaningful look. Since he had just formed his 3rd eye, the few Do-Di in his eyes were as if they were naked. He could clearly see the route of the Do-Chi in their bodies. However, he could not see through Ningqi. Seeing Old Man Jean open his 3rd eye and sweep it over him, Ningqi only felt a chill on his back. Elder Jean, I also have to go into seclusion to train. I will take my leave first. After saying that, Ningqi had already slipped away. This brat, he is really scared. Old man Jean curled his lips speechlessly. Ah, little brother Ning. When Ning Chi heard the third Duke's voice, he stopped in his tracks and turned around. He saw the third Duke smiling at him with the Shindi general and the others. Third Duke, are the refining god stones ready? Ning Chi smiled. They are all in here. The third Duke nodded and threw a Qian Kuan ring. Ning Chi took the ring and glanced at it. There were 64,500 refining god stones in it. Where is the puppet? The third prince smiled sheepishly. There are still a few days before the puppet is completely repaired. Why don't you wait a little longer? Chapter 810. 300 Zhang, Titan, Spirit Low Class, Training Ground. The number of refining god stones in Ning Chi's spatial bag had reached 140,000. Not only was it enough for him to train his spirit to the limit of 2 stars, but his spirit would also soar when he broke through to a 3-star Dozun. 10 days later, Ning Chi glanced at the Titan spirit, which was 2,000 feet tall. His eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. Next, it's time to break through to a 3-star Dozun. Ning Chi muttered to himself and left the low-class training ground. His mind was immersed in the dragon-slaying mall and found the monster-killing training ground. The monster-killing training ground was divided into 4 levels: low class, mid class, high class, and top class. The low class had rank 1 to rank 3 demonic beasts. The mid class had rank 4 to rank 6 demonic beasts, and so on. The monster-killing training ground was different from the training ground. The time ratio to the outside world was 3:1. 3 days inside was 1 day in the outside world. The mid class is useless to me now. What I need is the high class. As for the top class, I will be seeking death if I enter with my current strength. Ning Chi thought about it and bought 3 days of high-class training ground. 1 day cost 10,000 dragon-slaying coins, a total of 30,000 for 3 days. However, in Ning Chi's opinion, it was worth it. The density of demonic beasts inside was not something that Dongxian could compare with. If he wanted to level up in Dongxian, he might not even meet a rank 8 demonic beast for 3 days. Low-class rank 8 demonic beast, ice-toothed wild boar? Kill. Low-class rank 8 withered bone ghost dragon? Kill. Low-class rank 8 purple cloud ancient dragon? Kill. In the high-class monster killing training ground, Ning Chi would at most meet 7 rank 8 demonic beasts a day. In a short 9 days, countless demonic beasts and dragon tribe had died in Ning Chi's hands. His experience bar was gradually full. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to a 3-star Dozun. A female corpse lay beside Ning Chi's feet. This seductress had intended to suck Ning Chi dry. She had not expected Ning Chi to ignore her beauty and kill her. She had died with a grievance. I am finally a 3-star Dozun. Ning Chi left the monster-killing training ground. Only about 3 days had passed in the outside world. Old Man Jin's repair work should not have been completed yet, so Ning Chi directly entered the low-level training ground. Piece after piece of God refining stone turned into dust in his hands. The Titan divine soul behind Ning Chi, who was also sitting cross-legged, swelled up bit by bit. When the last piece of God refining stone turned into ashes, Ning Chi opened his eyes slightly. The Titan divine soul was now 1,000 feet tall, not a bit more, not a bit less. Its huge body made Ning Chi, who was already mentally prepared, let out a sigh. What was the difference between 2,000 zhang and 3,000 zhang? The difference was huge. It wasn't as simple as a third of its original size. If the 2,000 zhang Titan divine soul was a chicken, then the 1,000 zhang Titan divine soul was a cow. The difference between a chicken and a cow. Even if I were to face a Do Shang like Tuoba Xiaoxiao head-on, I should be able to fight him. The Titan divine soul entered Ning Chi's body. Ning Chi gently clenched his fists, and felt the explosive power contained within. As soon as he returned to the godly sacrifice hall, Ningqi discovered that the godly sacrifice hall, which was originally quiet due to the various geniuses being sent out, was now bustling with noise and excitement. Among them, Ningqi actually saw a large group of somewhat familiar people. For example, Chu Feng, Yuan Kongming, Dongfang Yulua, etc. Other than a few hundred dozongs, the remaining few thousand people were cultivators below the Dohuang realm. Feng Mo and Feng Bai were also among them. The two of them stood behind a few Feng family dozongs, but they didn't see Ningqi. Even Dohuangs are needed. Is the war in the divine kingdom of the East so urgent? Or are they simply unwilling to send out their own Dohuangs, afraid that their legacy will be lost? Ningqi's mouth revealed a trace of mockery. Hey, you people from the Celestial Phoenix sect, don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? This seat was taken by our Jade Pill sect first. Scram to one side. Not far away, a 7-star Do Zong coldly looked at Qin Yao and the others. We came first. Ling Yan mumbled with some fear. Forget it, forget it. Ling Mu and Ling Xiao pulled Ling Yan aside. Celestial Phoenix sect? They didn't even send out a single Do Zong this time. The 7-star Do Zong from the Jade Pill sect continued to mock them. Who said so? Our elder Luo is over there. Qin Yao's little face flushed with anger as she pointed to a place not far away. Seeing that he couldn't hide, Luo Wanhao could only pretend that he had just discovered what was going on. He walked over and cupped his hands toward the 7-star Do Zong from the Jade Pill sect. Brother, I am Elder Luo Wanhao of the Celestial Phoenix sect. TSK, the elder of the Celestial Phoenix sect, is as timid as a mouse. I saw him just now. He had a shifty look on his face. It turns out that he didn't dare to make a sound when his own disciple was being bullied. The Celestial Phoenix sect. Although it is a first-rate sect, it really doesn't count among the first-rate sections. Many disdainful gazes were cast toward Luo Wanhao, but Luo Wanhao didn't seem to care as he chatted with the 7-star Do Zong from the Jade Pill sect. It seems that the Celestial Phoenix sect is very close to Ningqi's hometown. Indeed, Ningqi is from the Qin Tang Empire, and the Qin Tang Empire is within the jurisdiction of the Celestial Phoenix sect. Ningqi. Who? Don't you remember the number 1 on the dragon ranking? What? His hometown is the Qin Tang Empire? I thought that he was groomed by the Cloud Rising sect. You guys don't understand, right? That 1-star Do Huang is the 7th princess of the Qin Tang Empire. Someone pointed at Qin Yao and said, Yes. She is the 7th princess of the Qin Tang Empire and has a close relationship with Ningqi. Brother, on account of Ningqi, can you let this matter go? Luo Wanhao hurriedly pulled a tiger's skin to cover himself. Oh, you guys know Ningqi? The 7-star Do Zong from the Jade Pill sect frowned slightly. Ha! Are you afraid after hearing Ningqi's name? Who said I'm afraid? The 7-star Do Zong immediately flew into a rage. After Yuan Shang deliberately changed his voice to mock them, he hid behind Yuan Kongming and did not speak anymore. Naturally, the other party could not find him. However, because of his provocation, the Do Zong who had planned to ignore the Celestial Phoenix sect on account of Ningqi immediately scolded Luo Wanhao. Who does Ningqi think he is? Today, all of you will kneel 3 times, and this matter will be over. Oh, don't brag. Even Divine Sword Tuoba is no match for Ningqi. If he hears you, you will be skinned alive, even if you don't die today. Many well-informed people open their mouths to mock. The Jade Pill Do Zong was even more furious. I want to see how strong he is. If he appears in front of me today, I will let him know that it is not so easy to fight someone of a higher level. Is that so? Chapter 8:11. Someone spit Ningqi. Yuan Shang's face revealed a trace of shock. If Ningqi had been there the whole time, Wouldn't the matter of him sowing discord have been exposed? As expected, he saw Ningqi look at him with a faint smile. Yuan Shang quickly lowered his head. If it were in the past, he would have glared back. I didn't expect Ningqi to be here. Yuan Kongming and Chu Feng looked at each other. They didn't notice Dongfang Yulua's strange expression when Ningqi appeared. She seemed to want to say something, but stopped. I see him again. It looks like his cultivation is much higher. I can't feel any aura from him. On the Mu King's side, Mu Juner and Mu Bai looked at each other before turning to look at Ningqi. Big brother, I heard he's already a Dozun. Is this news reliable? Fong Bai secretly transmitted his voice to Fong. Mo nodded. It's reliable. Hiss. Fong Bai took a deep breath. He looked at Ningqi with a complicated expression. That's Ningqi? The former number 1 on the dragon ranking? He indeed has the demeanor of a great master. I'm afraid he can be ranked in the top 30 on the ranking list of young masters. Of course, even Tuoba Divine Sword is no match for him. I think he can be ranked in the top 20 or even higher. Maybe he can become the number 1 on the ranking list of young masters, like he was on the dragon ranking. That's not possible. The number 1 position on the ranking list of young masters has been changing hands with the 3 dragon clans for hundreds of years. No matter how strong Ningqi is, he can't fight against the dragon clans at the same level as him. You haven't heard, right? The dragon clans have been absorbing god refining stones since they were young. With their strong bodies, we humans can't defeat them at the same level. I've heard of this. If that's the case, it shouldn't be a problem for Ningqi to be ranked in the top 10. I agree. Numerous pairs of curious eyes were filled with admiration, jealousy, envy, ridicule, or disdain as they looked at Ningqi. The disdainful gazes naturally belonged to those fellows who had a grudge against Ningqi. For example, the 10-plus dozongs from the Tuoba clan who had come this time around. The gazes they used to look at Ningqi were filled with disdain and killing intent. As Tuoba Xinlong had left with Tuoba Xiuxiao and they had arrived at this place a couple of days later, they were temporarily unable to obtain any news regarding Ningqi. Otherwise, forget about being disdainful. It was likely that they would not even dare to look at Ningqi. After all, the Tuoba clan had lost 2 doshangs because of Ningqi. Ningqi! Ling Yan and the others stared at Ningqi with their mouths agape. Luo Wanhao was shocked at first. Then he cupped his hands towards Ningqi in surprise and said, Greetings, young Master Ning. It's my honor to meet you here. Luo Wanhao kept flattering Ningqi, but Ningqi didn't plan to pay attention to him. Luo Wanhao, this old man, had been taught a few lessons by him before. Ningqi already knew that he was the kind of person who would go with the flow. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. He is already very famous, but I have just broken through to the Do Huang class. Qin Yao's eyes were complicated as she looked at Ningqi. If not for Ningqi back then, she might have already married Heishui Aolong. However, if not for Ningqi, she wouldn't have known Heishui Aolong's true colors. Additionally, the people around her had praised her as the top heaven's pride in the Qin Tang Empire since she was young. However, a heaven's pride like Ningqi, who far surpassed her by hundreds of times, had appeared. This caused Qin Yao to not know whether she liked or disliked Ningqi. You are Ningqi? The 7-star Do Zong from the Jade Pill sect only reacted when Ningqi walked in front of him. His face revealed a thread of disbelief and fear. There's something wrong with this person's aura? He doesn't seem very strong. This 7-star Dozong suddenly reacted. He sized up Ningqi a couple of times and immediately felt a little more confident in his heart. From the way he saw it, the death of Tuoba Divine Sword to Ningqi in the Cloud Rising sect was likely an overstatement. It was very likely that an elder of the Cloud Rising sect had intervened. This person was only a Do Huang some time ago. Even if he is a Dozong now, just how high can his cultivation be? I cannot embarrass the Jade Pill sect. Today is a very good opportunity. If I am able to suppress this person, the Jade Pill sect will be able to greatly gain face in front of so many people. If the elders know of this, they will definitely praise me. This 7-star Do Zong involuntarily let out a cold laugh when he thought of this. I am Ning Chi. Ning Chi laughed faintly. I heard that even Tuoba Divine's sword died in your hands. I want to see just how strong you are. Come, have a match with me. The 7-star Do Zong from the Jade Pill sect smiled slightly. He placed one hand behind his back while his other hand made an inviting gesture toward Ning Chi. You do not have the qualification for me to fight. Ning Chi shook his head. What? That 7-star Do Zong felt that his actions were very elegant and handsome. However, Ning Chi had directly refused to fight. This caused his expression to immediately turn green and white. Too arrogant. Take this. He let out a loud roar and appeared in front of Ning Chi in a flash. Cough, pooey. Ning Chi cleared his throat, after which he spat out a mouthful of phlegm. This mouthful of phlegm was wrapped by his spirit. With lightning-like speed, it smashed into the face of that 7-star Do Zong from the Jade Pill sect, directly creating a hole in his head. His entire body flew backwards at an even faster speed and landed heavily beside Yuan Shang's feet unconscious. Everyone could clearly see that there was a mouthful of phlegm on his head. Hiss! The entire place immediately became silent. One could only hear wave after wave of cold air being inhaled. These sounds rose and fell without end for a long time. Ning Chi knocked out a 7-star Do Zong with just a mouthful of phlegm? This is too frightening. Just what level has his strength reached? Even a peak Do Zong cannot injure someone with phlegm. I think that the 7-star Do Zong from the Jade Pill sect is exhaling more air than inhaling. It is likely that he cannot hold on any longer. If no one helps to treat his injuries, he will definitely die. Hiss! Another wave of cold air being inhaled sounded. Yuan Kongming and the others glanced at that miserable 7-star Do Zong from the Jade Pill sect. An expression of sympathy appeared on their faces. Their group's cultivation was similar. If Ning Chi could smash a 7-star Do Zong to death with a mouthful of spit, he would naturally be able to smash them to death as well. When they thought that they might not even be able to block a mouthful of spit from Ning Chi, a desolate and ridiculous feeling rose in everyone's hearts. I was wondering how strong you would be. Ning Chi sneered, shook his head, turned around and left. Ning, Senior Ning, Qin Yao's voice sounded. Ning Chi's footsteps paused slightly. He turned his head and glanced at Qin Yao. Is something the matter? I heard that the Champion Marquis's residence has also received the recruitment letter from the Divine Kingdom of the Eastern Land. At this moment, Old Master Ning is hurrying over with other nobles in the capital. However, the journey is difficult and dangerous. Qin Yao did not continue speaking because Ning Chi already knew the meaning behind her words. Thank you for telling me, 7th Princess. After saying this, Ning Chi directly broke through the air and left. Chapter 812. Why don't you kneel? I really don't understand why the monarch wants to bring these useless people to the battlefield. Do we lack king and emperor fighters in the divine kingdom of the East? We need at least grandmaster fighters to be of some use in this war, right? The monarch feels sorry for the geniuses of the divine kingdom of the East. Many emperor and king fighters have died recently. Although their cultivation is not as good as ours, it's hard to guarantee that they can become Zun fighters in the future. 2 grandmasters each rode a rank 6 demonic beast dragon scale horse and walked in front of the team. Hundreds of people followed behind them. Among them, more than a dozen were emperor fighters, and the rest were king fighters. Can you guys speed up a little? How long will it take to reach the divine kingdom of the East? The dragon scale horse stopped. A grandmaster turned around and looked at Old Master Ning and the others impatiently. If it's up to me, we should just fly over there. Another Do Zong muttered. That won't do. It's easy to attract the demonic beast's attention. If we don't bring enough people back, we'll be punished by our superiors. The Grand Master shook his head impatiently and said, Seniors, we've done our best. Look, we're riding ordinary wind-chasing horses while you're riding dragon-scale horses. Old Master Ning laughed dryly and said. Huang Fuzheng Xiao and Chao Dinglong were silent at the side. This time, the Qin Tang Empire received the recruitment letter, which was personally selected by the two messengers of the Divine Kingdom of the East, named Tang San and Tang Wu. Almost all the masters of the first-class families in the capital city were taken as able-bodied men. Apart from them, 80% of the king fighters of the Qin Tang Empire had been forcibly recruited. If an expert appeared at this moment and wiped out this team, the Qin Tang Empire would fall apart in an instant because all the backbone forces were in this team. You're Ning Xianhuang, right? I told you to go faster, so you should go faster. What? Do you want us to let you ride our dragon-scale horses? Haha, you're in a remote place. You're over 100 years old, but you're only a 6-star emperor fighter. You won't have a chance to break through to Grandmaster fighter in this lifetime. Tang Wu sneered. Huang Fuzheng Xiao and Nangong Batian looked at the Ning family patriarch with some schadenfreude. Without the divine dragon marquis, the Ning family patriarch had lost his backer and was scolded by a dozong. This old man misspoke. An imperceptible cold light flashed in old Master Ning's eyes, but he smiled apologetically and cupped his hands. All right, let's cut the crap and speed up. We're less than 8,000 miles away from the divine kingdom of the East. We should be able to reach there in 5 days. Tang Sen indifferently said. Everyone hurried on for another few hundred li. During this time, they met a few more teams along the way and gathered together. Mu Xingqian, the master of the Qinglan sect. Red Sun City's Li Feihua, Baitsaozi of the 100 Herb sect, is also here. Huang Fuzheng Xiao and the others revealed a trace of surprise in their eyes. Mu Xingqian and Baitsaozi didn't look good. Li Feihua glanced at the team of the Qin Tang Empire coldly and was slightly stunned when he saw old Ning. Tang San, Tang Wu, you guys went to the Qin Tang Empire and couldn't even find a fighting master? The messengers of the other teams glanced at old Ning and the others mockingly and said to Tang San and Tang Wu with a smile. Tang Wu snorted coldly. There was a marquis dragon slayer in the Qin Tang Empire. I heard he was a fighting master, but he wasn't in the Qin Tang Empire. Well, these people can only be cannon fodder if they go there. It doesn't matter. They chatted openly in front of everyone, not caring about the feelings of those who were being forcibly recruited. The team continued to move forward. After about 1,000 miles, they suddenly stopped. A middle-aged man appeared in front of them, looking at them with a faint smile. Who are you? Tang Sen looked at the middle-aged man with vigilance. Lin Wei of the Han sect. The middle-aged man smiled. The Han sect? The thieves of the dry bones, forbidden land. The messenger's expressions changed dramatically. The divine kingdom of the East had captured many captives during the battle. They had a good understanding of the Daluo dynasty from them. They had heard of the Han sect, which was a sect in the capital. The surname of the Han sect's master seems to be Lin. Tang San's expression turned ugly. Lin Wei glanced at Tang San and the others with a faint smile. Then he looked at the team behind them and said, You extraterrestrial demons didn't expect this day to come, right? It's a pity that your talents are ordinary. Even if I kill you, I won't get many military merits. I can't even get a few god refining stones. But he changed his tone. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. A terrifying aura was suddenly emitted from Lin Wei's body. Everyone only saw a blur in front of Lin Wei, and a spirit appeared. It was a huge black bear that was 18 feet tall. Its cold blood-red eyes stared at everyone coldly. Everyone, including Tang San and the others, felt a chill in their hearts. Dozun, It's over. We met with the Do-Zun attack of the Dry Bones, Forbidden Land. I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape today. Tang Wu's face turned extremely pale. The dragon-scaled horse under him snorted uneasily. If it wasn't for Tang Wu, it would have already turned around and fled. The black bear's spirit let out a loud roar. With a slap of its palm, a black light flashed, and over 100 people from the troop of over 1,000 people were killed by this slap. Run! Everyone finally let out a scream of fear and fled in all directions. Hee, where do you think you're going? Lin Wei sneered. Within a radius of a few miles, a wall of light suddenly rose up, directly blocking everyone's path of retreat. Some unlucky fellows directly collided with the wall of light and were immediately bombarded into minced meat by a huge force. This time, no one dared to act rashly. Lin Wei smiled and flew into the air like a cat playing with a mouse. He looked down at the crowd from above. Say, Senior, I am willing to submit to the Cold Mountain sect. Suddenly, Tang Wu flipped over and got off his horse. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Wei respectfully. When the rest of the envoys saw this, they immediately followed suit. Only Tang San was still sitting on the dragon-scaled horse. His face was pale, and there was an additional trace of hesitation in his eyes. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. It's better to live than to die a good death, Huangfu Jingshao suddenly muttered to himself and also knelt down. When Nangong Batian saw this, he followed suit. This we will kneel as well. Mu Xingqin smiled bitterly and knelt down. Bai Caozi's face was very ugly. He did not want his years of cultivation to be destroyed in a day. He lowered his head and knelt down. At least 90% of the thousands of people knelt in front of Lin Wei, only begging for their lives. Ha ha ha! Dongxian is just S.O. Lin Wei laughed mockingly. His gaze suddenly focused on old Master Ning, Li Feihua, and the others who had their backs straight. Chapter 813. Crushed to death with 1 foot, this old man has lived for more than 100 years. I've lived long enough. If you want to kill me, then go ahead. Old Master Ning chuckled. Tang Sen revealed a hint of surprise on his face. He did not realize that Ning Xianhuang was so stubborn along the way. What about you? Lin Wei smiled and looked at Li Feihua. I don't want to kneel. Li Feihua said indifferently. Haha, great. Looks like Dongxian isn't full of idiots. Lin Wei laughed. When Tang Wu and the others heard this, they lowered their heads even more, their faces filled with humiliation. But compared to their lives, what was dignity? Then I'll kill the 2 of you first. As for the others, if I like them, they can follow me back to the Han school. Lin Wei chuckled and was about to attack. Sect leader Lin, to think that we would meet here today. A faint voice came from afar. Who? Lin Wei turned his head coldly. When everyone heard this voice, they couldn't help but raise their heads and look towards the source of the voice. Only Elder Ning and the others revealed expressions of surprise, because they were very familiar with this voice. It was the Dragon Slayer Marquis. Huangfu, Zheng Xiao, Nangong Batian, and the others revealed shocked expressions. They did not expect to meet the Dragon Slayer Marquis here. However, would he be a match for a Do-Zun? Not far away, Ning Qi walked in the air step by step. Every step he took was like teleportation. He moved forward hundreds of feet and appeared in front of Lin Wei in an instant. It's you! When Lin Wei saw this familiar face, his face revealed a trace of horror. It's me. Ning Qi smiled. He's already this strong? Li Feihua stared at Ning Qi with a slightly dazed expression. Ever since the Red Sun Empire was defeated, it had been a long time since she saw Ning Qi. She could only occasionally hear some information about him from other people. For example, when Ning Qi became the first on the dragon rank, Li Feihua had already heard about it. Mu Xingqin and Bai Caozi were just as shocked as Li Feihua. Both of them had complicated expressions on their faces. Both of them had fought with Ning Chi before. Who is that? Is he also a Do Zun from the Dry Bones Forbidden Land? No, it was the Dragon Slayer Marquis. He is the Dragon Slayer Marquis of our Qin Tang Empire. The Dragon Slayer Marquis of your Qin Tang Empire. Many people were disappointed. How strong could a marquis be in a small country like the Qin Tang Empire? Ning Beixian, how dare you show up here? Don't you know that Sovereign Tongxian has already given the order to suppress you? Lin Wei said fiercely, but his trembling hands betrayed his state of mind. When Zhongli Huatian was suppressed, there were many spectators. Everyone in the Great Net dynasty knew that he was suppressed by an otherworldly demon called Ning Beixian. When Lin Wei first heard the news, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Then he felt a lingering fear. Now that he saw Ning Qi again, he naturally knew that with his cultivation, he was definitely no match for Ning Qi. He could only use the name of Sovereign Tongxian to see if he could scare Ning Qi away. How regretful! Why did I come here? Lin Wei was filled with regret. He's the Ning Beixian that Sovereign Tongxian wants to suppress? Dragon Slayer Marquis of the Qin Tang Empire? Tang San and the others were shocked, then pleasantly surprised. If it was really Ning Beixian, they might be saved this time. Ning Qi smiled and ignored Lin Wei. He nodded at Li Feihua, then looked at Old Ning and said, "Old Ning, I'm sorry that I came here to scare you." "It's all right. My old bones can still take a beating." Old Ning laughed heartily. He knew Ning Qi the best. Since he could talk and laugh in front of Lin Wei, it meant that he was confident. "Old Ning, he's an elder of your family?" Lin Wei was shocked. He had randomly intercepted a group of people, and one of them was actually an elder of this perverted family, and he just wanted to kill this old man. "I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to solve today." Tang San and Tang Wu were the most shocked. Ning Beixian, who was personally captured by Sovereign Tongxian, was from a small country like the Qin Tang Empire? And I even shouted at Ning Beixian's family elder along the way. The two of them felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they only shouted at him and did not humiliate him. "Then let's go." Ning Qi smiled. "Go? How? Aren't we still blocked by the venerable Do from the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground?" Everyone had a confused look on their faces. Lin Wei was also confused. Suddenly he thought, is Ning Beixian going to let me go for the sake of our friendship? But the next moment, Lin Wei was horrified to see a 3,000 feet tall divine soul appear in front of Ning Qi. Its upper body was almost touching the clouds. His black bear divine soul was like an ant in front of it. "Hiss!" Everyone gasped in unison. They could not help but tremble as they stared at the colossal body of the Titan Divine Soul. The Titan Divine Soul casually lifted its foot and stomped towards Lin Wei. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Everyone staggered as if there was an earthquake. The place where Lin Wei was just a moment ago was filled with dust. When the Titan Divine Soul retracted its incomparably huge foot, everyone could no longer see Lin Wei. Did it just stomp on him and his soul? Tang San swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. "The Dragon Slayer Marquis is so terrifying," Nangong Batian murmured to himself with a pale face. Huang Fujing Shao had already closed his eyes and his body was trembling uncontrollably. "Are you sent by the monarch of the Eastland?" Ning Qi put away the Titan Divine Soul and looked at Tang San and the others with a frown. "Sir Beixian, we are indeed the messengers sent by the monarch." Tang San and the others replied respectfully, seeing the unruly grandmasters being as obedient as children in front of Ning Qi. All the fighters of the Qin Tang Empire couldn't help but feel shocked and proud. "Well, I want to take some people with me. Do you have any objections?" Ning Qi said calmly, "No, please go ahead, Sir Beixian." Tang San and the others didn't dare to object. Old master, Fei Hua, let's go. Ning Qi smiled and shouted at the two of them. Dragon Slayer Marquis, we are willing to leave with you. Suddenly, a king of fighters of the Qin Tang Empire called out boldly. Ning Qi glanced at him and revealed a strange expression. He quickly stepped forward and said, Big brother, you are here too. I didn't see you just now. Please don't blame me. What, big brother? Everyone was shocked and looked at the king of fighters of the Qin Tang Empire. They were none other than Duanmu Henian, the dragon of northern Qin, and Di Qing, whom Ning Qi had sworn brotherhood with when he was a Didosher. Ning Qi hadn't seen them for several years. The one who just spoke was Duanmu Henian. He was an elder of the 100 Herb Hall and a subordinate of Lulu. Duanmu Henian was at a loss when Ning Qi called him big brother. He said, I can't. Chapter 814. News of Dongfang Haojie, the northern Qin dragon, and Di Qing's eyes were filled with excitement. They didn't expect Ning Qi to still remember them. A trace of guilt flashed through Ning Qi's heart. Without saying anything further, he waved his hand, and his divine soul enveloped the 5 of them. Then he directly tore through the sky and left. I didn't expect the Dragon Slayer Marquis to still remember Duanmu Henian and the others. If we had befriended the Dragon Slayer Marquis a few years ago, perhaps we would have another fortuitous encounter today. A Do Wang sighed with a face full of envy. The faces of Huangfu, Jing Xiao, Nangong Batian, and the others who had enmity with Ning Qi immediately turned livid. The reason why Ning Qi didn't kill them was probably because they weren't even comparable to ants in his eyes, and he couldn't be bothered to step on them. Along the way, Duanmu Henian and the others saw that Ning Qi's attitude was the same as before and immediately let go of their fears. They shared their experiences over the past few years with Ning Qi. From Duanmu Henian, Ning Qi learned that ever since Lu's 100 Herb Hall had separated from the 100 Herb sect, it had blossomed everywhere. She and her father, Lu Wucheng, had long since left the Qin Tang Empire to reside in a rather large market. The center of their business had also shifted there. The situation in the Eastland is still unstable. You heard it just now. A Do Emperor named me and wanted to catch me. When I get there, I may not be able to take care of you. Brothers, if you want to go back to the Qin Tang Empire, I will send you back now. Ning Qi hesitated for a moment and said, Fourth brother, it is rare for us to come out. I would like to experience this great battle of the ages. Perhaps we might be able to find the opportunity to break through to the Do Huang class. Duanmu Henian said after some thought. The northern Qin dragon and Di Qing also nodded their heads. There is no need to be in the Eastern Land Divine Kingdom to search for the opportunity to break through to the Do Huang level. Ning Qi smiled faintly and directly bought 4 War God Temple Outer Disciple tokens, giving 1 to each person. What is this? Li Feihua asked in confusion. This is your opportunity. Once you refine the command medallion, you will be a disciple of my War God Shrine. Instead of going to the Divine Kingdom of the East, why don't you go to the Ling Wu continent? Don't ask too much. You will naturally know when you get there. Ning Qi chuckled, seeing that he was so profound. The 4 of them were slightly surprised, and without a word, they directly refined it. Is this the key to a forbidden area? Li Feihua was the first to finish refining it. His face revealed a hint of surprise. You can say that. Ning Qi nodded. Old master, why didn't you go to the War God Temple to lie low? If I had come late, you would have been killed by Lin Wei. Ning Qi looked at old Master Ning with some doubts. The emissary has already called my name. If I disappear for no reason, won't I implicate the emperor? Old Master Ning smiled bitterly. Oh! Ning Qi knew that the mansion of Marquis Champion had been loyal to the Qin Tang Empire for countless generations. Their loyalty to the emperor could not be changed in a short time. Big brothers, you've all finished refining and know how to use the token, right? Go! The opportunities in the Lingwu continent are much more abundant than in the divine nations of the East. I already have many disciples there. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask them." Ning Chi smiled at Duanmu Henian and the other two. It can be used once every half a year to travel back and forth between two places at will. The three of them looked ecstatic and suddenly cupped their hands toward Ning Chi. "Thank you, fourth brother." In the next moment, the three of them disappeared. "Old master, it's rare for you to come out. Just treat it as a stroll and go have some fun. Third Master Ning, and the others are also there." Ning Chi smiled. "Then you be careful." If old Master Ning was not worried about the mansion of Marquis Champion, he would not have delayed it until now. In fact, he had long wanted to go to the Ling Wu continent to take a look. In the next moment, his figure also disappeared on the spot. "Although you are only willing to be used by me because of Brother Dongfang's reputation, I also know that you did not cause any trouble in the Red Sun City. This is an opportunity I'm giving you. I hope that the next time I see you, you will have already broken through to the Do Zun realm." Ning Chi looked at Li Feihua and smiled. Li Feihua knew how to absorb low-grade spiritual godstones for her own use, so she definitely had her own methods. Going to the Ling Wu continent was like a dragon entering the sea. "Thank you." Li Feihua smiled and nodded. Her figure immediately disappeared. Unknowingly, almost all of Ning Chi's forces had been transferred to the Lingwu continent's war god temple. When he had time, he would make a trip to Red Sun City and send Tong Ying Kong and the rest over as well. Then he would have nothing to worry about in Dongxian. There would not be a repeat of Tuoba Fengzhong's attack, the divine nation of the East. Sacrificial God Hall. Not long after Ning Chi arrived, Dongfang Yulua came to find him. "You are brother Dongfang's cousin." Ning Chi looked at Dongfang Yulua with a faint smile. "Yes." Dongfang Yulua nodded. She wanted to say something, but stopped. Ning Chi frowned slightly. Dongfang Haojie seemed to have returned to the Nine Suns Tower in the family's forbidden ground for a while. Why was there no movement? A bad premonition rose in Ning Chi's heart. Did something happen to Dongfang Haojie? Ning Chi said coldly. His cultivation was crippled and he was imprisoned in the Nine Suns Tower. Dongfang Yulua said in a low voice, "Crippled?" Ning Chi narrowed his eyes. His hair moved without any wind. An extremely violent aura swept out from his body. Although it was not targeted at Dongfang Yulua, it still forced her to take dozens of steps back. What happened? Why was brother Dongfang crippled and imprisoned in the Nine Suns Tower? Ning Chi looked at Dongfang Yulua coldly. If I didn't ask him to go back to the forbidden ground to participate in the test, this wouldn't have happened. A hint of guilt appeared on Dongfang Yulua's face. When she saw Ning Chi staring at her coldly, she quickly told him what happened. When Dongfang Haojie went back with her to participate in the test, a few elders didn't agree. They said that he was a eunuch in the 9 Provinces Empire and couldn't be considered a member of the Dongfang family. Later, Dongfang Yulua begged a Do Sheng ancestor of the family to make an exception and let Dongfang Haojie enter the Nine Suns Tower. Inside was a continent fragment similar to the withered bones forbidden ground. Other than Dongfang Haojie and a group of Dozong level geniuses, there were also a few exalted geniuses who entered the Nine Suns Tower for a certain purpose. It turned out that those exalted geniuses wanted to obtain an ancient demon race bloodline in the Nine Suns Tower. They had been preparing for this moment for many years, but an accident happened at the last moment. The bloodline was taken by Dongfang Haojie, who used it to break through from the Dozong realm to a 1-star Dozun. Originally, even if such a thing happened, Dongfang Haojie would still be part of the Dongfang family's bloodline. Not only would he not be punished, but he would also be heavily nurtured. However, Dongfang Yulua and Dongfang Haojie didn't expect that the moment those exalted geniuses returned to the Dongfang family, they asked Dongfang Laxian, one of the 3 great Dodi of the Dongfang family, to forcefully take away the demon race bloodline in Dongfang Haojie's body and transfer it to them. They also conveniently crippled Dongfang Haojia's cultivation and imprisoned him in the Nine Suns Tower as a warning to others. How long has it been? Ning Qi said coldly. It's been half a year, Dongfang Yulua said in a low voice. Half a year, ha. Ning Qi glanced at Dongfang Yulua coldly and disappeared. Divine Kingdom of the East. Imperial Palace. Senior Jean, I want 100 strengthened dragon-slaying bullets. On credit. Chapter 8:15. Long Haraning Qi left Old Man Jin's place and called Dongfang Yulua over to the Dongfang clan. Due to the battle with the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, Old Man Jin had used up most of the enhanced dragon-slaying bullets. Ning Qi didn't ask for 100 but 23. However, the bronze puppets had already been completely repaired. Other than the 10% that Old Man Jin had asked for and the 100-plus puppets that he had sold to the third prince, Ning Qi currently had over 800 bronze puppets in his hands. Among them were 3 rank 8 puppets. The combined strength of these 3 puppets was comparable to a 1-star Doshing from the human race. Although they were powerful and useful, they needed a lot of inferior spiritual divine stones. Fortunately, Ning Qi still had some inferior spiritual divine stones in his spatial bag, which were enough to activate the 3 rank 8 puppets. The enhanced dragon-slaying bullets aren't as powerful as my Titan divine spirit, but they're still useful as a trump card. Ning Qi calculated in his mind as he flew. Ning, senior apprentice brother Ning, this time we just need to rescue cousin. Dongfang Yula looked at Ning Qi coldly. She was afraid that if they made a big deal out of this, none of them would be able to escape if a Do Shun came to suppress them. Don't worry, I'll act according to the situation, Ning Qi said. Dongfang Yulua didn't know why, but she had a bad feeling. Was it a mistake to ask Ning Qi for help this time? Elder, that guy left the Divine Kingdom of the East with Dongfang Yulua and flew to the Dongfang clan. A jade pill sect disciple knelt in front of Huang Heng and said in a low voice, All right. A cold smile appeared on Huang Heng's face. His body moved and disappeared on the spot. The Dongfang clan was located in the extreme west of Dongxian, in the Vermilion Bird Empire. It was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Divine Kingdom of the East. 1 month later. How far is it? Ning Qi frowned. At this speed, we'll be there in about a month. Dongfang Yulua said, There's a market ahead. I'm going there to buy some elixirs. Ning Qi suddenly saw a familiar place. The Moon Workshop. The last time he went to the Primordial Dragon Clan to challenge the Primordial Owl, he passed by this place and won first place in the Moon Cup. He became enemies with the soaring dragon trading firm and crippled Long Shunyo's cultivation. Replenishing pills. Dongfang Yulua was slightly stunned. Seeing that Ning Qi was already flying toward the Moon Workshop, she frowned and followed. The bright Moon Workshop was just as lively as before. Many experts were willing to stay here to see if they could buy pills of good quality and cheap prices. On both sides of the street, there were hawkers shouting with all their might. When Ning Qi passed by the soaring dragon trading firm, he found that its business was booming. It was not affected by the fact that Long Shunyo's cultivation had been crippled by him. Ning Qi walked directly into the Longting firm and came to the largest counter. He asked the shopkeeper inside, Do you have Heaven Stage rejuvenation elixirs? The rejuvenation pill is only a low-grade Heaven-ranked pill. How many do you want? The shopkeeper was slightly startled. He glanced at Dongfang Yulua and smiled at Ning Qi. 100. Ning Qi said lightly, This amount is a little big. Please wait a moment, young master. The shopkeeper nodded and turned to leave. Ning Qi and Dongfang Yulua waited in front of the counter for a while. When the shopkeeper came back, he was followed by a scholarly middle-aged man. The shopkeeper pointed at Ning Qi and said to the scholarly middle-aged man, It's him. Long Shunyo's cultivation was crippled by him. I've seen him once before. I recognize him. What? Long Xuanyo's cultivation was crippled by him? Then isn't he the mysterious merchant who sold the dragon blood fruit and beauty calming pill and won first place in the Bright Moon Cup? Oh yes, it's him. I remember now. Although the height is a little different, it's definitely him. Some of the customers in the soaring dragon trading firm looked at Ning Qi, and some of them said with certainty. Dongfang Yilua's face showed a hint of vigilance. She looked at the guards who were gradually surrounding them with fear. The scholarly middle-aged man smiled and looked at Ning Qi. You're the one who crippled my third brother's cultivation and made him a cripple. Ning Qi smiled and said, Long Xuanyo is your third brother? Yes. The scholarly middle-aged man smiled and said, I'm Long Haoren. After you crippled my third brother, I became the shopkeeper of this place. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, it would have taken me another 30 or 40 years to sit in this position. Ning Qi smiled and said, In that case, give me 100 Heaven Step inferior grade rejuvenation pills. I'll take it as a thank you gift. Long Haoren smiled and shook his head. He looked at Ning Qi confidently and said, That may be the case, but my third brother is still my third brother. The blood flowing in his body is the same as mine. Since I saw the culprit who turned him into a ghost today, I naturally have to avenge him. Your cultivation is a little lower than Long Xuanyo's. Even his cultivation was crippled by me. Why are you so confident that you can avenge him? Just by relying on the group of chickens and dogs around you? Ning Qi put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. His eyes swept around, full of disdain and contempt. The group of guards of the soaring dragon trading firm suddenly showed shame and anger on their faces. Long Haoren laughed and said, As a businessman, why would I do it myself? A hint of cunning flashed across his smiling face. After my subordinates recognized you, I have already informed the owner of the Jinghua house. I believe the old man should be arriving soon. The owner of the Jinghua house? Ning Qi's eyes slightly darkened. What, are you afraid? To tell you the truth, the owner has become a saint half a year ago. With the old man's help, you can't escape today. Long Haoren laughed. At the same time, the guests at the gate suddenly became restless. Then they separated to make a path, and an old man slowly walked in. Owner! Everyone saluted respectfully. Owner! It's him who crippled the shopkeeper of the soaring dragon trading firm. This happened in the Jinghua house, so the owner should take action to suppress this man and hand him over to the soaring dragon trading firm. Long Haoren hurriedly cupped his hands and said when he saw the old man, Yes, I got it. The owner of the Jinghua house nodded faintly, after which he looked at Ning Qi. The last time he saw Ning Qi, he was only a Picto Huang. Therefore, he had no intention of checking Ning Qi's cultivation. He directly said, Do you have anything to say about what shopkeeper Long said? They were greedy and wanted to snatch the Jinghua sculpture from me. What's wrong with me, casually crippling it? Ning Qi laughed faintly. Then you admit that you crippled Long Xuanyo? That's enough. The owner of the Jinghua house seemed to have not heard the first half of Ning Qi's words. He directly reached out to grab Ning Qi, a mere newly advanced dou sheng. Instead of hiding to stabilize your cultivation, you dare to stand up for others. I have crippled 2 dou shengs from the Tuoba clan. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chapter 816. Shatter, with a punch the expression of the firm owner, who had already attacked, changed slightly when he heard these words. He withdrew his hand and sized up Ning Qi. This observation caused him to be extremely shocked. He could not see through this person's cultivation. Long Haoren's face immediately revealed an anxious expression. Why would this old fellow believe such nonsense? Although he felt some disdain in his heart, Long Haoren did not show it on his face. He smiled and said, Owner, you don't believe this person's words, do you? Just him. How can he be a match for a dou sheng? The surrounding customers who were watching the show were also shocked. After hearing Long Haren's words, they immediately came to a sudden realization. All of them revealed mocking expressions as they looked at Ning Chi. Cripple a Dosheng? To think that he dares to think of that. He is even a Dosheng from the Tuoba clan. Ha ha! As one of the 9 great clans, the Tuoba clan should only have a dozen Doshengs, right? If 2 of them were crippled, would this person still be able to stand here and talk cheerfully? Don't forget that the Tuoba clan has a nickname, Lunatics. I think that he has no other way out. That is why he came up with such a crooked move. Owner is a true Dosheng and will not be bewitched by him. The mocking words were transmitted into everyone's ears. The face of the firm owner reddened slightly. He laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. He was a 1-star Dosheng, yet he had been intimidated by a brat. If news of this were to spread, he would likely be laughed at by his old friends. The gaze he used to look at Ning Chi gradually became icy cold when he thought of this. Are you going to kneel yourself? Or do you want me to help you? Elder, I am a disciple of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Yulua. Please let this matter go on account of the Dongfang clan. What do you say? Dongfang Yulua inhaled a deep breath, stepped forward, and cupped her hands together. Someone from the Dongfang clan? Everyone revealed a trace of shock in their eyes. Long Haren frowned slightly. He scanned Dongfang Yulua from head to toe and said in a deep voice, "Little girl, you'd better not intervene in this matter. You're only a Do Zong, and your status in the Dongfang clan isn't very high. Don't tell me that your clan's elders will start a war with the soaring dragon trading company because of you?" Dongfang Yulua's expression changed slightly when she heard this. Long Haren was indeed right. At the very most, she could get a Do Zun class elder to stand up for her. However, the background of the soaring dragon trading company was extremely powerful. A Do Zun would not be able to contend with them. Even a Do Xing might not be able to do so. But if Ning Chi was suppressed here, she couldn't think of anyone to save Dongfang Haojia. Dongfang Yulua suddenly fell into a dilemma. No one can save you today. She didn't care about Dongfang Yulua at all. She looked at Ning Chi and said, "No one can save you today." Really? Ning Chi smiled faintly. Just as he was about to condense the Titan divine soul to fight the other party, a burst of wild laughter suddenly came from the outside world. "Ning Beixian, get out here!" This loud roar seemed to explode in everyone's ears. Those who were below the Do Zone class all felt their faces turn pale. They felt dizzy and saw stars. Doshen? The Jingyue Workshop's owner was slightly startled. She directly walked out of the hall and looked toward the sky. She said in a clear voice, "Which Dosheng is passing by my Jingyue Workshop? Please come down and have a chat." "Oh, there's a Dosheng here." Huang Heng frowned slightly and directly landed on the ground. His gaze swept past the Jingyue Workshop's owner and directly looked at Ning Chi. He laughed sinisterly. "Ning Beixian, I see you. Get out here." Ning Beixian? Is he referring to that guy? This person is also a Dosheng. He was actually being chased by a Dosheng earlier. Long Haren looked at Ning Chi with some surprise. "Huang Heng, you old dog, you actually chased me all the way here? Why? Are you trying to kill me?" Ning Chi coldly laughed and directly walked out of the soaring dragon trading firm. He looked directly at Huang Heng without fear. Dongfang Yulua was shocked. Huang Heng was a Dosheng elder of the Jade Pill sect. She had met him once at the God Offering Hall and also heard about the enmity between him and Ning Chi. However, she did not expect that Huang Heng would appear here today. Moreover, his target was Ning Chi. What did he want to do? Kill Ning Chi? "Brother, is there enmity between you and this person?" The Jingyue Workshop's owner cupped his hands together and asked Huang Heng. However, his expression was not very good because Huang Heng had previously ignored him. Huang Heng frowned and glanced at the Jingyue Workshop's owner. With his experienced eyes as a doshang, he could tell at a glance that the Jingyue workshop's owner's realm was not stable enough. He had just advanced to the doshang class. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. He impatiently nodded and said, "Yes, this person has enmity with me. I am going to kill him today. Do you have any objections?" "Of course not. I was originally planning to suppress him. Since brother has come, I will let you have him." The Jingyue workshop's owner laughed dryly, after which he gave everyone a look. The people nearby understood tacitly and made way one after another, creating a large empty space. "I will let you enjoy calling me an old dog. I hope that you will not cry and beg me for mercy later." Huang Heng's heart immediately sighed in relief after confirming that the Jingyue workshop's owner was not with Ningqi, after which he coldly looked at Ningqi. The fury in his eyes was about to become real. "Suppress." Without waiting for Ningqi to react, Huang Heng let out a loud cry. An incomparably large palm suddenly agglomerated in the empty space and directly pressed down on Ningqi. "Break!" Ningqi coldly laughed. He emitted a low roar and a 3,000 feet Titan spirit agglomerated behind him. Like an enormous ancient beast, it threw a punch at the enormous palm. Bang! The enormous palm, formed by a one-star doshang, which could kill any peak dozun, was shattered by a punch from the Titan spirit. How is this possible? Huang Heng's face revealed a shocked expression. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. They were shocked as they looked at the Titan spirit, which was like an ancient demon god. Just what the hell was this? It was actually able to receive an attack from a doshang? At this moment, the person who was the most shocked was the Jingyue workshop's owner. Being a one-star doshang, he had an extremely direct understanding of the might of Huang Heng's palm. It would be difficult for him to receive it. This is a spirit? This brat's spirit is actually this terrifying. Just what is his background? Don't tell me he is the prodigy from the Withering Bones forbidden land that has recently caused an uproar? The Jingyue workshop's owner involuntarily recalled what Ningqi had said earlier. 2 Tuoba clan doshangs had been crippled by him. Perhaps this matter was true. My eyes are blurry. It is impossible for him to be this strong. Longharen was both shocked and furious, after which he mocked himself and shook his head. His eyes must be blurry. Chief Manager, what should we do? It looks like this fellow cannot even suppress a doshang. If he comes to settle the score with us later, it is likely that we will all be annihilated. A manager transmitted his voice to Longharen, causing him to wake up from his self-deception. Let's wait and see. There are 2 doshangs here. They should be able to suppress him. Chapter 817. Silence. What's happening over there? What the hell is that giant? Let's go and take a look. Everyone in the Bright Moon workshop stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the soaring dragon trading firm with their mouths agape. They saw the scene of the Titan Divine Soul smashing the giant palm with a single blow, and it was a shocking sight. Subsequently, they hurried in the direction of the soaring dragon trading firm. Cousin, it seems to be a doshang battle. I heard that the owner of this place has just broken through to the doshang rank. Could it be that his enemy has come? Let's go and take a look. Wenran Ziun and Wenran Chong Su happened to pass by the Jingyue workshop and saw the Titan spirit. The 3-kilometer-tall Titan spirit not only shocked her, but also made her curious. Cousin, if this battle affects us, Wenran Chong Su hesitated. Don't worry. I don't know how long we will have to wait to see such a huge battle again if we miss it today. Wenran Zian advised. Then let's go. Huang Heng's face revealed a dissatisfied expression as the number of onlookers increased. He wanted to finish off Ningqi as soon as possible. Otherwise, if news of this spread, he would not have such a good opportunity to kill him in the future. It's him. Wenran Chong-su's face revealed a shocked expression when he saw Ningqi. His figure has changed a little, but his expression and demeanor are definitely that fellow. Wenranzian nodded with a serious expression. Subsequently, the two of them exchanged shocked glances. In their eyes, the 3,000 feet tall Titan spirit was a Do Shun class expert. As for Ning Qi, he should only be the spark that ignited this matter. The two of them did not expect the Titan spirit to be Ning Qi's spirit. "Brother, do you need my help?" The owner of the Jingyue workshop asked with a smile. "Get lost." Huang Heng could not help but cry out angrily, after which he continued to attack Ning Qi. The owner of the Jingyue workshop was slightly stunned. Her eyes revealed a trace of anger. The other party had actually humiliated her. After all, she was a one-star Doshun. "Owner, let's not intervene first. Let's observe the situation first. I'm afraid that these two fellows are not easy to deal with." Long Haran immediately stepped forward and cupped his hands together. "If not for him, I wouldn't have been humiliated for no reason today." The workshop owner could not help but cast a cold glance at Long Haran and snorted coldly. She then turned her head and stared at the battle between Huang Heng and Ning Qi. So strong. He is actually strong enough to fight a one-star Do Sheng to a draw? Dongfang Yulua looked at Ning Qi in shock, her mouth slightly open. A year ago, when she first met Ning Qi, he wasn't even a Do Zong. Wenren Chong Su and Wenren Zi Yin felt that something was amiss. The latter involuntarily asked a person beside her, "May I ask if that Do Sheng is a human? Why is his physique so huge?" "Cuckoo, Do Sheng? That's just a divine soul." "What? Divine soul?" Wenren Ziyun and the other man were shocked. Then they shook their heads in disbelief. "How can a soul be so huge?" Haven't all of you heard that the Do Zuns in the Dry Bones Forbidden Land have such a huge spirit? However, this is the first time I've heard of a spirit as terrifying as a 3,000 feet spirit. I can die without regrets after witnessing this battle today. Divine soul. This 300-meter tall giant is actually his divine soul. The two fell into a state of shock. At this moment, Ning Qi and Huang Heng had already fought their way out of the moon workshop. The nearby mountains and rivers were all affected by their battle. Each punch from the Titan spirit could shatter a mountain. Each punch from Huang Heng could also cut off a river. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the area within a radius of a few hundred miles had changed beyond recognition. The demonic beasts fled in all directions, hiding in the distance as they looked at Ning Qi and Huang Heng with incomparable fear. The people of Jingyue Workshop were all flying in the air, watching the battle between the two with their mouths agape. If I were to face either one of them, I'm afraid a layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on the forehead of the Moon Workshop owner. "Head shopkeeper, should we leave first?" A manager of the Soaring Dragon Trading Company could not help but try to persuade Long Haran again. If he was crippled by Ning Qi, this place would lose 2 managers in a row. As his subordinates, they would not have a good time either. This was especially so for the manager who had gone to inform after discovering Ning Qi's identity. His small face was extremely pale, even whiter than his beard. This person was merely a 2-star Do Zun previously, but he is now a 3-star Do Zun. This is the first time I've seen such a fast cultivation speed. However, even a 3-star Do Zun should not be this strong. Just what kind of bloodline does he possess, and what is his background? It is impossible for the Cloud Rising sect to nurture an existence that is even more abnormal than an ultimate prodigy. The more Huang Heng fought, the more shocked he became. His heart involuntarily let out a roar. Unfortunately, no one would answer his questions now. If he wanted to know the answer, he had to at least capture Ning Qi alive. "Eat my attack!" Huang Heng roared furiously. He waved his hand and threw a 1,000-foot-tall mountain at Ning Qi. Boom! The mountain was directly shattered by the Titan spirit. The fist speed did not decrease as it struck Huang Heng's body. Huang Heng flew backwards like a cannonball and smashed heavily into a mountain. "Suppress!" Ning Chi cried out with a cold expression. The Titan spirit leaped up and flattened the mountain with a stomp. After dozens of stomps, the mountain was not only flattened, but a hole had also appeared. Huang Heng, stop pretending to be dead. Get out here. Ning Chi spoke in a faint voice. The hole instantly exploded after his words sounded. Huang Heng's figure broke through the air from within and stood in the empty space opposite Ning Chi. His entire body was covered in mud, and he looked extremely miserable. Huang Heng had never been in such a miserable state ever since he had become a saint. Even when he was still an elite Dozun, he had never been beaten to such a state. Ning Beixian, it is unexpected that your strength has already soared to such an extent. I am no match for you today, but you are also unable to kill me. Are we going to let this matter go? Huang Heng coldly looked at Ning Chi without any fear. I am unable to kill you. Ning Chi smiled. Humph! Although your fighting strength is already stronger than an ordinary 1-star Doshang, you are ultimately only a 3-star Dozun. You should be proud of being able to beat me into such a state. As for killing me, you are still not qualified. Huang Heng coldly laughed, after which he planned to leave. He had not been able to kill Ning Chi today and had even caused trouble for himself. He planned to return to the Jade Pill sect and bitterly train. He would take revenge in the future. Old dog, all of you have always wanted to know how I escaped from Yin Xiaoyan's hands. Ning Chi's voice sounded in Huang Heng's ears. His actions paused as his body gradually stiffened. He looked at Ning Chi with some fear. He had indeed been brooding over this matter. How exactly had Ning Chi escaped from Yin Xiaoyan's hands? Could it be that Ning Chi was going to reveal this trump card to him now? Huang Heng saw a large bell appear in front of Ning Chi. Behind the large bell, Ning Chi coldly laughed at him before punching the large bell. Buzz. Chapter 818. Jiang Palace. When Huang Heng saw the 9 gossamer bell, he had a bad feeling. He turned around, turned into a bolt of lightning, and sped off into the distance. However, he had only flown 100 feet when the sound of the 9 gossamer bell swept past him. He stood in the air in a daze, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. What's going on? The workshop owner was slightly startled. Her eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Huang Heng was a 1-star Doshang. Why had he suddenly become like this? Ning Chi sneered and put away the 9 divine bells. With a slight movement of his body, he appeared in front of Huang Heng. The Dragon Slayer's saber appeared in his hand, and he swung it to cut off Huang Heng's head. After losing his head, even if Huang Heng became a martial sage, he would still die on the spot. His lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. After Ning Chi removed a universe ring from Huang Heng's hand, he turned around and returned to Jingyue Workshop. At this moment, everyone in the Moon Workshop was staring at Ning Chi, their bodies trembling. He killed a saint. A Doshang has died in this manner. How long has it been since an elite Doshang has died in Eastern Xian? It is unexpected that I have personally witnessed such a scene today. It is really too frightening. Ning Chi beckoned to Dongfang Yulua. Dongfang Yulua walked to Ning Chi's back with a shocked face. She involuntarily observed the side of Ning Chi's face. This handsome face hid such a frightening strength. He had killed a Doshang with just the strength of a Dozun. Ning Chi smiled faintly as he looked at the owner of Jingyue Market. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked at Long Haren, who was quietly retreating. Head, shopkeeper Long, don't go. We haven't finished our business yet. Long Haren's face immediately turned ghastly pale. He stopped helplessly and looked at the workshop master of the Bright Moon House as if he was asking for help. However, the other ordinary shopkeepers and guards of the Longting trading firm had quietly escaped before Huang Heng died. Taking a deep breath, the workshop master flashed a bright smile, cupped his hands at Ning Chi, and said, "Today, after witnessing little brother skills, This old man finally realized that there is always someone better out there. I hope little brother will forgive me for my previous offense. As for the grudge between little brother and the soaring dragon firm, this old man has decided not to interfere. Boss, you can't do this. My soaring dragon trading firm is in your moon workshop, so you have to bear the responsibility of protecting us. Long Howren looked at the workshop owner with a horrified expression. If this old fellow did not protect them, then he would probably suffer the same fate as Long Shuanyo today. Long Howren's whole body began to tremble when he thought of the miserable scene after his cultivation was crippled. You old thing. Suddenly, you're trying to reason with me? Didn't you want to suppress me before? Ningqi looked at the workshop master of Jingyue House with a faint smile. He did not spare her any face in his words. Old thing, I'm not angry. The owner of the Starry Moon House took a deep breath. The smile on his face did not change as he said with a fawning smile, I was deceived by Long Howren previously. I hope that little brother will not blame me. Please don't blame me. Ningqi shook his head in disappointment. Since the other party had repeatedly retreated, he would temporarily spare this old dog's life today. As for Long Howren, Ningqi extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. A spiritual shadow condensed, and an incomparably huge palm grabbed Long Howren. Senior, ancestor, I was wrong. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. In the future, you will be a distinguished guest of my soaring dragon merchant firm. I will sell everything to you at a discount. A discount? No, I will give you everything in the soaring dragon merchant firm for free today. Long Howren shouted in panic. He had the cultivation of a dozun, but he could not move at all after being grabbed by this huge palm. I want you to give them to me. Ningqi smiled coldly and said to Dongfang Yulua, Go and pack everything in the soaring dragon merchant firm. Dongfang Yulua hesitated for a moment before saying, The soaring dragon merchant firm is backed by the 3 great dragon tribes. Yes, that's right. The soaring dragon merchant firm is backed by the 3 great dragon tribes. If you kill me today, they will not let you off. You will not be a match for any dragon emperor. Long Howren hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs as if he had found a life-saving straw. Little brother, listen to my advice, the owner of Jingyue House tried to persuade him. If the 2 great shopkeepers of the soaring dragon merchant firm were both killed here, he would not be able to escape responsibility as the owner. Scram. Ningqi looked at the owner of Jingyue House and said indifferently. The owner of Jingyue House quickly shut his mouth and did not speak anymore. Even an experienced Dosheng like Huang Heng was not a match for Ningqi. His realm was not stable yet, and he probably could not even take a few moves from the other party. If he angered Ningqi, the latter would kill him regardless of the consequences. He would not be able to say anything then. What are you hesitating for? Just do as I say. Ningqi looked at Dongfang Yulua with a frown. Yes, Dongfang Yulua was slightly shocked. For some reason, Ningqi's eyes made her feel fear. After hesitating for a moment, she decisively entered the soaring dragon merchant firm. After searching for a while, she handed an interspatial ring to Ningqi when she came out again. Everything is inside, Dongfang Yulua said in a low voice. Ningqi's divine sense entered the ring, and a faint smile appeared on his face. There were 13 lower-grade heaven-class fighting weapons, 1 middle-grade heaven-class fighting weapon, thousands of elixirs, and 2 piles of spirit grass and spirit materials. There were more than 200 lower-grade heaven-class rejuvenation elixirs that he wanted. As for the other miscellaneous items, Ningqi did not care about them and did not count them in detail. These things could be sent to the War God Temple in the future for Niu Dezhuang and the others to use. Since you have taken all the things, can you let me go? Seeing that shouting was useless, Long Howren hurriedly said to Ningqi in a soft voice, Don't worry, I won't kill you. Ningqi smiled slightly. No, don't destroy my cultivation. Long Howren screamed in horror. With a poof, His dantian was directly shattered by Ning Qi's finger. Subsequently, the dou qi in his body leaked out, and his appearance gradually changed from a middle-aged man to an old man with white hair, leaving the despairing Long Haran behind. Ning Qi's divine sense wrapped around Dongfang Yulua and directly flew to the Dongfang clan with her. My cultivation base! Long Haran muttered to himself in a low voice, his expression somewhat obsessed. The workshop master glanced at him, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. If it were not for Long Haran, he would not have been humiliated twice in a row today. A dignified workshop master, a dignified Dosheng, had been scolded twice. There was probably no one else in Dongxian other than him. The Dosheng who just died called that senior Ningbeishan. I'm afraid this name will soon sweep across the entire Dongxian. After all, he killed a Dosheng. In the extreme west of the Vermilion Bird Empire, there was an incomparably magnificent giant city. Near the giant city, there were tens of thousands of small towns with hundreds of millions of living beings. Chapter 819. Chapter 819. The Four Paragons, Nanyang Palace. Don't tell me your Dongfang clan only rose to power after obtaining the entrance to the Nanyang Pagoda? Ning Qi looked at the city and smiled. It's not a secret in Dongxian. Dongfang, Yulua whispered. Oh, all right then. Take me to see Brother Dongfang. Ning Qi smiled. Nanyang Palace. There was a 1,000-story tower in the Dongfang clan's forbidden ground. The top of the tower reached the clouds, and only half of the tower could be seen. This was the Dongfang clan's only forbidden ground, the Nanyang Tower. Every direct descendant of the Dongfang clan had at least one chance to enter the Nanyang Tower to train. The number of times varied according to their talent. For example, Paragons had at least 9 times. Nanyang Tower's entrance. A figure was shackled by 4 chains, firmly fixed to the ground. His hair was disheveled on his shoulders. It was unknown how long it had been since he last washed it. His hair was tangled in strands, and his clothes were torn apart. Bruises could be seen everywhere on his exposed skin. TSK, the Paragon Dongfang Haojia has become trash. What a pity. I can kill him with 1 finger now. Do you remember how arrogant he was when he first returned to the clan? I remember that his eyes were cold and weird. I felt like I was splashed with cold water when he looked at me. Weird because he was a eunuch. Ha ha ha, you know eunuchs, right? A man without a bird. After that, he found a body sculpting pill from somewhere and made up for the flaws in his body. Then he brazenly stole the luck of those supreme being prodigies. Now that he has become like this, he deserves it. He asked for it. Forget it. Ignore them. Let's enter the Nanyang Tower. This is my first time. I'm so nervous, no matter how the people around him mocked and pointed. Dongfang Haojia's head was still lowered. If the elder guarding the 9-sun tower did not notice that his chest was rising and falling, he would have mistakenly thought that Dongfang Haojia had already died. A bolt of lightning flew over from afar and landed in front of Dongfang Haojia. The elder guarding this place quickly ran to the figure and revealed a fawning smile. Nephew Wudi, are you going to enter the Nanyang Pagoda again today? Dongfang Wudi was the direct descendant of Dongfang Laxian, one of the 3 great Dodi of the Dongfang clan. He was also one of the 4 ultimate heavens prides of the Dongfang clan. He was 9 feet tall and had a slender body. His appearance appeared to be only 23 or 24 years old. However, those who saw Dongfang Wudi nearby knew that his actual age was almost 100 years old. In the secular world, people of this age would be considered old and decrepit. However, Dongfang Wudi's status in the Dongfang clan was even higher than many Doshengs, especially after he had obtained the ancient demon race bloodline. Dongfang Lu Xian had personally said that Dongfang Wudi would be able to break through to the Dosheng class in less than 3 to 5 years. 100 years, old Dosheng. How many of them were there in Dongxian? Yes. Dongfang Wudi nodded slightly and looked at Dongfang Haojia with a faint smile. At this time, Dongfang Haojie finally raised his head and stared at Dongfang Wudi with extreme resentment. Dongfang Haojie, do you regret it? Dongfang Wudi smiled faintly. Dongfang Wudi, you're not as skilled as others. You invited Dongfang Lucian, that ignorant old man, to take away my bloodline and my cultivation. I admit defeat, but I will not accept you. Dongfang Haojie clenched his teeth. Each word seemed to have exhausted a great deal of energy as they were spat out from his mouth. How dare you? How dare you insult the old ancestor? Before Dongfang Wudi could act, the elder guarding the Nanyang Tower, who was a Peak Do Zun, had already slapped Dongfang Haojie's face. Puff! Dongfang Haojie spat out a mouthful of fresh blood along with over a dozen teeth. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Hai, you are also an old man. You have already started to flatter Dongfang Wudi? Dongfang Haojie let out a bitter laugh. Elder Hai, go easy on Dongfang Haojie. After killing him, how can our Dongfang clan's disciples take this as a warning? I intend to let him live for at least 100 years here. Dongfang Wudi swept a glance at Dongfang Hai with a faint smile. The Dongfang clan's disciples nearby felt a lingering fear when they saw Dongfang Haojie's miserable appearance. They warned themselves not to offend their own clan's ultimate prodigy. Dongfang Haojie, actually, you can also commit suicide. However, you don't have the courage, right? Dongfang Wudi said with a faint smile. Ha ha ha, if you have the guts, kill me. Dongfang Haojie laughed out loud. Wudi, what is there to say to this brat? You are just wasting your time. He will only be a cripple for the rest of his life. Who knows how many more years he can live? Another bolt of lightning flew over and landed beside Dongfang Wudi. This person was 7 feet tall and was a head shorter than Dongfang Wudi. However, Dongfang Hai immediately flattered him after seeing him. This was because he was one of the 4 ultimate prodigies, Dongfang Qinlong. Dongfang Haojie coldly glanced at Dongfang Qinlong and spat at Dongfang Qinlong. Dongfang Qinlong tilted his body slightly and dodged the spit that was mixed with blood. A faint smile appeared on his face. Looks like this fellow really hates us. How can he not hate us? Not only did he lose the ancient Golden Crow bloodline, his cultivation was also crippled. If it was us, we would also feel the same hatred, right? Ha ha ha. Another 2 bolts of lightning flew over and landed beside Dongfang Wudi and Dongfang Qinlong. They looked at Dongfang Haojie mockingly. They were the other 2 ultimate prodigies, Dongfang Shengsong and Dongfang Gai. Hiss! The people nearby all sucked in a breath of cold air. The 4 supreme prodigies had gathered together. Could something big have happened in the 9 Suns Pagoda? The 4 bastards have gathered, haha. Dongfang Haojie looked at the 4 of them and laughed crazily. Wudi, kill him. He's an eyesore to stay here. Dongfang Shengsong said with a gloomy expression. No, killing him would be letting him off too easily. I want him to live a life worse than death here. Dongfang Gai smiled. Gai knows me well. Dongfang Wudi laughed. Everyone, don't worry. This old man will transfer some battle energy to him from time to prolong his life. Dongfang Hai flattered at the right time. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Hai. Dongfang Wudi smiled. Let's go into the 9 Suns Pagoda. Dongfang Qinlong smiled. Dongfang Yulua is here. She's here to see Dongfang Haojie again, right? She's really loyal. She knows that Dongfang Haojie has offended the ultimate prodigies, but she still dares to come here. The 4 of them who were about to enter the 9 Suns Pagoda paused and looked behind them. They saw Dongfang Yulua and a young man walking over. Chapter 8:20. Dead or alive? It's Dongfang Yushang's youngest daughter. Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 smiled and looked at Dongfang Yulua calmly. As for Ning Qi, he was temporarily ignored. This is Dongfang Haojie. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of heaviness. In his impression, Dongfang Haojie should be a heroic and outstanding genius. But now he was unkempt and had no aura of battle energy. His chi and blood were even weaker than those rank one demonic beasts. He couldn't even be compared to a warrior. "Cousin!" Hearing his roar, Dongfang Yulua immediately stopped and looked at Dongfang Haojie with a hint of regret in her eyes. If she didn't ask Dongfang Haojie to train in the Nine Suns Tower, he wouldn't be like this. "You're Dongfang Yulua, right? Are you here to see your cousin?" "Well, Dongfang Haojie is indeed the son of your father's second brother. However, his father colluded with the enemy and betrayed the family. He was killed in front of the ancestral tablets. Didn't your father tell you? Anyone who has anything to do with him basically doesn't have a good ending." Dongfang Wudi smiled. "Brother Wudi, please let my cousin go. He's a cripple now and is no longer a threat to you," Dongfang Yulua begged. "He threat? What right does he have to threaten us? I advise you to scram. If I find out you're here to see him again, don't blame me for being merciless." Dongfang Gai sneered. "Let's go." Dongfang Haojie stared at Ningqi and mouthed, "Brother Dongfang, do you want these four dead or alive?" Ningqi's lips curled up as he transmitted his voice. "What?" A hint of doubt appeared on Dongfang Haojie's face. "Dongfang Yulua, how dare you?" A cold shout came from afar. Then a middle-aged man and a beautiful middle-aged woman landed next to Dongfang Yulua. "This is Dongfang Yushang and his wife. Oh, Dongfang Yulua's parents." Some of the Dongfang family's disciples who had stopped nearby to watch recognized them. Dongfang Yushang glared at Dongfang Yulua, then smiled at Dongfang Wudi and the others. "My four nephews. I'll take my daughter away now." "Father, mother, speak to the old ancestor. Cousin is already in such a state. Don't torture him any more." Dongfang Yulua begged. "Pa!" A crisp sound was heard. Dongfang Yulua looked at her father in shock. "Dad, you hit me? I'm not just going to hit you. How many times have I told you not to have anything to do with this bastard? Yet you refused to listen and even brought him into the Nine-Yang Pagoda, bringing trouble to the four nephews. Come back with me and face the wall for 5 years." Dongfang Yushang was flustered and exasperated. The middle-aged woman coldly glanced at Dongfang Haojie as if she was looking at trash. Then she said to Dongfang Yulua, "Don't keep giving your father trouble. I found a marriage for you. After facing the wall, you will marry into the Tuoba family." "What?" Dongfang Yulua looked at the middle-aged woman in shock. Then her face showed a hint of despair. "Mother, I won't marry." "Enough! Don't talk about your trivial matters in front of the Nine-Yang Pagoda." Dongfang Hai shouted. "Yes, Elder Hai. We'll leave now." Dongfang Yushang was startled and glanced at Dongfang Yulua coldly. "Come back with me." "Well, who are you? I don't think I've seen you in the Dongfang family." Dongfang Wudi suddenly noticed Ningqi's indifferent expression. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ningqi. "Huh, I've never seen this guy before. He's Dongfang Yulua's friend." "Oh no, he actually followed Dongfang Yulua here and bumped into the four supreme geniuses. He's probably going to be implicated." Everyone looked at Ningqi with a hint of gloating in their eyes. Ningqi ignored Dongfang Wudi and walked straight to Dongfang Haojie. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he slashed 4 times and cut the 4 chains that bound Dongfang Haojie. He cut the chains made of flowing gold? What kind of saber is that? Everyone turned pale with fright. The 4 chains that bound Dongfang Haojie weren't ordinary goods. They were made of flowing gold and were used by the Dongfang family to suppress enemies. Ordinary Zuns wouldn't be able to cut them easily. "Brother Dongfang, you haven't answered my question just now. Do you want these 4 people dead or alive?" Ningqi helped Dongfang Haojie up and smiled. Dongfang Haojie looked at Ningqi with his mouth agape, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Why did you come?" "Hiss! So he's Dongfang Haojie's friend. Looks like Dongfang Yulua brought him here." "Dongfang Yulua, how dare you? Dongfang Yushang's face turned livid. However, he found a glimmer of expectation in his daughter's eyes. How dare you? Dongfang Wudi and the other three's faces instantly turned cold as they looked at Ning Qi. What did he ask Dongfang Haojia? Dongfang Gai frowned. He seemed to be talking about us. Do you want them dead or alive? Dongfang Qinlong said with a spurious smile. Dongfang Shengsong coldly stared at Ning Qi and suddenly revealed a bright smile. All right, let's lock him here and keep him company with Dongfang Haojia. What do you think? Very well. The three laughed in unison. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a trace of curiosity, shock, schadenfreude, and pity. In their opinion, the best outcome for Ning Qi today was what Dongfang Shengsong had just said, to be suppressed under the Nine-Yang Pagoda together with Dongfang Haojia, and at least keep his life. My matter has nothing to do with him. If you want to kill or humiliate, come at me. Let him go. Dongfang Haojia stared at the four and said, Then kneel down and beg us. Maybe we'll let him go if we're in a good mood. Dongfang Shengsong smiled. Before this, Dongfang Haojia had never begged for mercy, even though his cultivation had been destroyed. This made the four feel like a fishbone was stuck in their throats. Today they wanted to see what Dongfang Haojia was like at his lowest. Dongfang Haojia's expression changed, and he nodded in despair. All right, I'll kneel. When he was about to kneel, he found that he could not kneel. It was as if there was an invisible force blocking him. Everyone looked at Ning Qi in unison. Brother Dongfang, do you want these four people dead or alive? Give me a definite answer. Ning Qi smiled. Brother Ning, you don't have to do this. Dongfang Haojia did not believe that Ning Qi was a match for the four ultimate saints. Dongfang Wudi and the other three were half-stepped to Dosheng. Even at his peak, he was like an ant in front of the four. How arrogant! Chapter 821. Paragon geniuses are just so more and more members of the Dongfang clan gathered around the Nine Sun Tower. There was no lack of elder-level existences among them. Even a Do-Sheng-level elder was attracted over. He stood calmly in the air and watched the scene. Ning Qi acted as if he didn't hear those words of ridicule, and he smiled as he looked at Dongfang Haojia, waiting for his reply. Dongfang Haojia and Ning Qi looked at each other for a long time. Suddenly, a strange feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. His face suddenly showed a trace of fierceness. Brother Ning, I want to die. I want them to die. Good. That's enough for me. Ning Qi smiled. Huh. Dongfang Haojia, are all your friends so stupid? Does he think the four of us are the same as you? Dongfang Qinlong couldn't help but laugh. Gu Yi, tell him why people call us supreme geniuses. I'm afraid he still doesn't know what the word supreme means. Dongfang Shengsong chuckled. Dongfang Gai looked at Ning Qi with a smile that was not a smile and said, An ant-like existence. Why do I need to speak so much with him? If any of you are interested, go ahead and deal with them. Don't delay our great plan. Kill an ant like him? It's an insult to my identity. Dongfang Shengsong said calmly. Exactly. Dongfang Wudi and Dongfang Qinlong said. For big brothers, I am at your service. A one-star Do Zun let out an excited roar. He instantly appeared in front of Ning Qi. A savage smile was revealed on his face as he smashed his palm toward Ning Qi's head. When the crowd saw this, their faces immediately showed regret. It was such a good opportunity to flatter, but they didn't grasp it. In the end, this guy beat them to it. Dongfang Hai's face was filled with regret. Brother Ning, Dongfang Haojia suddenly became nervous. Aunt Ning Qi smiled faintly and slashed with a saber. Pooh! Fresh blood shot into the sky. That headless corpse of a one-star Do Zun immediately knelt in front of Ning Qi. It was kicked aside by Ning Qi with a look of disdain. Instantly killing a one-star Do Zun? The way Dongfang Wudi and the other three looked at Ning Qi suddenly changed. Dongfang man has been killed. Damn it! Kill this brat. How dare he kill a disciple of the Dongfang family in their territory. Dongfang Yue must be punished as well. He was the one who brought them here. Traitor! The death of that one-star Do Zun immediately stirred the anger of everyone. Dongfang Yushang glared at Dongfang Yulua with a trace of worry in his eyes. Today's matter wouldn't be easy to deal with. Although Dongfang Man was not as good as the 4 paragon prodigies, he was still an outstanding figure among the ordinary prodigies. Even in the 36 great sects, he would be a top-notch true disciple. The Dongfang family had spent a lot of manpower and resources to cultivate such a genius. But today he had died so worthlessly in the hands of an outsider. The Do Sheng in the sky had originally intended to directly attack and suppress Ning Qi. However, when he glanced at Dongfang Wudi's group of 4, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. He planned to hand Ning Qi over to them to deal with. Dongfang Hao Jie's face revealed a shocked expression. In his memory, Ning Qi was not even a Do Zong. Now, however, he had personally witnessed a Do Zun class genius, whom he looked up to back then, being killed by Ning Qi with a single slash. Suddenly, hope rose in Dongfang Haojie's heart. Interesting. Dongfang Haojie's friends aren't all idiots. Unfortunately, you've come to the wrong place today. Dongfang Wudi smiled faintly. Did Dongfang Yulua bring him here to save Dongfang Haojie? Dongfang Qinlong suddenly realized. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of gazes looked at Dongfang Yulua. This time, Dongfang Yushang and his first madam couldn't remain calm anymore. Their faces revealed a trace of fear. They glared at Dongfang Yulua and quickly tried to explain. No, my daughter wouldn't bring anyone to save this bastard. He must be threatening my daughter. Right, it's him. Dongfang Yushang pointed at Ning Qi and roared, This is your uncle. Ning Qi looked at Dongfang Haojie. No, Dongfang Haojie coldly looked at Dongfang Yushang. When he was young, he lost his parents. He treated these 2 as his own parents, but they personally sent him to the imperial palace of the 9 Regions Empire and made him a eunuch. Dongfang Haojie didn't have the slightest affection for these 2 people. Fortunately, we came here today. Otherwise, this brat would have really escaped. Dongfang Gai sneered. Since that's the case, I'll make an exception and personally suppress him. Dongfang Shingsong smiled faintly and slowly raised his palm. Dongfang Shingsong is going to make his move. Don't blink. I haven't seen Dongfang Shingsong personally in a long time. The disciples of the Dongfang clan were excited when the supreme prodigy made his move. Boom! A huge foot suddenly descended from the sky and stepped on Dongfang Shingsong's head. This scene caused a buzzing crowd to shut their mouths, one after another. They were terrified. In their vision, a terrifying existence that was over a kilometer tall appeared. It was the one that suppressed Dongfang Shingsong with a single foot. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. What's going on? Dongfang Wudi and the other 2 were shocked. After the Titan Divine Soul stomped Dongfang Shingsong to death, it didn't stop. It directly stomped 3 times and suppressed Dongfang Wudi and the other 2. Before the 3 died, they couldn't understand how such a terrifying existence sneaked into the 9 Suns Tower of the Dongfang clan. Didn't the elders in the clan notice it? Chosen One? TSK, you're just SO. Ning Qi smiled faintly, picked up Dongfang Haojie and rushed towards the 9 Pagoda. Once Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 died, the Dongfang family's Do Di would definitely personally capture him. He could run to the Ling Wu continent, but Dongfang Haojie could not. Because he didn't even have any Do Qi, he couldn't refine the outer sect disciple token. Therefore, the 9 Suns Tower was their only hope of escaping. As long as Ning Qi was given a bit of time, he was confident that he could help Dongfang Haojie recover his cultivation, refine the outer disciple command token, and then return to the Ling Wu continent with him. As for Dongxian, he would find an opportunity to return in the future. Dongfang Wudi and the others are dead! Everyone recovered from their shock and let out a series of deafening roars. Dongfang Wudi's group was one of the only 4 ultimate heaven prides of the Dongfang clan. Once they died, it was likely that the Dongfang clan's Dosheng class would be cut off for a short period of time. This had shaken the foundation of the Dongfang family. That Dosheng class elder, who was standing in the empty space, was startled awake from his shock. He immediately unleashed a furious roar. "Thief! How dare you kill a paragon prodigy of my race? Die!" Chapter 8:22. Ancient Water Dragon Holy Land. What happened? Dongfang Yu was still in shock. Dongfang Yushang was still in shock. Dongfang Yu did not expect that the young man brought by his daughter would kill Dongfang Wudi and the others. They did not even have the power to fight back. "Master, let's go." The middle-aged woman reacted quickly. The 3 of them then disappeared in the chaotic crowd. No one had the mood to care about the 3 of them since the 4 ultimate heavens pridelings had died. More and more Dosheng elders came out of seclusion. Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar broke out in the forbidden area in the deepest part of the clan. Who killed the ultimate heavens pridelings of the Dongfang clan? Dongfang Lucien. A group of Dosheng elders looked in the direction of the roar. They were very familiar with this voice. It belonged to the 2nd strongest person in the Dongfang clan, a 3-star Do Emperor, Dongfang Lucien. In the blink of an eye, a slender figure appeared in front of the Nine-Yong Tower. The group of Dosheng hurriedly stepped forward and cupped their hands. Dongfang Lucien looked coldly at the 4 big pits on the ground. He stretched out his hand, and the 4 broken bodies of Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 flew out. "Hey, their spirits are still there?" Dongfang Lucien's eyes flashed with joy. Everyone saw 4 green lights suddenly fly out of the 4 corpses and were put into Dongfang Lucien's sleeves. "What the hell happened?" Dongfang Lucien asked coldly. The group of Dosheng looked at each other and finally looked at the dumbfounded Dongfang Hai. "Dongfang Hai, you tell him." Yes. Dongfang Hai reacted and knelt in front of Dongfang Lucien. He wept bitterly and explained what had happened. Half of the words were to absolve himself. He really did not expect that Ning Qi was such a terrifying existence that could kill even the ultimate heaven's pridelings. Dongfang Haojia's friend escaped into the Nine-Yong Tower? Dongfang Lucien muttered to himself. Elder Dongfang Hai has already gone in. Dongfang Hai added one last sentence. All of you, wait here so that no one can take advantage of the situation to sneak in. Dongfang Lucien's expression was a little grave. Through Dongfang Hai's description, he already knew that the giant was not a human but a spirit. An expert who possessed such a spirit must have come from the withered bones, forbidden land. If this was really the case, he would have to suspect that the other party had not only come to rescue Dongfang Haojia. He might have another motive. Hence, he ordered the group of Doshengs to guard the Nine Sun Tower outside while he entered the Nine Sun Tower in a flash. Thief! Hand over your life! Dongfang Huang roared as he chased after Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojia. He was furious. Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 had been killed in front of him. If the great ancestor made a fuss about it, he would not be able to escape the blame. After entering the Nine-Yong Pagoda, Ning Qi did not hesitate in the slightest. After clearly asking Dongfang Haojia how to enter the secret realm, he madly rushed towards the highest point of the Nine-Yong Pagoda. Brother Ning, you wouldn't have been possessed by some powerful being, right? Being carried by Ning Qi, Dongfang Haojia sensed the rapid changes in the surroundings and couldn't help but ask, Brother Dongfang, you still have the mood to joke at this time? You should have asked Dongfang Yulua to come and find me earlier. Then she wouldn't have been humiliated for so long. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. How would I know that you have this kind of strength? I was just afraid of dragging you down. Dongfang Haojia felt slightly wronged. All right, stop talking. Let's escape first. I feel that apart from Dongfang Huang, there is another terrifying existence behind us. It should be your family's Dodi. Ning Qi's face became a little more serious. Dodi? It must be that old bastard Dongfang Lucien. Dongfang Haojie's eyes revealed a trace of resentment. It was Dongfang Lucien who caused him to become like this. Even if his dantian could be repaired in the future, it would take many years for him to recover his original cultivation. Don't worry, you will have a chance to take revenge on him in the future. Ning Qi comforted him. After a dozen breaths, he came to the highest point of the Nine-Yang Pagoda. In front of the two of them there was a huge stone door which emitted a black hole aura like the universe. A few disciples of the Dongfang family who were planning to enter the door showed a surprised expression when they saw the two of them. Dongfang Haojie, aren't you suppressed under the Nine-Yang Pagoda? And you, who are you? You are not a disciple of our Dongfang family. How dare you come to my Nine-Yang Pagoda? Everyone immediately reacted and looked at Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie with extreme vigilance. Scram! Ning Qi snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, he swept them to the side and carried Dongfang Haojie towards the huge door. Stop! Dongfang Lucien's speed was much faster than Dongfang Huang. Just as Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie entered the stone door, he punched towards their backs. Dongfang Lucien, you old bastard! Chase after me if you have the ability. Dongfang Haojie saw him, and his face revealed a crazy expression as he laughed. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared into the stone door. Damn it! Dongfang Lucien's face was extremely gloomy. Dongfang Huang caught up and looked at him in fear, then lowered his head and stood to the side. It's old ancestor Lucien. The nearby disciples guessed Dongfang Lucien's identity, and their faces revealed a shocked expression. Old ancestor, should we send someone in to capture these two people? Dongfang Huang saw that Dongfang Lucien did not speak and suggested. Trash! Even Dongfang Wudi and the other three are no match for him. Who should we send in? Dongfang Lucien snorted coldly. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The secret realm of the Nine Suns Tower could not be entered by Do Sheng and Do Di. This was a rule passed down by their ancestors. Even Dongfang Lucien did not dare to break this rule. Stay here. I don't believe that they will not come out for a lifetime. Dongfang Lucien snorted coldly at Dongfang Huang and turned away. Dongfang Huang's face revealed a sad smile. If the other party really did not come out, he was afraid that he would have to stay here for a lifetime. This was also Dongfang Lucien's punishment for not saving Dongfang Wudi and the other three. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully finding the water dragon, Holy Land, and completing the task. Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie suddenly appeared in the air. There was no trace of the Nine Suns Tower or the huge door behind them. With the sound of the system, Ning Qi had no time to look around. His face first showed a trace of shock. Then he took out the water dragon pearl from the space bag with ecstasy. At this moment, the aura of this water dragon pearl had undergone a great change. As soon as it was taken out, a rain cloud gathered in the sky, and the surrounding water vapor also increased by dozens of times. Ning Qi did not hesitate and directly embedded it into the dragon's slayer saber. At this moment, there were only 5 holes left in the handle of the saber. The snow dragon pearl and the water dragon pearl were shining brightly. The dragon slayer saber also changed. A stream of light flashed on it, and the sound of the system sounded again. Chapter 8:23. Golden Crow Bloodline Water Element Energy? Ning Qi suddenly remembered that when the Dragon Slayer Saber was embedded with the first Snow Dragon Pearl, he had also awakened the power of ice and frost. It was just that as his opponents became stronger, he had not used it for a long time. With a thought, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. Watermelon-sized hailstones rained down from the sky. When these hailstones landed on the ground, not only did they create huge craters, but they also froze everything nearby. Dongfang Haojia's body unconsciously trembled, but these hailstones disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then he was shocked to see Ning Qi's left hand spurt out a spring. The spring water grew bigger and bigger, from a foot wide to several feet wide, like a small stream. Finally, this spring water condensed into a water dragon in the air, blasting towards a mountain not far away. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain peak collapsed. The power is not bad. Ning Qi smiled with satisfaction and said to the dumbfounded Dongfang Haojia, "Brother Dongfang, I didn't expect that the forbidden area of your Dongfang family is the ancient water dragon, Holy Land." "What water dragon, Holy Land?" Dongfang Haojia looked confused. "Let's find a place to repair your dantian first," Ning Qi said. Dongfang Haojia frowned and said, "What did you say?" Not waiting for Ning Qi to answer, he excitedly grabbed Ning Qi's shoulder and said, "Brother Ning, did you say that you want to restore my dantian?" As for the water dragon Holy Land, Dongfang Haojia had forgotten about it. He just wanted to know whether Ning Qi was comforting him or telling the truth. It should be possible to repair the dantian. I have 60 to 70% confidence. Ning Qi laughed. In a valley, Ning Qi purposely cleared out the demonic beasts in the vicinity. It was indeed an ancient land. There were many types of demonic beasts in the vicinity that Ning Qi had never seen or heard of before. Just a few of these demonic beasts could be exchanged for several times the profit in Dongxian. The rise of the Dongfang family was due to this place. "Brother Dongfang, take one of these body sculpting pills and see its effects." Ning Qi took out a pill and handed it to Dongfang Haojia. All right, Dongfang Haojia took it and directly swallowed it. After a while, Dongfang Haojia said bitterly, "My dantian is still shattered." "Don't worry, I still have a few ideas." "It's okay, I still have a few methods." After trying 7 or 8 methods, Dongfang Haojia's dantian showed no signs of improvement. Now, there was only one last simple and crude method left. That was to exchange for an ancient monster race bloodline for Dongfang Haojia. "Dongfang Haojia's bloodline," Dongfang Haojia said. "Ning Dongfang body." Because his dantian hadn't been restored yet, Dongfang Haojia was a bit absent-minded. Ning Qi had to ask him several times before he reacted and nodded with a bitter smile. "And it's indeed an ancient golden crow. My Dongfang family's cultivation method is called 9 Suns art. Yulua secretly taught me the first half of the 9 Sun art, which is equivalent to a low-grade heaven rank art. It's very compatible with the golden crow bloodline. The last time I entered this place, I discovered that Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 were scheming for the golden crow tribe's treasure, the golden crow's heart. I kept an eye on them. When they were being chased by the Golden Crow tribe, I coincidentally obtained the Golden Crow's heart and the hidden Golden Crow bloodline. Because of the Golden Crow bloodline, my cultivation directly broke through from the peak Do Zone to a 1-star Do Zune. At this point, Dongfang Haojia's face revealed a trace of sadness. In the end, Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 framed me, saying that I had a premeditated plan and deliberately caused them to be chased by the Golden Crow tribe. Dongfang Luxian, that old man, did not treat me as a member of the Dongfang family. He directly listened to the slander of Dongfang Wudi and the other 3 and took away my bloodline and cultivation. At this point, he looked at Ning Qi with some doubt. "Brother Ning, why do you ask? There is only one Golden Crow's heart, and it is gone." At this moment, Ning Qi had already found the bloodline of the ancient Golden Crow from the dragon-slaying merchant market. The beginner bloodline only cost 250,000 dragon-slaying coins. Clearly, it could not be compared to the bloodline of the Titan tribe. With a thought, Ning Qi's dragon-slaying coins instantly decreased by 250,000, leaving around 300,000. After which, he slapped Dongfang Haojia's head. "Brother Ning, what are you doing? Dongfang Haojie was first shocked, after which he instantly swallowed his words back into his stomach. This was because he felt his entire body heating up, as though he had been thrown into a furnace. This kind of feeling was exactly the same as when he had obtained the Golden Crow's heart from the ancient Golden Crow. Why did Ning Qi have the bloodline of the ancient Golden Crow? Why did he not use it? Many questions rose within Dongfang Haojie's body. The next moment he was on fire. Dongfang Haojie smiled bitterly as he looked at Ning Qi and said, "The last time I obtained the Golden Crow's bloodline, I was a peak Do zone. My body had Do Qi that could suppress this Golden Crow heavenly fire. However, I don't have it now. Damn!" Ning Qi's face revealed a dull expression. After he reacted in the next second, he hurriedly used the ice frost energy on his left hand and the water yuan energy on his right to wildly lower Dongfang Haojie's temperature. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The steam was like a huge dragon as it swept towards the sky. The power of the Golden Crow heavenly fire was very strong. If it wasn't for the ice frost energy alone, it would not be able to suppress it. Fortunately, Ning Qi had also awakened the water yuan energy. This was not any ordinary water. It was the core water yuan of the ancient water dragon tribe. It was the nemesis of the majority of heavenly fires. Without it, Dongfang Haojie would definitely be burned to ashes after receiving the Golden Crow's bloodline with his mortal body. 2 hours later, the Golden Crow heavenly fire on Dongfang Haojie's body gradually returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes, and a golden glow flashed. A red mark appeared on Dongfang Haojie's forehead. It was a Golden Crow whose body was burning with flames. Success! Ning Qi let out a sigh of relief. His eyes swept towards Dongfang Haojie's dantian. How is it? Has the dantian been restored? The dantian has been restored. Dongfang Haojie nodded excitedly. At this moment, his body was completely different from that of an ordinary person. With the awakened Golden Crow's bloodline, even if he did not have a trace of Do Qi, an ordinary Doling would not be a match for him. It's good that it has been restored. I have a lot of spirit crystals and elixirs here. During this period of time, you should first cultivate and restore your cultivation to its original state. When the time comes, I will bring you to a good place. Ning Qi smiled. All right. Dongfang Haojie nodded heavily. Using the Golden Crow's bloodline to cultivate the 9-sun art was very fast. On the first day, Dongfang Haojie broke through to the peak of the Do Shi realm. His cultivation rose like a rocket. On the second day, Do Ling. On the third day, Do Wang. On the fourth day, Do Huang. On the fifth day, Do Zong. On the sixth day, Do Qi suddenly soared from Dongfang Haojie's body and condensed into a huge cloud of Do Qi. The next moment, a Golden Crow spirit condensed behind Dongfang Haojie. Chapter 824. The Golden Crow 6 Days. From a Do Je to a Do Zun, Dongfang Haojie had only spent 6 days. Even Ning Qi could not match such a speed. However, a large part of the reason was that Dongfang Haojie was already a Do Zun back then. The only thing he needed to do was to refine his Do Qi. Ning Qi's remaining middle-grade spirit crystals, along with the spirit crystals he had snatched from the soaring dragon trading company and Huang Heng, amounted to millions. All of them were refined by Dongfang Haojie in a short 6 days. The Golden Crow spirit flapped its wings and landed on Dongfang Haojie's shoulder. After staring at it silently for a while, he suddenly cupped his hands toward Ning Qi and said with a solemn expression, "Brother Ning, I, Dongfang Haojie, am unable to repay your kindness. In the future, you can take my life any time you want." "Why would I want your life?" Ning Qi said with a half-smile. Not wanting to talk more about this topic, Ning Qi continued, "You have already become a Do Zun. This Golden Crow spirit is also grade 7. I will teach you a kind of spirit refinement technique. In the future, the speed at which you absorb the refining Godstone will be many times faster than an ordinary person. You can take fewer detours After teaching, Ning Qi told Dongfang Haojie about what had happened in Dongxian during this period of time. Dongfang Haojie exclaimed, "So a Dozun needs to refine a spirit." Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked at Ning Qi in shock and said, "Brother Ning, your spirit is 3,000 feet tall. What realm is that? Don't tell me you are already a peak Dozun?" At this moment, Dongfang Haojie was even more shocked as he carefully recalled the scene of Ning Qi killing Dongfang Wudi and the other three with a wave of his hand. "I am only a 3-star Dozun. The main reason my spirit is so strong is because my Titan spirit is a grade 1 spirit. The limit of a peak Dozun is 10,000 feet. Ning Qi said with a smile. Grade 1 spirit, Dongfang Haojie was shocked. He felt a little envious when he recalled that his grade 7 spirit was only 3,000 feet. "Brother Dongfang, actually your spirit is already the highest grade I've seen apart from mine. I know a daughter of a Dodi. Her spirit only reached the 7th grade after activating the ancient demon bloodline. Even the direct descendant of the Heaven and Earth Scholar of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, Zhongli Huatian, a supreme genius, only has a 9th grade spirit." Ning Qi smiled and said, "Wait until you have refined your spirit to the limit and become a Dodi. That old fellow Dongfang, Lucien, will definitely not be a match for you. This old fellow must definitely be killed. However, there is still a very long road before he can become a Dodi. I do not dare to think about it now. That's right, Brother Ning, we must hide now. The Golden Crow tribe is extremely sensitive to bloodlines. I'm afraid that they have already sensed my appearance and are hurrying over. It is likely that even the 3 great Dodi of the Dongfang clan would not be a match for that rank 10 Golden Crow." Dongfang Haojie said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of suns appeared in the distant sky. "This is the Golden Crow." Ning Qi calmly looked into the distance. He saw a group of birds burning with the Golden Crow heavenly flame flapping their wings and flying over at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the valley. A hot aura came head-on. The grass and trees in the valley withered instantly. The places closest to the group of Golden Crows even started burning. After seeing Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie, they shook their bodies and turned into men and women in different attire. They stared at Dongfang Haojie. As for Ning Qi, he was completely ignored by them. "Brother Dongfang, refine this thing." Ning Qi quietly handed an outer disciple token to Dongfang Haojie. After Dongfang Haojie received it, he refined it on the spot without saying anything. The Golden Crow heavenly flame was extremely powerful. In just a few breaths' time, the token was successfully refined. After that, Dongfang Haojie revealed a shocked expression. Obviously, he had already understood the function of the token. "Damn human race! You dare to steal the ancient bloodline of our Golden Crow tribe. Kill them. Don't act on your own. Wait for the patriarch to arrive." The group of men and women roared at Dongfang Haojie as if they had seen their father's murderer. After a few breaths' time, another sun appeared in the sky. What was different from before was that this sun was comparable to a real sun. It was like a fireball burning with raging flames. Following its arrival, the temperature of this place rose by more than 10 degrees. The air became extremely hot. However, Ning Qi had the mid-grade bloodline of the World Annihilation Titan, so this temperature could not harm him. Dongfang Haojie himself also had the bloodline of the Golden Crow, so he was naturally immune. "This is the rank 10 Golden Crow?" Ning Qi asked. "Yes, it is." Dongfang Haojie's expression was solemn. "Should we leave? If we are captured by it, we won't be able to leave even if we want to." "Then let's go." Ning Qi nodded. In the next second, the two of them disappeared in front of the group of Golden Crows. The rank 10 Golden Crow immediately stood in the void. After a while, it let out a roar. "Find them! Find them for this king!" Yes, hundreds of Golden Crows roared and scattered in all directions. Lingwu continent, war god temple, war god platform. As soon as Dongfang Haojie appeared, he looked around in shock. That is the sect master hall. That is the training room for the outer disciples. It will help your cultivation speed. That is the training hall. The cultivation techniques, they're only yellow low grade to top grade. They are not very useful. Ningqi smiled and introduced to Dongfang Haojie. A few figures broke through the air and landed in front of the two of them. They said in surprise, "Master, young master." These people were Luo Tianhua, Niu Dezhuang, and Deguzi. "Oh, there are only the three of you in the sect? Old Master, Little Yua, Zhonglong, and Zhaohu? Mo Cho. Where are my three big brothers?" Ningqi asked. "Young Master, Zuosher is also in the sect. Little Yu, Zhonglong, Zhaohu, Old Master, Miss Mo Cho, and Xan Che went down the mountain. They said they wanted to take a look around this place. Your three big brothers also went with them," Deguzi said in a low voice. In a short period of time, he had already broken through to the 8-star Do Wang. It seemed that in a few days he would become a Do Huang. Ning Qi frowned slightly. "Master, don't worry. Marshall and Mo Cho said they are just walking around. They won't go too far." Niu Dazhuang said. The closest city to the War God Temple was Green Ox City. "Marshall and Mo Cho. Fine. Marshall, and it is." Ning Qi then looked at Luo Tianhua. "Your cultivation has also improved. Not bad. Master, I'm still far from being comparable to eldest senior brother." Luo Tianhua scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. The eldest senior was naturally Ning Qi's first disciple, Niu Dezhuang. "It's okay. Your eldest senior has a special bloodline. It is normal for his cultivation speed to be faster than others." Ning Qi smiled. Luo Tianhua smiled bitterly in his heart. Ever since Niu Dezhuang and the others arrived, he found that his cultivation speed was the slowest. Chapter 825. The Sage King Proposes Marriage. "Oh right, this is your martial uncle from now on. Call him Martial Uncle Dongfang." Ning Qi pointed at Dongfang Haojie and smiled at Niu Dezhuang and the others. "Martial Uncle Dongfang." The three of them said in unison. "Ha! I seem to be older than you." Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Qi with some hidden bitterness. "Your fist isn't as big as mine." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Dongfang Haojie was speechless. Ning Qi took Dongfang Haojie on a stroll around the War God Temple. After arranging his accommodation, they descended the mountain and headed for Azure Ox City. Through Ning Qi, Dongfang Haojie gained an increasing understanding of the distribution of factions in the Lingwu continent. When he learned that there were existences that had surpassed the Dodi in the three Holy Lands, Dongfang Haojie was extremely shocked. At the same time, he looked at Ning Qi in shock. The reason why the 9 great clans and 36 top sects of Dongxian were so powerful was that they all had a passageway into the fragment. Ning Qi also had such a passageway, and the fragment he was connected to was even more powerful than the 9 Suns Tower. It wouldn't be long before the War God Temple became a place that far surpassed the 9 superclans. "Brother Ning, I will follow you from now on." Dongfang Haojie sighed. Ning Qi smiled but said nothing. Green Ox City. "I heard that 13th young lady has stimulated the bloodline of the ancient 9-tailed heavenly fox and has already broken through to the Do Zun realm. Even the Azure Dharch sacred ground sent an elder to congratulate him. Congratulations on the surface, but a marriage proposal in the dark. With Miss 13's talent, all 3 holy lands want to recruit her. I heard that Elder Ma is here to propose for his grandson. Elder Ma, are you Sacred King Ma Yuansheng, one of the 72 sacred kings of the Azure Dharch sacred land?" "That's him." It's not bad to be able to marry Sage King Ma's grandson. Sage King Ma has already become a 7-star Dou Emperor. In the future, he'll have the chance to break through to the Dou Emperor level and become the next Azure Emperor of the Azure Emperor's sacred land. So, this time, City Lord Su personally came out of seclusion to welcome us. It seems like there is hope for this marriage. One of the 72 Saint Kings, Ma Yuansheng. Ning Qi muttered to himself. As soon as they entered Green Ox City, the most common rumor that Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie heard was that Ma Yuansheng had come to propose marriage. Brother Ning, it is unexpected that a sacred land actually possesses 72 Dodi. It is likely that even the total number of Dodi in the eastern Xian region would not be this many. Dongfang Haojie was secretly shocked. Brother Dongfang, this is the charm of the Ling Wu mainland. Speaking of which, the eastern profound land is not suitable for cultivation. Ning Qi smiled. That's true. Dongfang Haojie thought about it and nodded in agreement. Just the refining god stone, which was scarce in resources, caused experts above the Dou Zun class in the Dongxian land to be naturally weaker. A Dou Zun of the same class could not even compare to the withered bones forbidden land, much less the Ling Wu continent. They're not far from us. Ning Qi sensed something in his heart. After all, Li Macho was summoned from the dragon-slaying mall. When the two of them were close to each other, there would be a faint connection. However, this reaction was only one way. Li Macho could not sense Ning Qi's presence. Hey, stop bothering Sister Macho. She belongs to my young master. Little Yu Er's angry voice came from the crowd a short distance away. That's right. Macho belongs to my young master. Zhuoling Er agreed. Oh, there's trouble again? Ning Qi brought Dongfang Haojie along as he barged through the crowd. He immediately saw Li Macho and the others. However, old Master Ning, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu and Xian Che were not here. Only Li Macho, Zhuoling Er, and little Yu Er were in the crowd. At this moment, a young man was looking at Li Macho with deep emotions. Miss, I am the young master of the Golden Dragon Gang, Jin Lin. I have reached the Dou Zun class at such a young age. My talent is naturally top class. If you are willing to marry me, I swear that I will treat you well in the future. With your talent, breaking through to the Dou Zun class under my gang leader is just around the corner. Li Macho looked at Jin Lin indifferently. I'm sorry. I have no intention of finding a partner for now. Please move aside and let us pass. Oh, Jin Lin. I was silent for a moment. He did not seem to be angry at Li Macho's rejection. Instead, he slowly looked at little Yu Er and Zhuoling Er. These two are your younger sisters? How about this? I see that you don't look like locals. Why don't you come to my Golden Dragon Gang as guests? I can do my best as a host. What do you think? I refuse, Li Macho said indifferently. How dare you? I gave you face, but you don't want it? A mere Dou Huang dares to put on airs in front of the young master? In an instant, the expressions of the surrounding onlookers changed. They were all members of the Golden Dragon Gang. You want to fight? Li Macho frowned slightly. Her palm, which no one could see, emitted a faint black light. This was the treasure of the 5 Poison Divine sect, the Heaven Worm Gu. Back then, when Ning Xiandong first met Ning Qi, he used it to restrain Ning Qi. Even a Dou Zun would have difficulty escaping. It's over. Since Jin Lin has taken a fancy to these 3 young ladies, there is no reason for them to escape. Ever since the news of Ma Shangwang's marriage proposal was spread, Jin Lin seems to have given up on himself. He no longer pursues 13th Mississippi, but to kidnap people on the street is too much. At this moment, Grandfather Ning and the others had just bought a batch of pills and were preparing to find Li Macho and the other 2 ladies. However, they discovered that this place was surrounded by people and heard the gossip of the passers-by. Everyone's expression immediately changed. Hey, what do you want? Duan Ingjuan's face revealed a trace of anxiety. Is it your family that has come? Let them come in. Jean Lin faintly smiled. He swept a glance towards Ning Leoi's direction. The Golden Dragon Gang's people who had surrounded this place immediately made way for them. Ning Leoi and Ning Xiandong led the crowd to Li Macho's side. Seeing that the three ladies were temporarily fine, everyone could not help but sigh in relief. This young master, we have passed by your place and have never offended anyone. If there is any misunderstanding, this old man will apologize on your behalf. Grandfather Ning cupped his hands toward Jean Lin and smiled. A trace of fear flashed deep within his eyes. The other party's aura was very thick, and the pressure he gave everyone was even stronger than a dozong. He was at least a dozun. Jean Lin smiled. Old man, I only saw this young lady as an old friend at first sight. How about this? Everyone can come to my Golden Dragon Gang and have a chat. Saying this, he signaled his subordinates with his eyes. Immediately, the members of the Golden Dragon Gang surrounded everyone with covetous eyes. From the way Jean Lin glanced at Little Yu, and Zuoling, from time to time, Ning Qi could determine that his real target was the two young ladies and not Li Macho. Take them away. Jean Lin suddenly swept his gaze into the distance. His expression was somewhat anxious as he shouted at his subordinates. Jean Lin, you are really becoming more and more regressive. How can you do something like kidnapping people on the street? To think that you are the young master of the Golden Dragon Gang, one of the three big gangs of Green Ox City. What a disgrace. Chapter 826. Abolish one's cultivation, young master. Little Yu, and Zuoling, looked at Ning Qi in surprise. They immediately jumped from Li Macho's arms to Ning Qi's body and hung on him like two koalas. It's fine now. Old Master Ning and Ning Xiandong looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Senior brother, teach this guy a lesson. He actually wants to rob a girl on the street. Duan Ingjun glanced at Jean Lin and laughed sinisterly. It's you. When Jean Lin saw Ning Qi, his expression suddenly changed. He was shocked and angry. He didn't think that the person he fancied was actually related to Ning Qi. Don't be so arrogant. This is Azure Ox City, not Zishu City. I know you were the one who blew up the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion already knows about this. Coincidentally, Sage King Ma is here today. Just wait to be killed. Jean Lin stared at Ning Qi and laughed sinisterly. The 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was one of the more important vassal sects under the Azure, Dharch sacred ground. Jean Lin words were not baseless. Jean Lin, you just kidnapped a woman and now you're trying to frame me? Which eye of yours saw that I was the one who blew up the Treasure Pavilion? What a joke. Ning Qi chuckled. Young master, this guy is so arrogant. Let us help you take him down. The members of the Golden Dragon Gang glared at Ning Qi. Don't act rashly. Jean Lin transmitted his voice to warn his subordinates. His heart was still very afraid of Ning Qi. Back then, Ning Qi had suppressed the few dozuns from the Shimin clan with a wave of his hand in the 7 mysterious gang. Jean Lin had personally witnessed Ning Qi's strength. With Ning Qi's strength, even 10 of him would not be a match for the other party. How could he vent his anger? He could only use the opportunity of Saint King Ma's visit to Green Ox City to kill him with a borrowed knife. Sage King Ma will be the judge of who is right and who is wrong. Jean Lin looked at Ning Qi mockingly, then bowed to the people behind Ning Qi and said, Greetings, Uncle Su, Sage King Ma. Just now he had noticed Su Lingfeng and the others flying over, so he anxiously ordered his subordinates to bring Li Macho and the others away as soon as possible. Since Ning Qi had jumped out, Jean Linner's plan had to change. Everyone looked behind them and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air as they bowed. Uncle Su? Su Qingqing's father, Su Lingfeng? Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he looked behind him. He saw 3 figures flying through the air. Of the 2 people in front, one was the city lord of Green Ox City, Su Lingfeng, and the other was one of the 72 saint kings of the Azure, Dharch sacred ground, Ma Yuansheng, Saint King Ma. Behind them was a familiar face, Su Qingqing. When she saw Ning Qi, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. "Why have you gathered here?" Su Lingfeng said calmly. "Uncle Su, I've caught the thief who destroyed the treasure-gathering pavilion in a day." Jinlin cupped his hands and said, "Oh." Ma Yuanqing frowned slightly. A third-rate sect, like the treasure pavilion, did not matter to him at all. If it was the 10,000 treasure pavilion, his attitude would be completely different. He had also heard that Azure Ox City's treasure pavilion had encountered a powerful enemy and was directly destroyed. He had been searching for the culprit all this time. Could it be that the culprit was still hiding in Azure Ox City? Isn't this too audacious? Who? Su Lingfeng frowned. "That's him." Jinlin pointed at Ning Qi and said, "It's him." The Purple Cloud Ancient Dragon Battle Hall's Purple Cloud Hanjan was also killed by a technique that is comparable to a battle sage's attack. This person, Su Lingfeng and Ma Yuansheng, looked at Ning Qi in unison. Su Lingfeng was merely a 1-star Dodi. His eyes were nothing special to Ning Qi. However, Ma Yuansheng was different. He was an experienced 7-star Dodi. His eyes caused an extremely dangerous feeling to surge from deep within Ning Qi's heart. Venerable Ning and the others could not help but look at Ning Qi and laugh bitterly in their hearts. It was obvious that Ning Qi had many enemies in the Lingwu mainland. Jinlin, don't falsely accuse others. Su Qingqing snorted disdainfully and pulled Su Lingfeng's arm. "Father, he is the young master I told you about. It's him." A smile immediately hung on Su Lingfeng's face. "Qingqing, you know this person?" Ma Yuansheng looked at Su Qingqing with a smile. "Sage King Ma, he is a good friend of mine. He is definitely not the kind of person Jinlin says he is. Instead, Jinlin, his character is questionable. He has a grudge with young Master Beixian, and I'm afraid he is trying to get someone else to do his dirty work." Su Qingqing smiled. "Qingqing, you." Jinlin looked at Su Qingqing in disbelief. She had clearly seen Ning Qi's methods before. It was clearly him. Why was she defending Ning Beixian? Su Qingqing glanced at Jinlin coldly, and a look of disdain flashed in her eyes. A lowly person wanted to get close to her. If not for Ning Beixian, she did not know how long it would take for her 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline to grow 6 tails. Forget about blowing up a treasure pavilion and killing 1 purple cloud Hanjan. Even if there were 10 or 100 of them, Su Qingqing would still protect Ning Qi today. Get someone else to do his dirty work? Ma Yuansheng looked at Jinlin coldly. "Do you think I am so easy to fool? Sage King Ma, please believe me, he is indeed the murderer." Jinlin's face was filled with fear. The members of the Golden Dragon Gang also felt that something was wrong, and their bodies trembled in fear. "Lingfeng, since this is Green Ox City, it is not appropriate for me to meddle in other people's business. I will leave this matter to you." Sage King Ma smiled and said, "All right." Su Lingfeng nodded and looked at Jinlin coldly. He directly pointed his finger, and Jinlin his dantian instantly shattered. "Uncle Su?" Jinlin looked at Su Lingfeng in disbelief. This uncle, who had previously praised him for being young and promising, actually destroyed his cultivation without any hesitation? At this moment, the leader of the Golden Dragon Gang, Jin Longxiang, also received the news and quickly rushed over. When he saw that his son's cultivation was destroyed, his eyes immediately turned red. Looking at Su Lingfeng and Ma Yuanqing were high up in the air, he swallowed his anger and cupped his hands at the two of them. City Lord, Sage King Ma, I did not teach my son well. Please forgive me. Today, for the sake of our past relationship, I will spare his life. Take him away. Su Lingfeng said indifferently. Yes. Jin Longxiang immediately grabbed Jin Lin, and flew away. The remaining members of the Golden Dragon Gang turned around and fled in terror. When Jin Lin was being taken away, he turned his head and glanced at Ning Qi with an incomparably resentful gaze. I will find an opportunity to get rid of him and also destroy the Golden Dragon Gang. Because of Jin Lin's gaze, Ning Qi had already made a decision. Ma Yuanqing's gaze suddenly focused on the two little ones. When Ning Qi saw this scene, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Ma Yuanqing opened his mouth and said, "Who are these two little guys to you?" "They are my disciples." Ning Qi smiled and said, "Disciples." Chapter 8:27. Su Aori Ning Qi noticed a trace of sadness on Su Qingqing's face. It was like a flash of lightning, but when he looked carefully, he couldn't see anything. It was like an illusion. Su Lingfeng smiled at Ma Yuanqing. Then it settled. This king will be leaving first. Ma Yuanqing nodded with a smile, glanced at little Yu, and Zuoling, and then directly soared into the sky. When Su Lingfeng saw this, he turned his gaze to Ning Qi. "Little brother, do you want to come to my city lord manor?" The passers-by nearby sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Who was this kid to be personally invited by city Lord Su? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. He cupped his hands and said with a faint smile, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Dongfang, by a courtyard here. Since you want to live in the Ling Wu continent, you must have an identity. The position of the War God Shrine cannot be easily revealed. In the future, you can temporarily live in Green Ox City." Ning Qi transmitted his voice. Dongfang Haojia nodded. As for why he didn't let Dongfang Haojia take old Master Ning and the others back to the War God Temple first, Ning Qi had a hunch that Ma Yuanqing's gaze just now wasn't simple. However, the other party seemed to be a little wary of Su Lingfeng. Therefore, with his relationship with Su Qingqing, it was best to settle the Ning family in Azure Ox City for now. Ning Qi carried little Yu, and Zuoling, as he followed Su Qingqing and Su Lingfeng. They soared through the air and flew towards the floating island above Azure Ox City. When they were about to reach the island, Su Lingfeng lightly waved his hand, and a faint golden barrier flashed in the air. Everyone successfully landed on the island. Because the two of them also possessed the nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline, they were naturally attracted to Su Qingqing. It didn't take long before the three of them became friends. The two of them kept calling her big sister Qing, causing Su Qingqing to laugh happily. The city governor's mansion was located at the highest point of the floating island. Patrolling guards could be seen along the way. Even the weakest among them was a Do Zun. As for Do Shengs, they belonged to the upper echelons of the continent. Naturally, they did not need to show their faces in public. Ning Qi guessed that Su Lingfeng had at least 3 to 4 Do Shengs under him. They should all be in retreat. City Lord Palace. Su Lingfeng glanced at the two and said, "Child Beixian, the bloodline of your 2 disciples isn't simple. They seem to be from the same origin as my daughter." "What? Little Yu, and Zuoling, have the same bloodline as me?" Su Qingqing was shocked. City Lord Su's eyes are as sharp as a torch. The bloodline of the second young one is indeed the same as Miss Su's. They are both of the 9-tailed heavenly fox bloodline. Ning Qi admitted it openly. Sage King Ma also realized that if they weren't your disciples, he would have brought them back to the Azure Supreme, the arch, sacred ground, right in front of me. Su Lingfeng laughed. "We're not going. We want to stay with the young master." The two kids immediately made their stance clear. Ah, yeah, Lingling, I didn't expect us to be a family. Su Qingqing pinched the little cheeks happily. Young Master Beixian, I would like to thank you on behalf of my daughter. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take for her to awaken her bloodline. Su Lingfeng cupped his hands and smiled at Ning Qi. City Lord is too polite. Ning Qi smiled. This was just a transaction. There was no help involved. Of course, if Ning Qi didn't like someone, he wouldn't be able to buy the most inferior ancient bloodline, no matter how much money he spent. I wonder how much ancient demon blood essence does young Master Beixian have? Su Lingfeng asked after some hesitation. There's not much left. Ning Qi said ambiguously. How about this? My daughter's bloodline still needs a lot of ancient demon blood essence to reach the level of 9 tails. Why don't you stay in Azure Ox City for a while? After a while, a batch of refining divine stones will be sent to the city, Lord Mansion. Then you can buy the blood essence for me. What do you think? Su Lingfeng smiled. Su Qingqing seemed to think of something when she heard this. Her face suddenly lit up. If I can condense my bloodline to the peak before that guy breaks through to the Saint Realm and grow 9 tails, I can completely reject this marriage and not bring any trouble to my father. Thinking of this, Su Qingqing eagerly looked at Ning Qi. No problem. Ning Qi smiled. When Su Lingfeng heard this, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He nodded and chatted with Ning Qi for half a day before Ning Qi prepared to leave. When they were about to leave the City Lord Hall, Su Lingfeng suddenly said meaningfully, with Sage King Ma's status, although he wouldn't do something like snatching a disciple by force, if Master died, then the disciple would naturally become a masterless object. Thank you for the reminder, City Lord Su. Ning Qi brought his fists together with a solemn expression. Take care. Su Lingfeng nodded. Father, I'll send young Master Beixian off. Su Qingqing said, By the way, Miss Su is 3rd senior brother still in Zishu City? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Of course. 3rd senior brother was afraid that you wouldn't be able to find him, so he's been staying in the 7 Mysteries sect. After you left, the Violet Cloud ancient dragon came looking for revenge, but 3rd senior brother defeated it. Su Qingqing smiled. Thank you. Ning Qi nodded emotionally. Don't mention it, young Master Beixian. To be honest, my future happiness depends on you. Su Qingqing said. What do you mean? Ning Qi was startled. Following this, Su Qingqing explained how she had no intention of marrying Ma Yuanqing's grandson. Oh, so as long as Miss Su's 9-tailed sky fox bloodline reaches the peak and grows 9 tails, you'll be able to reject the marriage? Don't worry, it's very simple. Ning Qi comforted her with a smile. Junior sister, who is he? A figure suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. It was a middle-aged man staring coldly at Ning Qi and harumphed at Su Qingqing. 1st senior brother. Su Qingqing stuck out her tongue with a hint of fear on her face. Young Master Beixian, this guy is my father's first disciple, Su Aori. I believe he heard what you just said. Be careful, he's very ambitious. Even though he has been cultivating under my father's guidance, he has been trying to enter the sacred ground of the Azure Monarch sacred ground. I suspect that he's the one who told Ma Yuanqing about the marriage proposal. Su Qingqing's voice appeared in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi brought his fists together with a smile and said, I'm Ning Beixian. Ning Beixian? Humph, never heard of you. Su Aori sized up Ning Qi coldly and revealed a look of disdain. A mere 3-star doe, Zun dares to shamelessly ask Junior's sister to cancel the marriage. I see that you're not young anymore. Why are you only a 3-star dosheng? Ning Qi looked at Su Aori and smiled. There was not a trace of fear on his face. Ning Qi could see through Su Aori's cultivation with a glance. Even though the spirit of a Dosheng from the Lingwu mainland was not as weak as that of a Dongxian cultivator, Ningqi was confident that he would not be weaker than Su Aori if he used all his strength. Chapter 828. Kill with a borrowed knife not young? A mere 3-star Dosheng? A mere 3-star Dosheng? Ningqi's words were like a knife stabbing into Su Aori's sore spot. He immediately flew into a rage and wanted to suppress Ningqi on the spot. Su Qingqing hurriedly said, "Eldest senior, he was invited back by father as a guest. Don't be rash." Invited back by master? Su Aori suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth at Ningqi. Even if he is a guest invited back by master, how dare he insult me like this? Eldest senior, let's forget about the misunderstanding. I am going to send him off. That's all. With a few words, Su Qingqing dragged Ningqi and the 2 children out of the mansion. Su Aori coldly watched Ningqi's back as a stern look flashed across his eyes. Little Junior's bloodline has become several times stronger recently. I'm afraid it has something to do with this kid. Although Ma Xinguang has taken a liking to Little Junior because of this, if her bloodline were to increase a few more times, I'm afraid this marriage will fall through and Ma Xinguang's promise to me will not come true. No, I definitely can't let this kid block my way. Thinking of this, Su Aori evilly laughed and left. Not long after, he ordered his disciples to investigate Ningqi's background. Hearing that Ningqi had a grudge against the Golden Dragon Gang and caused Jinlin, Er's cultivation to be crippled, Su Aori immediately thought of a plan. At the Golden Dragon Gang, Jin Longxiang placed his hands on Jinlin, Er's back. Their bodies immediately emitted waves of golden light. A moment later, the golden light disappeared. Jin Longxiang's face was extremely ugly. "Su Lingfeng, you old fool, you are so merciless. You shattered Lin Er's dantian to such an extent that even I cannot repair it." Jin Longxiang was filled with resentment. He was a 1-star Dosheng. He naturally had a way to repair an ordinary shattered dantian. However, his son Jinlin, Er's dantian had been shattered like powder. If he did not have a rare treasure, he would be completely helpless given his strength. "Father, is it not possible?" Jinlin looked at Jin Longxiang with a pale face. "Child, don't worry. I will definitely repair your dantian. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely avenge you." Jin Longxiang coldly said, "Haha, avenge? With your strength, how can you be a match for my master?" A voice came from the corner of the room. Jin Longxiang felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to the top of his skull. His face turned ugly as he looked to the corner and exclaimed, "Su Aori! Why was he here? Did he hear everything I said just now? Could it be that Su Lingfeng, that old man, sent this man to eradicate my Golden Dragon Gang?" Thinking of this, Jin Longxiang's heart suddenly surged with a trace of despair. Jinlin, his expression wasn't any better than Jin Longxiang's. He stared at Su Aori in fear. Even though his cultivation had been crippled, Jinlin still didn't want to die so early. "Are you surprised?" Su Aori smiled faintly and sat down at the table. Seeing this, Jin Longxiang let out a sigh of relief. It seems like Su Aori isn't here to kill him. Then, what is his purpose here? Jin Longxiang frowned. "Su Aori, what are you doing here?" Su Aori laughed. "Of course I have something to discuss with you. Are you here to drink tea?" "You have something to discuss with me?" Jin Longxiang squinted his eyes. "Let your kid leave first," Su Aori calmly said. "Lin, leave first." Jin Longxiang looked at Jinlin. Yes, father." Jinlin had wanted to leave for a long time. He was afraid that Su Aori would suddenly kill him. After Jinlin left, Jin Longxiang calmly looked at Su Aori. "Tell me, what is it that made you sneak into my place? Your only bloodline was crippled. Don't you want revenge?" Su Aori smiled faintly. "Revenge? What are you talking about? Why would I want revenge? City Lord Su crippled Lin Er's cultivation. It's a good thing. It's completely reasonable. Jin Longxiang gritted his teeth and said, Haha, you don't have to worry. I'm not asking you to seek revenge on my master. Even if you want to seek revenge on him, you should at least wait until I become the city lord. Now, we're talking about another matter. Su Aori laughed wildly. He paused for a moment, ignoring Jin Longxiang's shocked expression, and continued, I already know that Ning Beixian was the one who crippled Jin Lin Er's cultivation. If it wasn't for him, your son wouldn't have ended up like this. He is the real culprit. Ning Beixian, Su Aori, are you trying to kill me with a borrowed knife? Jin Longxiang sneered. However, he had to admit that Su Aori was not lying. Ning Qi was the main reason why Jin Lin Er's cultivation was crippled. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Leader Jin, if you do nothing, how will Ba Hongdong of the Dajiang Gang and Lu Sang of the Black Tiger Gang look at you? I'm afraid your Golden Dragon Gang's reputation in Azure Ox City will plummet. Su Aori proudly smiled. What do I get from killing this kid? Jin Longxiang sneered. I heard that he is a good friend of Su Qingqing and was invited by City Lord Su as a guest. Don't worry, my master will not fall out with you for a mere dozun. No matter what, you are still a one-star dosheng. How many doshengs are there in Azure Ox City? If you kill this kid, you will gain my friendship. In the future, when I become the city lord, there will only be one faction in Azure Ox City, and that is the Golden Dragon Gang. Think about it yourself. Su Aori smiled, stood up, and left. Su Aori did not hide his ambition to become the city lord. I'm afraid he has something to rely on. Rumor has it that he is related to many elders of the Azure Emperor Holy Ground. Could it be that his backer is the Azure Emperor Holy Ground? Jin Longxiang's eyes narrowed as he thought of this. After a moment of consideration, he came to a conclusion. Killing Ning Qi would not affect him in any way. Therefore, he must kill the culprit who crippled Jin Lin Er's cultivation. Otherwise, he would not be able to quench the hatred in his heart. The courtyard that Dongfang Haojie bought was very large. There were dozens of rooms and 4 to 5 courtyards. It was almost the same size as the Qin Tang Empire's Champion Marquis Mansion. When Ning Qi returned with the 2 children, Venerable Ning and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Boss, haha, I didn't expect you to recognize City Lord Su. I heard that he is already a Dodi. Duan Yingjun said with a smile when he saw Ning Qi. Duan Feifei looked at Ning Qi with a trace of worship in her eyes. Ning Qi, who was originally an outer disciple, had now grown into a frightening existence that was related to a Dodi. The high and mighty Do Zun had his cultivation crippled because of one sentence. He was no different from a stray dog on the street. Chapter 829. Peak Do Zun. They said that it's rare for them to come to the Ling Wu continent, so they want to wander around and search for opportunities. Old Master Ning smiled. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. There are dozuns everywhere here, and dozongs are like dogs. No matter what happens, they will suffer a huge setback. Ning Xiandong was obviously disdainful of the three's decision. Ning Qi did not plan to pursue this issue further. Everyone had their own thoughts. This was normal. Su Lingfeng's god refining stone had not arrived yet. Ning Qi bought a few days of high-level monster-killing training grounds and continued his leveling up. When he appeared again, his cultivation had already broken through to a 4-star dozun. What surprised him was that the god refining stone, which he thought would take a while, was personally delivered by Su Qingqing in a few days. How much? Ning Qi took the interspatial ring and asked casually. Su Qingqing laughed. See for yourself. Ning Qi glanced at it and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. The god refining stone inside was of a standard size. One was equivalent to 10,000 dragon-slaying coins. There were over 100,000 of them. What did this mean? This represented 1 billion dragon slaying coins. This meant that these god-refining stone were enough for him to cultivate his divine soul to the limit of the first grade. There was still plenty left. The sect could level up. The bloodline of the old master and the others had also been settled. Many of the goods that Ning Qi had coveted in the dragon-slaying mall but did not have the money to buy could now be bought. Ning Qi felt the joy of becoming rich overnight. Isn't it just god-refining stone? What's there to be excited about? With so many god-refining stone, even if you refine them, it would take you a few thousand years. Su Qingqing was a little doubtful. It was normal for her to be doubtful. If she knew that Ning Qi was a first-grade divine soul and had the ancient spirit refinement technique, the speed at which he absorbed the god-refining stone was frighteningly fast. She would not have such doubts. Miss Su, wait a moment, Ning Qi said with a smile. After that, he first sold 10,000 low-grade god-refining stone to the system. The balance of the dragon-slaying coins immediately soared to 100 million. Then he used the Dragon Slayer coins to buy more than 200 blood essences of various ancient demon races. He placed them in his universe ring and handed them to Su Qingqing. Miss Su, there are more than 200 blood essences of various ancient demon races. What? Su Qingqing was even more shocked than when Ning Qi saw so many god-refining stones. She originally thought that 100,000 refining god stones would at most be enough to buy 60 to 70 drops of blood essence. Who would have thought that Ning Qi would directly give her more than 200? Why so many? Su Qingqing frowned. Miss Su, you also know that little you, and Zuoling, are also possessed the nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline, so I want you to teach them how to swallow blood essence to condense the density of their bloodline. Ning Qi smiled. Su Qingqing would have directly refused this request if she hadn't seen the 200-plus drops of blood essence. However, she hesitated now, and she nodded after a short while. All right. After the transaction was completed, both sides were delighted. Su Qingqing said that she would first return to the city lord's mansion and consume the blood essence before coming back to teach the two women. Ning Qi naturally had no objections. He was also very busy right now. With these god-refining stones, Ning Qi would be able to raise his cultivation like crazy. In the following period of time, Ning Qi continuously shuttled between the low-class training ground and the high-class monster-killing training ground. His cultivation soared wildly from a 4-star dozun. His divine soul also expanded from 3,000 zhang. His strength had increased exponentially. Grandfather Ning and the rest felt that it was strange. They could only occasionally see Ning Qi. High-class monster-killing training ground. When Ning Qi battled a mid-tier grade 9 dragon race and killed it, the pleasant sound of the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the peak of the dozun class. I am finally at the peak of the dozun class. Ning Qi smiled and glanced at the 9,000 zhang tall titan divine soul behind him. With his current strength, a dragon that was equivalent to a 4-star dosheng would not be able to last long in his hands. He could kill it at will. If Su Aori came to provoke him again, Ning Qi did not mind teaching him a lesson. The advancement mission should be out by now, right? Ning Qi smiled. Ding! If the host wishes to break through to the Doshin class, please complete the advancement mission. Please click on the details of the mission. Please raise the Titan Divine Soul to the King grade within 3 years. The reward for completing the mission is to break through to the Doshin class. Failing the mission will cause the host's Divine Soul to fall by 1 grade. Raise the grade of the Divine Soul? King grade? Failing the mission will cause the Divine Soul to fall by 1 grade? Ning Qi's expression became serious. However, with 3 years of buffer time, the system did not kill him. Ning Qi then left the monster-killing training ground and came to the low-class cultivation training ground. The Titan divine soul only needed one last refinement to reach the peak of the first grade. The further he went, the slower the Titan divine soul condensed. The amount of God refining stones he needed also increased. Ning Qi thought he would only need to spend about 70,000 God refining stones, but in the end he spent more than 80,000. Of the 100,000 God refining stones that Su Qingqing gave him, there are less than 10,000 left. The remaining 10,000 had already been converted into Dragon Slayer coins. But it's all worth it. Ning Qi looked at the divine soul of the Titan that was 10,000 feet tall, and a faint smile appeared on his face. System, I want to purchase the high-grade bloodline of the Titan divine soul. It was only 50 million Dragon Slayer coins. It was only a quarter of Ning Qi's current savings. Warning, the host does not have the authority to purchase the high-grade bloodline of the Titan divine soul. Please advance to the Doshin class. There's such a restriction? Ning Qi frowned. Then, with a thought, he left the low-level training ground. Young Master Beixian, you were in the house the whole time? Su Qingqing looked at Ning Qi walking out of the house in shock. She remembered that she had used her divine soul to search, but could not find any trace of Ning Qi. That's right, Miss Su. Congratulations. Ning Qi looked at Su Qingqing with a smile. His current divine soul was very terrifying. He could see through Su Qingqing with a glance. Young Master Beixian, you realized it too? Look, Su Qingqing's face was full of joy. 9 tails suddenly grew out from her back. 9-tailed sky fox. This is the perfect 9-tailed sky fox bloodline. It's all thanks to young Master Beixian's ancient demon race blood essence. Sister Qing, you're amazing. We only have 3 tails. Little Yu, Ling, ran over with envious expressions. All right, you will soon be like Sister Qing and have 9 tails. Su Qingqing carried the 2 children and said happily. She knew that if Ning Qi could take out more than 200 demon race blood essence without hesitation, the amount of demon race blood essence in his possession would be shocking. Otherwise, he would not have specially asked her to teach the 2 children how to swallow and absorb demon race blood essence to increase the purity of their bloodline. Really? That's great. Young Master, is what Sister Qing said true? The 2 children suddenly looked at Ning Qi with their big eyes. Of course it's true. Follow me into the house. Chapter 830. The death of Jin Longxiang, the 9-tailed fox bloodline, was divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak levels. Su Qingqing thought she had reached the limit of her bloodline. After all, the 9-tailed fox bloodline had 9 tails. However, that was only the highest level of the 9-tailed fox bloodline. It wasn't that easy to obtain a top-level bloodline. She whispered in Little Yu, Ling, ears with her back facing Ning Qi. The 2 nodded in realization. Sister Qing, we understand. All right, Prince Beixian, you can give me the monster blood essence now. Su Qingqing smiled at Ning Qi. Ning Qi shrugged his shoulders and took out 2 drops of blood essence from the mighty Titan descendants. Not long after the 2 of them consumed it, the 9-tailed celestial fox's bloodline gradually thickened and condensed. More tails grew behind their buttocks. After swallowing hundreds of blood essences, the 2's bloodline reached the advanced level, just like Su Qingqing's. The cost of the blood essences was only 10 to 20 million dragon-slaying coins, which was more than 10 million compared to buying a high-grade bloodline. The cultivation method they practice is quite strange. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary heaven-class cultivation method. Su Qingqing looked at Ning Qi with a half-smile. The 2 were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, stabilizing their bloodline aura. Ha! Ning Qi chuckled and didn't answer her. The 2 had the 9 yin and 9 yang mantras. When the 2 cultivation methods were combined, they formed the ancient yin-yang temple's cultivation method, the yin-yang 9 realms. However, Ning Chi preferred to call it Tai Chi because every time they practiced, the yin-yang fish would appear. Today, the two little ones' nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline had reached a high level. Their cultivation speed would soar again, as long as they had an endless supply of spiritual crystals. It was estimated that they would be able to break through to the peak of the Dozong realm within half a year. There was also hope for them to reach the Dozun realm. Azure Ox City, Lord's Mansion. Master, I heard that Ma Minrong has become a saint. Can we prepare for junior sister's marriage? Su Aori cupped his hands at Su Lingfeng. There's no rush. Su Lingfeng smiled. Master, we have to prepare something first. We won't be rude when the other party comes. Su Aori said. Eldest senior brother, why don't you marry him for me? Su Qingqing's voice sounded behind him. Su Aori turned around to look at her and smiled. How can eldest senior brother marry you? Hee hee, Su Qingqing sneered, looked at Su Lingfeng and said, Father, I don't intend to marry Ma Minrong. What? Little junior sister. How can we go back on our engagement? Su Aori's expression turned ugly. Why? Su Lingfeng looked at Su Qingqing indifferently. Because Ma Minrong doesn't deserve me. Su Qingqing smiled faintly. Su Lingfeng narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Su Qingqing. He said with some surprise, Did you successfully absorb all the essence blood? Yes. Su Qingqing smiled, and Nine Tails suddenly extended from her back. At this moment, her body emitted an intoxicating fragrance. Su Aori stared blankly at Su Qingqing in a daze. All right, with your current aptitude, Ma Minrong is indeed not worthy of you. This marriage can be cancelled. Su Lingfeng let out a hearty laugh. It was hard to say if Ma Minrong could become a martial emperor, but he knew that his daughter would definitely become a martial emperor. In this case, Ma Minrong was not worthy of her. Even if the marriage was cancelled, Ma Yuanqing would not be able to say anything. Damn it! Su Aori lowered his head. The flames of anger in his heart eventually turned into a face. Ningbei Xian, that useless Jin Longxiang, still hasn't made his move. As soon as he left the hall, Su Aori immediately sent a message to Ma Yuanqing. He knew that Ma Yuanqing would never fulfill his promise. Instead, he was now in a disadvantageous position. Su Aori had never hated someone who wasn't even a martial saint so much. After sending the message to Ma Yuanqing, he sent a message to Jin Longxiang, urging him to make his move quickly. Late at night, while everyone was sleeping soundly, a figure appeared outside the courtyard. His spirit instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. After learning of Ning Qi's residence, the corner of his mouth curled up and he let out a cold laugh. In a flash, he appeared outside Ning Qi's house. Assassinating a 3-star Dozun was as easy as crushing an ant to Jin Longxiang. However, he didn't plan to let Ning Qi die quickly today. Instead, he planned to capture Ning Qi alive and bring him to his son to vent his anger. Gang leader Jin, you're in such a good mood. Are you here to tell me a good night story? Ning Qi's voice sounded behind Jin Longxiang. Jin Longxiang was slightly startled. He slowly turned around. Jin Longxiang thought that it was only a coincidence that Ning Qi had discovered him. He looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Since you know my identity, why are you still so calm? What do you have to rely on? If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Ning Qi smiled faintly. After a pause, he said, But this is Green Ox City. If we make too much noise, we might disturb others. Let's go outside the city. Oh, all right. Jin Longxiang smiled and nodded. Ning Qi was quite obedient. He had actually suggested going outside the city. This was also good. Su Lingfeng wouldn't discover what was happening here. The two of them were very fast. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they were thousands of miles away from Greenock City. Gang leader Jean, if the heavens gave you another chance, would you still come and find me today? Ningqi looked at Jin Longxiang with a faint smile. Jin Longxiang was slightly startled. Ning Qi's attitude had been very calm from the beginning. Could this brat have been scared out of his wits? Thinking of this, Jin Longxiang smiled faintly and said, Ning Beixian, Lin Er's cultivation was crippled by that old man Su Lingfeng because of you. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy today, I will not let you go. But since you are so cooperative, I can let you die a less painful death. Please say that to my divine soul. Ning Qi smiled faintly, and Jin Longxiang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He slowly turned his head, and his body instantly stiffened. He looked at the 1,000-feet-tall divine soul of the Titan god standing quietly behind him in fear. How is this possible? A 10,000-feet-tall spirit? Jin Longxiang's face was filled with shock. Even the strongest chosen of the 3 Holy Lands only had a spirit of 1,000 feet. What the hell was a 10,000 feet tall spirit? The Titan spirit didn't care how shocked Jin Longxiang was. Its mountain-sized palm had already fiercely slammed toward him. I'm a Dosheng. You're just a Dozun. This must be an illusion. Jin Longxiang roared angrily and punched at the Titan's divine soul. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Chapter 831. Chapter 831. Hidden secrets. The leader of the Golden Dragon Gang, Jin Longxiang, was missing. Soon after, someone found Jin Lin Er's corpse hanging on the board of the Golden Dragon Gang's headquarters. As one of the 3 great gangs, the Golden Dragon Gang had fallen apart. Did Jin Longxiang make a move? This question lingered in Su Aori's mind. These days, Ning Qi would visit the city, Lord's mansion from time to time, and chat with Su Qingqing. When Su Aori saw them, he would take a detour. It wasn't that he was afraid of Su Qingqing and Ning Qi, but he didn't want to cause any more trouble before he found out Jin Longxiang's whereabouts. In any case, with Ma Minrong's character, he will definitely bring people to find Master after learning that little junior sister has broken off the engagement. At that time, I will throw the blame on Ning Beixian and let them kill him. Su Aori thought darkly. In the courtyard, Ning Qi searched the Dragon Slayer Mall several times, but couldn't find anything that could increase the rank of a spirit. He had no choice but to call out Little Six. A silver light flashed, and a 15- or 16-year-old boy appeared in front of Ning Qi. He looked like he deserved a beating. Didn't you disdain transforming into a human? Ning Qi could tell at a glance that this was Little Six's transformation. Little Six smiled coquettishly and waved the fan in his hand. Little Donkey has come out of seclusion. I have to think of my own safety, so I will not show myself in this form from now on. Then he glanced at Ning Qi and asked with some surprise, Peak Dozun? Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Yes. Your cultivation speed really did not disappoint me. How is the condensation of your spirit? Has it reached the limit? Little Six laughed dryly and said, It's also the limit. I called you out today to ask how to increase a grade 1 spirit to king grade? Ning Qi asked. Increase a grade 1 spirit to king grade? There are only a few ways. Little Six frowned. A few ways? Tell me quickly. Ning Qi's face lit up. However, none of these methods are possible for you. Little Six shook his head. The methods that he had mentioned required the cooperation of an expert who had surpassed the Dodi realm, as well as rare spiritual herbs and elixirs. Only then would there be a 30 to 40% chance of advancing a grade 1 spirit to the king grade. It was different from going from rank 2 to rank 1. Going from rank 1 to king rank was a qualitative change. The strength of one's soul would increase by leaps and bounds. Hence, it was extremely difficult. Is that so? Ning Qi was a little disappointed. Even Little Six said it was so difficult. He really had no clue at all. How about this? Call Ning Zi and the others out. I'll bring them here to establish a force. I'll also help you search for the opportunity for your divine soul to become a king. Little Six said calmly. However, Ning Qi stared at him fiercely. What are you thinking now? Little Six said with a wry smile, as an ancient sky dragon, I obviously need to have guardians by my side. Unfortunately, all my guardians perished the last time I perished. Now, days are passing and I need to leave a way out for myself. Don't worry. With my means, Ning Zi and the rest will not be in danger. As for my cultivation level, it might even increase faster than yours. Why didn't you mention it before? Ning Qi asked suspiciously. Back in Dongshan, there were no spirit divine stones. What's the point of mentioning it? Besides, I didn't know that Tenacious Donkey could escape so quickly. Now that you have used the 9 Skanda Divine Bell twice, it's only a matter of time before it finds you. Little Six rolled his eyes. No, it's still too dangerous. I can't trust you to act alone. Ning Qi shook his head in rejection. Boss, give me some face. Don't worry. As an ancient sky dragon, how can I not have a trump card? As long as Ning Zi and the rest become my guardians, it won't be a problem for them to break through to rank 10. Little Six continued persuading. Break through to rank 10? Can you break through to rank 10 yourself first? Ning Qi sneered. It's not the same. I'm an ancient sky dragon. Even if my strength is only equivalent to a rank 2, you are still not my match. You can't use my rank to measure me. Little Six said unhappily. I'm not your match? Why don't you give it a try? Ning Qi sneered. 10 minutes later, Ning Qi nodded and said, All right, I believe you. Remove the restrictive spell on me first. On his head, face, body, feet, and buttocks, there were talismans condensed from Do Qi. There were more than 100 different types of talismans, directly suppressing him to the point where he couldn't move at all. Little Six waved his hand and the talismans disappeared. Ning Qi moved his shoulders with lingering fear and looked at Little Six. You are so powerful. Why did you pretend to not have any strength previously? Tell me the truth. Can you beat a Dodi? So what if I'm a Dodi? Little Six sneered. You have to resolve the troubles you encounter yourself. Only then can you grow. Who asked you to form a contract with me? To be honest, since ancient times there have been hundreds of generations of ancient sky dragons. There has never been a sky dragon that formed a contract with another race. You are the first. Therefore, I hope that you can be stronger. After pausing for a moment, Little Six shrugged his shoulders and said, I am also trying my best to avoid using the power of the law. Otherwise, before 10X and its master can find us, those countless enemies of mine will follow the pattern of my law and break through the void. They will be a little difficult to deal with, do you understand? The power of law. Ning Qi frowned. When you break through to Do Di, you will naturally understand it. Little Six said indifferently, All right, you can train Ning Zi and the others on my behalf, but you have to promise me one thing first. Ning Qi said as he rolled his eyes, What is it? There is nothing in this world that I can't do. Little Six said in a heroic manner, Follow me for the next few days. When trouble appears, you can help me resolve it. Ning Qi said with a smile, Then only once. I really can't use the power of law too often. Little Six hesitated for a moment and nodded. The azure, Dharch sacred ground was formed by dozens of floating mountain ranges. They were hidden in the void and were difficult for ordinary people to find. To mortals, this place was like a paradise on earth. There was no night and it was daytime all year round. On the tallest mountain in the distance, there was an incomparably huge statue of a green lotus. Rumor had it that the founder of the Azure Dharch sacred ground was formed from a lotus. Therefore, the Azure Dharch sacred ground was inclusive. Not only were there human disciples, there were also demonic beast disciples and even a few dragon disciples. Ma Shengwang's third grandson, Ma Minrong, has he broken through to Dosheng? Yes, he just broke through some time ago. Ma Shengwang contributed a lot to it. I heard that he found an incredible rare spirit herb for him. Ma Minrong's talent is ordinary. I think Dosheng is the limit of his cultivation. Ha! That's why Ma Shengwang found a marriage for him. The daughter of Azure Ox Cities, Su Lingfeng, Su Qingqing. I heard that she has the bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. If she fuses with Ma Minrong, he will be reborn. Chapter 832. Where was Ning Beixian? Chapter 832. Where was Ning Beixian? A high-spirited young man broke through the air with a smile and landed in front of the men and women. He cupped his hands together and smiled. Greetings, senior brothers and senior sisters. Junior brother Ma, congratulations. The men and women cupped their hands together and smiled. After Ma Minrong broke through to the Dosheng level, he was automatically promoted from a true disciple to a chosen. His status was the same as theirs. Before this, Ma Minrong had to address them as chosen. He had no right to call them senior brothers or senior sisters. There were millions of disciples in the Azure, Dharch sacred land. Most of them were outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Only a few hundred people had the title of chosen. After becoming a chosen, one's authority in the Azure, Dharch sacred land would soar. Ordinary true disciples would have to listen to orders. Those who disobeyed would have a miserable fate. I heard that Junior Brother Ma is going to marry Su Lingfeng's daughter, Su Qingqing. I have seen this woman before. Not only is she extremely beautiful, but her talent is also excellent. Junior Brother Ma has just broken through to the Dosheng level, and he is going to marry such a beauty. This is double happiness. An average-looking woman said with a smile. Senior Sister Qin Yuan, you must be joking. Ma Minrong revealed a humble smile. Among the hundreds of chosen, Qin Yuan's cultivation was ranked at the top. Ma Minrong had long wanted to befriend her. That was why he had flown over to greet them. Suddenly, a green light flashed. A middle-aged man at the peak of the Do Zun realm flew in front of everyone. He bowed to Qin Yuan and the others before coming to Ma Minrong and saying respectfully in a low voice, "Young master, something has happened." What happened? Ma Minrong frowned slightly. This person was a manservant under his grandfather. He usually did not go out and did some chores in the cave abode that his grandfather cultivated in. At this moment, he rushed over. Obviously, it was his grandfather's order. There is news from Green Ox City. They want to cancel the marriage between young master and Su Qingqing. The middle-aged man said in a low voice. What? Ma Minrong's expression immediately changed. Qin Yuan and the others exchanged glances. The corners of their mouths curled up slightly as they looked at Ma Minrong with a faint smile. Ma Minrong glanced at them and shouted at the middle-aged man, "Do you know why Su Lingfeng wants to cancel the marriage?" I heard that the purity of Su Qingqing's nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline suddenly increased, and her aptitude increased by several times. According to Su Lingfeng, the young master is not worthy of Su Qingqing, so he cancelled the engagement. The middle-aged man said, "Damn it." Ma Minrong felt humiliated and clenched his fists. "Junior Ma, the few of us have nothing to do. Why don't we accompany you to Green Ox City?" "Ha ha, a holy son cannot be humiliated. So what if Su Lingfeng has broken through to a one-star Dodi? Any sacred ruler in our Azure, Dharch sacred ground, could easily crush him." Qin Yuan suddenly laughed. Ma Minrong was slightly stunned. Then he said to Chen Yuan with some gratitude, "Thank you, senior sister." The group discussed for a while, then flew directly toward Azure Ox City. They were all Do sages, so their speed was very fast. Although the Azure, Dharch sacred ground was millions of miles away from Azure Ox City, they arrived in a few days. The few of them hovered in the air above Azure Ox City. Ma Minrong glanced coldly at Azure Ox City, then exchanged a look with Qin Yuan and the others before flying toward the city, Lord Mansion. "You are." Su Aori appeared in front of them, a trace of doubt flashing across his face. I am Ma Minrong. Ma Minrong said indifferently. So it's young Master Ma. I am Su Aori. Su Aori revealed a trace of surprise. Are these the saints and saintesses of the azure, Dharch sacred ground? Ma Minrong nodded. Both sides introduced themselves. Su Aori had always wanted to enter the azure, Dharch sacred ground. After learning of their identities, he was interested in befriending them. In a few words, he explained why Su Qingqing wanted to cancel the marriage. When he learned that a 3-star Do Zun called Ning Beixian was involved in this matter, and that the increase in Su Qingqing's bloodline purity had a lot to do with him, Ma Minrong's face immediately turned green. Brother Aori, may I ask what background this person has? Ma Minrong asked coldly. No background. Su Aori shook his head disdainfully. Junior Brother Ma, let's go meet City Lord Su first and clarify this matter. After that, we'll find that guy and ask him what his intentions are. Chun Yuan said with a smile. Very well. We'll listen to senior sister Chun Yuan. Ma Minrong nodded. Under Su Aori's lead, the group arrived at the city lord's palace. Not only did they meet Su Lingfeng, but they also met Su Qingqing. Ma Minrong glanced at Su Qingqing, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. This girl actually dared to cancel the marriage. This is unforgivable. I'll definitely make her pay in the future. In Ma Minrong's opinion, Su Qingqing would never be able to escape from his grasp. In order to increase his aptitude, he had to obtain Su Qingqing's body. Master, this is young Master Ma Minrong. This is Chen Yuan. This is Ji Bei, Su Aori introduced with a smile. Su Lingfeng nodded at the group and said, Nephew Ma, you're here today for the marriage between you and my daughter, right? I've already sent a message to your grandfather, Sacred King Ma. City Lord Su, I'd like to know, which part of me is not good enough for Miss Su? Ma Minrong said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He even glanced at Su Qingqing as he spoke, only to see a hint of disgust in Su Qingqing's eyes. The anger in his heart was instantly ignited. Hee, it seems like you've misunderstood this matter. It's like this. My daughter has coincidentally obtained a fortuitous encounter recently, and her aptitude has improved. I'm planning to send her to the cold song, sacred ground to cultivate, so it's not suitable for her to waste her time on romance. If you really like my daughter, you can wait for another opportunity in the future. Su Lingfeng said with a smile, but a marriage is a marriage. If City Lord Su breaks it, how can my grandfather keep his face? Cold song, sacred ground? Ma Minrong frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, City Lord Su, Junior Brother Ma, is now the sacred son of the azure Dharch sacred ground. If others find out that the marriage between the sacred son and the sacred son can be broken at will, how will we be able to roam the pugilistic world in the future? Chun Yuan also smiled faintly. What does that have to do with me? If you can't roam the pugilistic world, just stay in the sect. Su Qingqing's eyes flashed with anger, and she couldn't help but speak. Su Lingfeng glanced at her with a smile, then said to Ma Minrong and the others, the matter has been decided. It's not something you can change. Since you've come to my Azure Ox City, stay and be our guest. City Lord Su, Ma Minrong wanted to say more. Su Lingfeng suddenly waved his hand, and everyone felt a strong gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, they appeared outside the city Lord Palace. When they looked inside, Su Lingfeng and Su Qingqing's figures had already disappeared. Well, everyone, why don't you stay here for a few days and slowly discuss this matter? Su Aori smiled awkwardly. Brother Aori, where's that Ning Beixian?